32 years ago, the world experienced a terrible doomsday when the earth was gripped by terror. A multitude of monsters burst from the bowels of the earth, destroyed everything in their path. 3 billion people died on that day, and many cities that were once considered majestic and prosperous were now nothing but piles of rock and ash. Fire and smoke covered the land, and the people who crawled out of the rubble didn't know where to run or how to escape these monsters. But in the midst of this nightmare, there were those who fought the monsters. The defenders fought as hard as they could, using everything in their arsenal. But the monsters kept coming out in greater numbers, and the world seemed doomed. The monsters that burst from the bowels of the earth were not just dangerous. They were powerful, and every battle with them was a true test of human strength. Despite their strength, humans were only a weak barrier to these terrible creatures. Their size and abilities seemed monstrous, and every step they took left a trail of destruction. The monsters possessed impenetrable armor, fire-breathing, jaws and claws capable of tearing through even the strongest buildings. Some could control the elements to tear down everything in their path. They were fast and cunning, and their thick skin and musculature made them virtually invulnerable to conventional weapons. With each it became clear that fighting them was not just a question of strength, but of strategy, knowledge, and a willingness to go all the way. Men who dared to confront these monsters had to possess not only courage, but also incredible endurance. And when the end of humanity seemed inevitable, hope appeared on the horizon. People with incredible abilities began to appear. Among the survivors, these miracle men could fight the monsters on equal terms, and their powers became humanity's last line of defense. But even among these incredible people, there was a very small percentage who could become true monster hunters. Only 1 in a thousands could learn the skills required to fight the monsters. They hunted these monsters, and the world began to slowly purified. The hunters became heroes, and people began to hope that humanity could survive. But for that to happen, there had to be more. Hunters willing to fight to the last man. That's how the real Lost City game came to be. In this game, hunters fought monsters in real time, and ordinary people could follow their exploits through online broadcasts. The game became a phenomenon, the cradle of a new world where every battle was a challenge for the participants and an inspiration for the rest of the world. But over time, the game became not just fun, but a way of learning for those who wanted to become hunters. It grew to attract millions of people around the world. But the most important and intense part of the game was always about who could be the real hero winner, who set records and won the toughest battles. Today in Seoul, crowds of people gathered in the main square. They couldn't wait for the start of the new game, because today an unknown player was going to take part in the game. This man was ranked first among the 3 billions of survivors. No one knew who he looked like or what he was, but his record was staggering. He won over 5,000 times, setting an unbeaten record that came to symbolize a new age. There wasn't a single person who didn't admire this hero, though he remained an enigma. No one knew what this man was like, how he could reach such incredible heights. All that was left for people to do was wait and hope that this player, who was to be seen in the next few minutes, would be the one to lead humanity to ultimate victory. The crowd awaited this moment with bated breath. Every single person dreamed of being a part of this event. The game promised to be epic. One of the teams was ready for battle. All the members were confident of their victory. Their experience and training in Lost City made them feel invincible. The monsters they captured and destroyed were brutal and dangerous, but they were used to these threats and were confident they could handle any foe. But as they took their positions and were preparing to attack, something appeared on the horizon that made them wary. It was this stranger, the mysterious player who set records no one could break. His figure appeared like a shadow slowly moving across the field, and his presence immediately gave the team a sense of unease. Without further ado, they immediately recognized him as the enemy. The strategy was simple: attack 2, defeat. Each of the team's players rushed into battle, counting on their own strength and experience. They used all their skills to try to trap him into a trap and deliver a blow that would break his resilience. But something was wrong. No matter how many times they tried, no matter how many attacks, he just dodged every blow. His movements were so fast and precise they seemed almost supernatural. They soon realized that he was much stronger than they could have imagined. His actions were restrained but precise. One by one, he easily neutralized each of them. No matter how the team tried to mount a defense or counterattack, he managed to evade their efforts. Soon they were all on the ground, and their weapons, though powerful, could not penetrate his defenses. The only one left was the one who could barely stand on his feet, eyes wide with surprise and fear. He stood in the far corner of the field, watching as the very player who had defeated each of his comrades approached him. Pain and confusion overwhelmed him. But at the same time, there was something else he didn't understand. He stood there, unable to understand what was happening, who this man was, how he could become so strong. He knew for a fact that this player was no ordinary player. His abilities were clearly beyond what any hunter could do. Even with as much experience as his team had, the player didn't stop walking closer and closer. His face remained unperturbed. And yet, as the last member of the team awaited his imminent fate, he saw something in his eyes that made him freeze. The stranger stopped right in front of him, and before he could make his final blow, his eyes met the eyes of that player. For a moment, time seemed to stop. And then, like a thunderclap, the game world froze, and everyone on the broadcast who was watching the fight saw something incredible. All eyes were fixed on that moment when the last player, exhausted and bewildered, stared into the eyes of his victor. At this time, at the other end of the battlefield, the situation was unfolding in no less dramatic fashion. The other team was facing a monster that appeared directly from a huge portal that opened up in the center of the field. These new monsters were far more ferocious than the hunters usually encountered. At first, no one knew what to do. Panic had already gripped several players, but experienced fighters tried to control the situation. Among them were June and her partner. Both of them were experienced fighters who knew the ins and outs of the game. But this monster was unlike anything they'd faced before. It was faster, stronger, and even seemed to be himself. Its appearance was designed to evoke terror, but June had faith in her partner and knew that their unity and mutual support would prevail. His partner was determined, and June, as usual, had to be his defense, his armor covering him in his most dangerous moments. June was confident that their battle would not be hopeless. They had several proven strategies and fighting techniques in their arsenal, and her partner was a master of close combat. She thought she was okay. She had a plan that she and her partner had worked out in her head beforehand, and everything was going according to plan. June could even feel her confidence growing. Their strength, preparation, and tactics was going to lead to victory. She was sure the monster wouldn't be able to resist for long. Her partner, so experienced and resilient, was getting closer to victory with each blow. June was beginning to think they could win this game and finally take the lead. As the two of them moved in concert to take on the monster, she was sure that the monster they were fighting wouldn't last long. To hold its own against their teamwork, her partner fought with full force, and she had to support him and be his armor. June was sure that everything was all right. Everything was going according to plan, and she could feel her confidence growing with each new step. Her partner was fighting the monster, and she was covering him like a powerful shield that would keep the enemy out. They were a team, and her confidence in victory only grew. Even at this point, when the battle was in full swing, she thought it would soon be over, and she was up to the task. Their every move was synchronized, and they never gave way. She even let herself think for a moment about the thought how they would come home sounding like victorious heroes ready to face a new day. A picture of the future was already forming in her mind, a victory. That would be worth everything. But the enemy was more dangerous than they could have expected. He was not only powerful, but incredibly fast. His every blow left cracks in the ground, and his breath knocked the players' spirits out. The plan she had planned, believed in, was crumbling before her eyes, and the partner who had always stood by her side now lost. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to hold back the monster. At first, she couldn't believe what was happening, thinking it was a temporary setback, but soon reality hit her. The armor failed and the monster broke through. June's partner fell, and she was left alone, surrounded by chaos. His death was the final blow to her confidence. Despite all the strength she had put into her armor, the enemy was too strong, and the powerful monster broke through the defense without a chance. The plan that had been so perfect fell apart before her eyes. June was among those of the bereaved, and now she had to act to avoid becoming another victim. She knew she'd just had her armor pierced, but now she had to be strong. This was the moment when she had to find the strength to keep fighting. The players, surrounded by chaos, were focused on the battle, but one of them suddenly saw something that made his heart sink. He saw him, the same one, the mysterious #1 player. His presence was almost mystical, and all those around him felt his power and confidence. He was like a shadow on the field, invisible to many but visible to those who knew what this man was capable of. This sniper was one of those players, who was used to operating from afar, wielding a weapon like no other. He waited a long time, patiently watching the enemy's every move, analyzing his actions. The sniper was an experienced fighter, and now that his attention was fully focused on player #1, he realized that this moment was his chance. He took aim. The range was long, and the chances of a successful shot were slim, but the sniper doubted his skill. He knew that if he hit, victory would be his. Time seemed to slow down. The sniper concentrated. His breathing became steady and calm. He released the trigger. The shot went off, but something went wrong. The sniper realized he missed. His shot had missed. And the moment he realized his mistake, the game in his head changed. But before he could even realize what had happened, eyes noticed that something was happening to that mysterious player #1. He noticed his gaze directed straight at him, and in that moment, time sped up again. Player number 1 didn't just notice the shot, he reacted to it. And it was clear that his reaction was as if he knew he was under attack. He didn't have to think, he didn't have to wait. He acted. His blade was in the air, fast and swift. The sniper didn't expect the blade to reach its target and was calm. The blade flew towards him with such speed that he didn't even have time to exhale before he realized his life was in danger. There was only a second to react, and even that second didn't help him escape death. His body had no time to react. The sniper was defeated. His strategy of hoping to control the game could not stop player number 1. Unknown player number 1 won again. He was the strongest. He was the one who could. To win without effort. His victories seemed predictable even if they happened instantly and with incredible precision. Jinsu Quan sat in front of the screen all the time without noticing the time passing. He never stopped playing as if it was the only thing that mattered in his life. Each new battle, each new level was all for one purpose. But no one, not even his sister, knew what really drove him. His little sister Sue walked into the room. She smiled, holding a bag of food, but her gaze was troubled. She had long noticed her brother immersing himself in the game, more and more ignoring everything else, but she didn't know what was really going on. She set the bag of food on the table, watching her brother. She thought he had gotten caught up in the game again of his own free will. It was obvious to her. He'd always been addicted to video games, but now his behavior seemed increasingly obsessive. His days were merging into endless cycles of play, and she couldn't help but notice how her brother was falling deeper and deeper into this world, forgetting about real life. She told him she'd make him a meal, and she wanted him to at least clean his room, and he promised to do it, of course. Jinsu was hiding from her what was most important to him. The most important thing to him. His sister was sick. Her illness was called mana distortion, a rare and dangerous disease that, if left untreated, could kill her in as little as 3 months. The medication Sue had to take was very expensive, and the government denied her to give her free treatment. That's why Jinsu sat around all day and night trying to make money through the game. He wasn't an ordinary gambler. He was someone who was basically doomed to win or his sister would die. He couldn't let that happen. But he didn't want her to let her know that. She didn't even realize that every battle he fought in the game was not for fun, but for life. He was hiding from her. That, for him, every shot, every level, and every defeated enemy was a chance to save her. He was hiding from her. That beating the game was his only hope of earning the drugs that would save her life, and they were very expensive. Jinsu stood at the window of his small apartment looking out at the misty morning, feeling the weight of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. A multitude of debts hung over him, and every day the situation got worse. He thought that if he could find a way to earn money faster, perhaps, he could make life a little easier. But how? Working at the Disaster Management Center in the Monster Hunter division would be his best bet. He knew that's where he could make a lot of money and pay off his debts faster. But his sister was adamantly against it. She was worried and didn't want to let him go to such a dangerous place. She couldn't understand that for him. It was the only way for him to survive and help her with her illness. These thoughts tormented him, and he didn't know what to do. The Hunters Association, which was dedicated to monster defense and portal control, was always one step ahead. It had a well-established system of monitoring portal activity, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. Their training, experience, and technology made them confident that they would be able to deal with any threat. It started out quietly as always. Yang Jun, leader of one of the units, sat in the command center. His staff was closely monitoring the data streams. Suddenly, the monitor showed an anomalous phenomenon. A new portal suddenly opened in the area of Sue's school. The location was far from the usual activity points, and despite carefully tuned monitoring systems, the portal opened unexpectedly. A new incident has been reported. The control center detected. The appearance of a new portal was an alarming event, as the monsters that came out of these portals became more and more dangerous. The anomalies around this portal were stronger than usual. Yang Jun quickly assessed the situation and realized that the scale of the threat was growing by the second. He instantly gave the order to prepare. This was a sign to the Hunters Association that it was time to act. The portal was likely more than just a temporary phenomenon. Significant and unpredictable monsters could escape through it, and the sooner they intervened, the fewer casualties there would be. All the students were there enjoying a normal day, unaware that the world around them would soon change. Their conversations and laughter resounded in the air as they took a break. Sue, like the rest of the students, was unaware that their world would soon change. She sat quietly chatting with her friends. The whole day was filled with the usual school worries, talking about the day ahead and plans for the weekend. Sue laughed with her classmates, ignoring the vague fatigue that sometimes overcame her. Nothing portended trouble. Everything was as it always was. But suddenly, there was a warning sign. A voice on the loudspeaker sounded with a sharp metallic tinge and told all students to gather in one of the designated rooms. For a moment, everything froze. The students fell silent and stood in bewilderment for a few seconds. The alarm was so sudden and unpredictable that no one could believe it was real. But when the alarm sounded again, panic set in after a few seconds. It became clear that the situation was much more serious than it appeared. Sue felt the panicked children begin to move toward the exits, running for the nearest shelter. She grabbed her bag as if in a fog and followed the others, feeling her inner anxiety rising. The anxiety was real. Panic gripped all the guys running, pushing, and looking back at those who were moving slowly. Jinsu stood in the small store checking his shopping cart and trying to count the last money he had left. He took a few of the most essential groceries. Sue had promised to cook him a meal, and he was ready to go home to enjoy what little time he could spend with her. However, each purchase was not an easy step. Money was tight, and he had to carefully choosing what to buy and what to save for later. There was an urgent news bulletin. Jinsu involuntarily glanced toward the screen where the latest news was being shown. The latest news. And he realized that his sister might be in trouble. Jinsu ran without noticing as his legs carried him faster and faster. Faster and faster as his heart raced in his chest. He couldn't let anything happen to Sue. He couldn't afford to lose her. The piercing thought that his sister might be at the epicenter of the disaster did not let him go. The rumble of his own footsteps mingled with the chaotic hum of the city, with the sound of warnings and sirens reflecting the alarm. Meanwhile, a group of hunters stood at the school gate. There were 4 of them, and they were watching the open space in front of them. These men were experienced hunters, each of whom had been through many battles with monsters, but still a sense of anxiety and anticipation hung in the air. They knew there was a battle to be fought, but no one was sure of the outcome. One of them had doubts, but the other said they could do it, but his words could not dispel the anxiety of the others. Each hunter realized that their task would be difficult. The portal was strange and unstable, and no one knew exactly what monster would break free. But the hunters stood shoulder to shoulder, ready to fight. Soon, a giant monster burst out of the portal, a huge wolf-like creature with giant claws. Its eyes glittered with an evil light, and its teeth whistled through the air as it attacked the humans with fury. Sue hid in one of the school's classrooms, standing at the window and watching. She knew that something terrible was about to happen. Her heart clenched with fear, but she couldn't leave. Her shelter, her life was on the line. She clenched her teeth and tried to hold on. During their existence after Doomsday, Sue had grown accustomed to fear. But now this monster was the living embodiment of a nightmare. Despite the efforts of the hunters who had done everything they could to neutralize the monster, the fight was fierce. When the monster burst through the portal, its destructive power was unimaginable. It was huge with sharp claws and its eyes blazing with evil. It seemed that nothing could stop it. Of course, despite the hunters' best efforts, several disciples fell victim to that monster. Sue, despite the fear and pain of what was happening, Around felt that her moment had come. She couldn't stay in hiding and continue to watch the others fight for her life, for the lives of all the students. When one of the hunters drew the monster away, Sue saw her chance. Her heart was racing, but in that moment, she felt determination. The sight before her was incredibly tense. The monster attacked with terrible force, its paws and claws tearing the ground and its sinister eyes glittering with malice. But Sue couldn't stand by any longer. She ran outside. As the students ran outside, their gazes were immediately caught by the scene that unfolded in front of them. The hunters were already in the center of the field, surrounded by panic and screaming. They stood at the ready with their weapons ready for battle, and each of them was clearly set on one goal: to defeat the monster. Its paws with claws capable of tearing even metal were thrashing about, creating destruction at every turn. The powerful blows that he delivered shook the ground, causing panic among the students. Those who had not yet had time to hide stood back in fear as they watched the brutal struggle. The students froze as they watched the scene. Fear gripped them. Some of them began to retreat in panic and not knowing what to do. Some managed to hide, but most stood frozen, unable to take their eyes off this incredible scene. The hunters fought with fury and courage, their movements coordinated, each knowing his task, each moment counting. They realized that if they did not destroy this monster, the consequences could be catastrophic not only for the school but for the entire city. The monster was mighty. Its blows and roars made the ground shake under their feet, but the hunters did not lose their composure. There was only one thing on their mind: to win. They exploited the monster's every vulnerability, deftly maneuvering to avoid the blows. Every fighting move was precise, each blow precise. In the front row stood the eldest of the hunters, a man whose hands were clenched on his weapon and whose face, despite the heavy blows of the monster, remained unwavering. His experience was evident. He struck with extraordinary force, trying to hit the monster's vulnerable areas. But the monster was too big and too powerful. It never gave up and never slowed down. His assistants kept up, They used their maneuverability to outmaneuver the monster, striking while it was busy fighting the first hunter. They jumped and slid and ducked and dodged, striking where the monster seemed most vulnerable. Their actions were like swordsmanship, quick to strike but not too aggressive. Without a second's hesitation, one of them rushed at the monster and with a powerful blow hit the vulnerable spot. When the monster was defeated, and the students began to breathe a sigh of relief. The whole square was filled with joy. People shouted thanks to the hunters for saving them, that they had escaped a terrible fate. Sue stood aside, her eyes were devoid of the emotions that encompassed the others. Her whole soul was filled with doubt and worry. Everything seemed to be complete, but something kept bothering her. She couldn't forget the moment when she first noticed the hunters as they stood outside the school in the window. Her heart squeezed. Sue felt that something was wrong. Sue stood among the students, feeling her heart heavy with doubt. All around her were shouts of joy thanking the hunters for saving her, but she couldn't forget what had happened. Those men didn't save anyone. They just stood by and watched others die. When the monster was finally defeated, they pretended they were in control, that they had saved everyone. But Sue saw their true colors, and it wasn't the face of heroes. When the teacher suggested sending the students with the hunters, Sue felt that she should never go with them. Alienation grew in her heart, and everything she saw confirmed her suspicions. The hunters were strange, too strange to be trusted. She already knew there was more to them than met the eye. Everything that happened around her confirmed her worst fears. She had always sensed not everything was as it seemed at first glance. The hunters who were supposed to protect stood by and watched while everyone else was fighting for their lives. And now that she realized what they were hiding, she was even more afraid. Her thoughts were filled with a horrible, guessing maybe they were part of some darker and more dangerous plan that no one knew about. Sue looked at their cold faces and felt her blood run cold in her veins. She couldn't understand what they were hiding from her, but now she knew in this fight were not on her side. Their silent observation of human destruction left her with no illusions. They weren't saving, they were destroying. As soon as the new monsters appeared, Sue noticed how the hunters, instead of acting immediately, stood watching again. Sue felt her heart squeezed with despair. Why aren't they fighting? Why aren't they doing anything to help the survivors? It was all too ominous to be ignored. She realized that if she stayed with them, if she continued to follow their plan, she would be just another pawn in their game, and there was no telling what would happen to her. Sue made up her mind. With each passing second, her resolve grew stronger. She couldn't just stand by while her life depended on these people. Sue knew she had to leave and find a way to protect herself and others. And that's when she began to feel sick. And Sue realized that her illness was coming back. She knew that she needed to take her medicine. The teacher, noticing her condition, reached into his backpack and pulled out a pack of pills. The hunters showed and didn't seem to care about the fate of the people around them. Sue realized the ugly truth. They didn't want anyone to survive. They stood by and watched the monsters destroy everything around them. When the teacher finally wanted to give her the medicine, one of the hunters instantly came over and roughly snatched the vial from his hands. Sue felt her heart skip a beat from surprise and fear. Everything was happening so fast that she didn't even have time to react. She tried to understand what was going on with the hunters, but couldn't find an answer. Their behavior went against everything she'd ever known. These men were trained to protect the world from monsters, but now, standing in front of them, she sensed that they didn't just want to help, they wanted something much darker. Their true intentions were hidden behind a mask of supposed protectors. Jinsu approached the school unaware that his sister Sue and the group of hunters were in the center of the action, fighting not only the monsters, but also those who were supposed to protect them. A crowd had already gathered at the scene, but the guards wouldn't let anyone in, and Jinsu realized that there was no way to get in. He didn't waste any time hoping for a normal passageway. He took a few quick steps back, oriented himself, and decided to take a detour, hoping to find a point where there would be no guards. Sue was inside, and that's all he cared about. His brother was sure she was safe, but a strange uneasiness lingered. He couldn't imagine that her life would be in danger. As Jinsu made his way to the building, something terrible was happening inside the school. The hunters stood watching, and their behavior became increasingly suspicious. But at this point, everything changed. Suddenly, another portal opened, larger than the ones that had appeared before. Giant monsters burst out of this portal, and one of the hunters standing nearby watched silently. His gaze was calm and cold. It was strange even for hunters who were used to fighting monsters. Their reaction was too calm. Instead of rushing into battle or commanding action, this hunter was only thinking about one thing: getting those monsters to destroy the humans as quickly as possible. His thoughts sounded frightening and contradictory. He didn't want to fight, he didn't want to protect the humans. Jinsu didn't know what was going on inside of this seemingly peaceful society, but intuitively he felt that the situation was more complicated than it seemed. The hunters he had always thought of as heroes now looked like something else entirely. The monsters were huge and destructive, but even though the crowd panicked, The hunters were in no hurry to act. This was the moment when they really showed their true colors. They weren't interested in saving lives. And if it wasn't for the intervention of the few who decided to fight, the monsters could have easily destroyed everything around them. As Jinsu made his way to the school, he heard screams and noises inside. He had to find Sue and keep her out of danger. Seeing his sister in danger couldn't wait any longer. His heart was pounding in his chest, his eyes glittering with determination, and he realized it was now or never. He jumped out of hiding, not paying attention to what was going on around him and the monster that was already almost next to Sue. His actions were lightning fast, and every move was driven by the sole desire to save his sister. He couldn't let her get hurt. As the monster approached Sue, she felt her body paralyzed with fear. Her heart was beating so hard she could barely breathe, and her gaze was fixed on the monster approaching her. Its eyes burned with a sinister fire. Sue couldn't move from where she was, not knowing what to do. The hunter standing slightly to the side was watching what was happening. He did not rush to intervene. His gaze was cold and impassive. It was part of his job to watch for danger without interfering until the situation got out of hand. And even though Sue was in danger, the hunter thought only of his reward. These human disciples could be used as bait for the monster. That's how he saw his mission: to manipulate the situation for his own gain. His face remained stony while the girl desperately tried to figure out what to do. Jinsu, who was standing a few meters away, suddenly rushed into action. He appeared so quickly that no one even had time to realize where he came from. The hunter stood there staring at him in disbelief. This guy, as it turned out, was not part of their team. He just appeared out of nowhere. And there was something in his movements, in his determination, made the hunter feel that his own ambition was a waste of time. When Jinsu fought the monster, his actions were swift and decisive. There was no doubt he knew what he was doing. Every move he made was precise. His blows tore down the monster's defenses, which amazed the hunter. Before the monster knew what was happening, it was down, and its threat was gone in an instant. The hunter couldn't believe what he was seeing. This wasn't just a fighter, this was a master. The hunter, watching with confusion, could not understand who this man was and where he came from, why he was there, and why he had taken all the glory, all his glory. The hunter's dream was to have his name on the winner's list, but now that Jinsu had crushed the monster in an instant, he couldn't take it at face value. He had a rage in him. He was losing what he needed so badly, his reward. Jinsu approached Sue, but her condition was worse than he thought. Sue sat there unable to move. Her eyes were filled with fear from the horror of what had happened. She couldn't understand how she had gotten herself into this situation. She felt helpless. Jinsu felt his heart squeeze. He realized that not everything was as it seemed. He learned from the teacher that the hunters had acted unfairly. Sue didn't take her medicine, and it had played a decisive role in her condition. Now he felt he had to do something. He couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward, and his body was filled not only with rage, but also determination. He knew that the hunters were not the ones who were supposed to protect humans. They were using humans as bait, and their real intentions were far from honorable. He realized that this was no time for reflection, no time to be proud of his victory. His sister needed, and the sooner he got it back, the sooner Sue would feel relief. But the hunter, despite his defeat, to give up so easily, he was in no hurry to hand over the medicine and looked at Jinsu with clear contempt, as if he was some boy who suddenly in the wrong place. He took a step forward, and his gaze was full of determination. The hunter was holding a packet of medicine, but he wouldn't let him. To just walk up and hand it to Sue. Jinsu had no choice but to fight that hunter. The hunter stood before him, and his eyes glittered with confidence. He knew that he was stronger, more experienced, and could destroy this young opponent. But his confidence was growing not only because of his strength, but also because of one powerful technique he was about to use, the stone skin technique. And he was confident in himself and in victory. Standing there, confident in his invincibility, his body was covered in stone skin that glistened in the sun like armor. He was ready for battle, expecting that Jinsu, despite his bravery, would not be able to penetrate his defenses. He was as experienced as he thought he was. He knew how to defeat any opponent, and nothing could shake him. But Jinsu knew that the hunter had overestimated his strength. Hunter Yang Woo-hyuk stood on the battlefield with his fists clenched. His gaze was sharp, and he carefully watched his opponent Jinsu's every move. He couldn't afford to relax because every moment could be decisive. But Jinsu vanished from his sight as if vanishing into thin air. For Yang Woo, this was not a problem. He was confident in his strength. The confidence was in his movements and even in his breathing. Finally, Jinsu reappeared. His figure instantly appeared in front of Yang Woo, and he didn't hesitate to respond. He quickly clenched his fist, which was like a rock, and with lightning speed, he sent it straight into Jinsu's face. At that moment, it was clear that his blow had been delivered with a great deal of force that could not fail to hit the target. Jinsu didn't hesitate. He used his unique reversal technique. In a split second, he turned back time. It was an insane ability to manipulate time, and it changed the course of events with incredible speed. Before Yang Wu realized what had happened, he found himself facing the same Jinsu, but with a different situation. Time seemed to slow down, and everything around him seemed unreal. He tried to make the same strike again, but he couldn't do it in time. Jinsu hit him with his blade. At that moment, Yang Wu realized that he was in a position where he had no control over the situation. His fist, which had been flying with tremendous speed, was now frozen in midair, and all he could feel was his power starting to fade. Jinsu used this to seize initiative. It was no longer Yang Wu dominating the field, but Jinsu. The next second, Jinsu was in front of Yang Wu, and despite his majestic and imposing appearance, the hunter could no longer be sure of his superiority. He had been pushed out of position and was now forced to fight for survival instead of attacking. With every second that Yang Wu tried to understand what had happened, he realized he was losing. It was like a blow to the heart of his confidence. He couldn't believe that Jinsu had seized the initiative so quickly and that his own strength was no longer the deciding factor. On the battlefield, tension was building up. Yang Wu's gaze was full of bewilderment and confusion. His normally calm face became contorted with shock and displeasure. He couldn't understand how a man who, just a moment ago, seemed to be just a weak enemy. A weak enemy was now so strong and cunning. Yang Wu tried to find an explanation, but there was none. His men who were around with Yang Wu couldn't hide their emotions either. Witnessing what had happened, they stood there with their mouths hanging open. How Jinsu had changed the course of the battle almost in the blink of an eye. Their eyes were troubled and confused. They couldn't believe it could happen. When Yang Wu realized that his strength was no match for the extraordinary abilities Jinsu had displayed, and that the situation was getting out of his control, he felt a cold sweat cover his forehead. He wasn't prepared to lose, but now that he was on the brink of defeat, his self-confidence began to slowly dissolve. Yang Wu felt the circumstances changing rapidly and realized that the only way to save his life was to try to pay him off. But Jinsu thought about finally being able to get the medicine from Yang Wu. He turned around with instant determination and threw them towards his friend Su. He knew that time was of the essence, and it was now to get the medicine to save his sister. Su was lying nearby. Jinsu had somehow freed his sister's friend from her shackles. She caught the medicine, and her eyes flashed with relief. She knew it was a chance. Her gaze was full of confusion, but at the same moment, as if she had returned to reality, she started to act. She realized she had no choice but to try to help her friend, so she gave her the medicine. She struggled to look at her face pale and her expression contorted with pain, but there was still a faint sense of hope in Su's eyes. The minutes dragged on for an agonizingly long time, but soon Su slowly began to calm down. Her breathing became more even and Su felt better. It was still far from ideal and they had many trials ahead of them, but at least now his sister could breathe freely. That was the most important thing. And everything that happened was like an eclipse and none of the students could still recover. Yang Wu lay in utter defeat, his body tense and his eyes glittering with rage and frustration. In this moment when he was defeated, and his pride had been trampled on, he could only swear that he would take revenge. He couldn't believe that Jinsu, his enemy, had seized the initiative. With his strength and unusual control over time, he was not just an opponent but a real threat to Yang Wu. Jinsu was several steps ahead. His strength, precision, and ability threw Yang Wu off balance, and despite all his power, Yang Wu couldn't contain his anger. With each passing second, he became more and more angry and determined. Thoughts of revenge swirled in his mind. He couldn't let Jinsu walk away with a victory so that his defeat wouldn't be the finale. But as Jinsu turned his back and started to walk away, and Yang Wu felt the moment for his plan had arrived, his group gathered around him ready to carry out his instructions. He knew that if they could break the core of the dungeon, there would be no way out. This was the last chance for Yang Wu and his team. Realizing that there was nothing left to lose, he decided to take action. Bei Dongyang broke the core. Yang Wu was sure of his plan. The core is the key to get out of the dungeon, and destroying it would mean they could control the situation. But as his team set about destroying it, he was glad that he could, to make sure Jinsu didn't get out of there. He was able to fulfill his plan to get revenge on Jinsu. All he could see was a lost expression on the faces of the people who realized they were now trapped in this place with no way out. Yang Wu was sure that now he had won. He couldn't contain his joy. As he laughed, he felt pride overwhelm him. He could already imagine how Jinsu would be tormented that they couldn't, to get out of this dungeon. How everyone, including his sister and his students, would be left here forever, while Yang Wu and his team would be the victors, who shattered the enemy's hopes. Su stood among her comrades, unable to understand what would happen next. Everything was happening too fast, and she still couldn't believe she was in this situation. Her brother had been her last hope, but now they were trapped. What to expect? His confidence and determination with which he used to lead them now seemed empty and meaningless. There was despair in his eyes. But his face was still hidden behind a mask of strength. Thoughts swirled in her head, but they led to nothing concrete. Sue couldn't understand how they had fallen into this trap, what had happened, and what would happen next. She felt her heart clench with fear. Jinsu stood a little apart from everyone, his gaze directed into the void, and his expression was one of despair. He wasn't like Sue was used to seeing. Usually he always found a way out of any situation, always had confidence in himself and his strength. But now, his strength seemed exhausted. When Yang Wu turned to his team and said that it was time to use the return scroll, that they would leave this place and be able to return, and his confidence vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He pulled out the scroll, clutched it in his hands, and used it, but suddenly, when he expected to see the sparkling light that was supposed to bring them back, nothing happened. The scroll didn't work. Instead of opening the portal as he expected, everything around them remained dark and empty. Everything around them seemed the same as before. But now the feeling was much heavier. Yang Wu was starting to get nervous. Jinsu realized that he needed the scroll, and now, when he held it, Yang Wu and his team couldn't do anything about it. Jinsu looked at them with cold determination and did not waste a second. He took the scroll from Yang Wu without Yang Wu even realizing when, and now he wanted to use the scroll. It was at that moment that Yang Wu realized that he had lost. He stood in that empty, frozen space like a stone cage. Everything he had planned was crumbling. His strength, his strategic mind. Yang Wu's men saw Jinsu leaving with the scroll and couldn't accept the loss. Their eyes filled with rage and despair. They began to act, hoping to get back what was taken from them. But no matter what they tried, no matter how they rushed at Jinsu, their efforts were in vain. They rushed to the attack and tried to snatch the scroll using all their strength and skills. But Jinsu was so confident and strong that his reactions were lightning fast. Every move they made was met with a decisive and cold response. He dodged their attacks as easily as if he knew their every move in advance. The scroll in Jinsu's hands, and he wouldn't let anyone get any closer. Yang Wu and his team were beginning to realize that their strength was nothing against what they were up against. Jinsu was several steps ahead, and all their attempts to take away the scroll looked like nothing more than helpless moves. He was not only stronger, but far more experienced, and he was able to get out of there. Lim Do-yoon stood in front of the screen, her gaze fixed on him, which was showing the events unfolding in the dungeon. She watched Yang Wu's team's every move, confident that they could handle any situation. She was convinced that their experience, strength, and determination would allow them to quickly find a way out, and they would be able to come back victorious. Her confidence began to waver when the communication with the group was suddenly cut off. She thought it was a temporary hiccup, perhaps a technical problem or a minor interference in the signal. But the minutes dragged on and still no communication. She soon realized that the group had been destroyed. Lim Do-yoon sat staring at the screen, trying to piece together all the scraps of information that were coming in. She couldn't believe what had happened to Yang Wu's group. Everything was moving so fast that her mind couldn't keep up with the events. But when she took a closer look at what was going on, in her mind finally came together. She saw that the scrolls had been used. Lim Do-yoon looked and was shown Jinsu and the students beside him. She squinted her eyes, trying to put all the details into one picture. Among the people standing next to Jinsu, there were a few familiar faces, but Jinsu was the central figure. He was not only the one who controlled the situation, but also the one who kept the key elements under his control. She realized that he was the one who had pulled Sue and the disciples out. Jinsu, with his incredible strength and skill, had managed to save them all. Lim Do-yoon froze as her realization grew. Jinsu wasn't just a strong opponent, he was a strategist who knew what to do in any situation. And now that she was looking at him, she realized that he was the one who had changed the course of events. She realized that now she had to do something. Yang Wu's father would want to blame Jinsu and avenge his son's death. Now, knowing that Jinsu had such strength, Lim Do-yoon wanted him to become a member of the association. She wanted him to become a hunter too. Her mind was working at full speed, and she knew that she had to act not only fast but also smart. Yang Wu's father, a powerful man, stood in his office and his face was contorted with rage. His son had been out of contact and he couldn't stand it. His heart was pounding at a frantic pace and every moment felt like a painful blow. He felt that something had gone wrong, that his son might be dead. His eyes glittered with anger as he unleashed his fury on the company employees who stood before him. There was a tense silence in the room as people looked anxiously at their boss. Every one of them knew that Yang Wu was his pride, and that if anything happened to him, the consequences would be extremely painful for everyone. Yang Wu's father felt his patience wearing thin. He paced around, the room with his fists clenched and his face becoming more and more contorted with anger. The company employees, trying their best to calm him down, looked at each other in confusion. realizing that they could not meet his demands. However, it was at that moment that the office door opened and his eldest son Han Jae-hyuk entered the room. He was the kind of man who always remained calm even when the situation was tense. He was reasonable and rational, unlike his father who could lose all restraint at times like this. Han Jae-hyuk looked at his father, who was still furious, and quietly but firmly said that they were just employees and that they were doing their best. Han Jae-hyuk's father, still shaken by what happened to his youngest son, began to realize that the only person who can make things right now, to make things right, was his eldest son. He was sure that Han Jae-hyuk, with his calm, strategic thinking and determination, would be able to not only find those responsible for Yang Wu's disappearance, but also punish those who dared to harm his family. His father looked at his son, hoping that he would be able to take responsibility for justice. He had no doubt that Han Jae-hyuk would act with cold determination without missing a single detail. Lim Do-yoon sat in her office, staring thoughtfully at the screen of her phone. She knew that her next move could play a key role in her plans, and all she needed was to get under Jin-soo's arm. His weakness was obvious. His sister, who needed expensive treatment, was her greatest asset, and Lim Do-yoon knew how to use that fact to her advantage. Her plan was simple. She was going to manipulate Jin-soo using his affection for his sister and her condition. Lim Do-yoon realized that his family was more important to him than anything else. So if she could tap into his personal feelings, she would gain control over him. She called him and knew that now it was up to him to accept her proposal. Inside her, she was sure he wouldn't refuse. He was attached to his sister, and if she offered him an option that would ensure her recovery, he would surely agree to a meeting. Her words were placed so that he had no doubt she had information that could help him, and of course Lim Do-yoon. She knew that he, like anyone who cares for his loved ones, couldn't refuse her offer. He was willing to do anything for his sister, and he agreed to the meeting. Jin-soo sat at a table in the cafe watching people come and go, but his thoughts were far away from that. He thought over everything that had happened and couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at how things had ended with Yang Wu. He knew that his actions were right. Yang Wu, this cocky and cruel man, deserved what happened to him. Jin-soo had no doubt that he had gotten his revenge rightfully, because Yang Wu used people as just bait for traps, forcing them to be bait for monsters. He manipulated the lives of others without caring about the consequences, and Jin-soo couldn't let that go unpunished. He realized that Lim Do-yoon probably wouldn't help him. Him for nothing. Jin-soo knew that she, like anyone with power, would never act without some ulterior motive. It was part of her game, and he was sure she would try to use it to her advantage. Lim Do-yoon sat across from Jin-soo, her gaze calm. She didn't rush to answer, giving him time to realize that a lot of things were being decided. A slight smile played on her face, but there was a light in her eyes, of hidden intent. Jin-soo was ready to hear something like this from her. He knew there was no such thing as free help, but now it was official. She wanted him to become an association hunter. He felt his heart start to beat a little faster. He knew that. It's an organization where the best of the best fight, and she was recruiting him into the organization. She also said that Yang Wu's father would start looking for someone who could be held responsible for what happened. And now Jin-soo was at risk. He knew that the game with Lim Do-yoon wouldn't be easy. He wasn't one to trust easily, and despite her offer, he still had questions. And now that she offered him this, he realized that it would change his life. Jin-soo thought again. He knew that his future now depended on the decision he had to make. Time was of the essence, and his sister needed medical attention right now. But the thought of being in the association tormented him. He knew that accepting their terms meant that his life would change forever. And most importantly, he needed to know if he would be able to fight real enemies as effectively as he did in the virtual games. Jin-soo sat in his chair, nervously fingering the edge of the table. His mind was swarming with thoughts of anxiety and fears that he didn't know how to deal with. All these worries were not only about his future, but also about what he had left behind. He was the only one who could look after his sister, and he didn't know if she could cope without him. She was too sick, too vulnerable to be left alone. He felt that her health might deteriorate without his constant attention. Another fear plagued him. What if something happened to him while he was working? He was certain that if he went on this job, he couldn't guarantee his safety. Facing enemies in real life was completely different than virtual life. There was no second chance, no reset button. He was ready to fight, but he realized that any rash decision could have irreparable consequences. But thinking of his sister's need for treatment and Lim Do-yoon was his only chance to help her made him make a decision. He decided to try. After all, if he didn't try, he would never know what could have been. He felt he had to move forward despite all the doubts and fears plaguing him. Jin-soo gathered his strength and headed to the office where he was to be checked in. It was the first step in his new life, and he couldn't afford to appear weak. There, he had to prove that he was ready to work for the organization and become a hunter who could handle any challenge. His shoulders clenched a little from the strain, but he forced himself to keep going. When he arrived, he noticed that there were already many people here as expected. They all looked determined to pass the test and prove their strength. The atmosphere was tense and everyone there could be a competitor. Competition, and no one wanted to show their weaknesses. Soon, the car doors opened and out stepped a man who immediately attracted attention. It was Baek Jinho, known for his connection to the Hwarang Guild. He was middle-aged with a sharply defined face and an expression that said, of his confidence. Baek Jinho was responsible for recruiting and training new hunters, but he appeared to have his own opinions about his role in the organization. Despite his position, he was eager to lead a higher-ranked unit. However, due to his failed raid, in which only 3 hunters out of 13 returned, he was punished and sent on low-ranking raids with new recruits. In the room where the raid took place, there was a vending machine with numbers. Each participant had to go up to it and get their number to pass the power testing procedure. Jinsu was watching carefully. Many of those present were already approaching the machine to get their numbers, and with some excitement, they moved towards the arena where the test awaited them. Some were happy that they had passed the inspection and were confident that their strength met the requirements, their faces glowing with pride and satisfaction. This was the moment when all their efforts could be rewarded. But there was one in the crowd who couldn't accept the possibility of failure. His goal was not just to pass the test, but to demonstrate his strength and resilience. He clenched his fists and his eyes were full of determination and anger at the same time. For him, this test was more than just a test. He didn't want to accept defeat and said that the system was wrong. Baek Jinho, who was watching closely, noticed him. His behavior immediately alerted Baek. His aggression and refusal to accept defeat could not help but catch his eye. Jinho Baek, holding back his inner tension, turned to the man. He was confident in his abilities and his confidence was not unreasonable. And he said that if he saw that the system was working properly, he would leave immediately. And he agreed. It wasn't just a test for him. It was more proof of his importance and control. Baek didn't like to lose, and he certainly didn't like to let anyone think he was weak. His actions were always calculated, and every move was well thought out. And Baek went downstairs to him and was immediately beside him. Then the two of them approached the device. The man wasn't so sure of himself anymore. The device immediately lit up, and Baek felt the tension in the room increase. Everyone had been watching him, and now everyone's attention was focused on this. This was his test, and he was going to pass it without a problem. He knew that the system would evaluate his strength according to certain criteria, and the results would show his level and strength. When the system finished analyzing him, the screen lit up and showed that he was level A. Everyone present was watching the process closely, and the tension was palpable in the air. The man who had previously looked at everyone with defiance was now forced to leave the room. His eyes were full of disappointment, but he knew that he had failed the test. Baek was right. If his powers didn't live up to expectations, he really didn't belong among these hunters. He left without a word, leaving the room with a bitter look on his face, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. Now the room was silent and the gazes turned to Jinsu, who, like many others, stood waiting for his turn. This was his moment. The excitement inside him grew, but he already knew he could not back down. Despite all the doubts and fears that plagued him, he couldn't afford not to take the test. When Jinsu's result appeared on the scoreboard, the room was silent for a few seconds. Everyone in the room froze, unable to believe it. Their eyes. On the screen was a letter that no one had expected, level A. It was the highest level that only a few could reach. And here he was, Jinsu standing among those who had just started but had already achieved this incredible achievement. The shock was evident on the faces of everyone in the room. Those who had hoped to quickly find and obtain the best newcomers now felt almost confused. They had already signed contracts with several promising hunters, but no one had thought that on this day, when they had almost completed their search, another one would appear. At such a high level, Jinsu seemed to be a rare find, and no one but Lim Do could understand how he hadn't been recruited by any guild. Meanwhile, Lim Do-yoon was sitting with Jinsu in her office. She was making them coffee, but her mind was far away from the fact from enjoying the beverage. She was puzzled that he would refuse to sign the contract. It was illogical. She knew that other private guilds could offer him much more money, better conditions, and prospects. However, Jinsu had decided to go his own way, and she couldn't understand what made him make that choice. Lim realized that with Jinsu's level of strength, he had a lot of opportunities waiting for him, and the association couldn't guarantee him the kind of offers he would get from other big players. When Jinsu finally made the decision to join the association, he felt a weight lifted off him. It wasn't an easy decision, but despite his doubts, he realized it was the only way if he wanted to help his sister, and perhaps find answers to the questions that plagued him. Lim Do-yoon saw his determination and nodded in satisfaction. Lim was really happy that Jinsu had decided to stay. It wasn't just a decision, it was an important step that opened up new opportunities for him. Opportunities, but it also gave her certain assurances. She knew that his level was an incredible asset to the organization, and now she could be sure that they would work together to maximize his power. She had hoped for his selection for a reason. The association needed people like him to strengthen their team and reach new heights. He was important not only as a powerful unit, but as a key player in the development of the organization. And now that he had chosen them, Lim felt that everything was working out the way it should. She immediately left to inform his superiors of his decision. Jinsu was left alone sitting at his desk and contemplating his moves. This moment was a major turning point in his life, and now he realized that everything would change. He didn't know what exactly was in store for him. Lim left the office, leaving Jinsu alone. He sat pensively staring at the cup of coffee in front of him, unable to get rid of the thoughts of what the future held for him. He had already made a big decision, but now that it seemed almost done, he couldn't help but think about the possible consequences. The organization is a whole world with its own rules and expectations. A long time passed, but Lim didn't come back. Jinsu began to feel Jinsu began to feel tense, as if something was wrong. He looked at the clock and then at the door again. Time dragged on, and every movement he made became more and more restless. He was beginning to wonder what could have happened when the office door finally opened and Lim walked in. Back in, Lim sat down at her desk, panting a little. Her breathing was a little heavy, as if she had actually spent more time than she had planned. In her hand was a capsule with a chip in it. Lim placed the capsule in front of Jinsu. Her face was slightly hidden from his gaze, but Jinsu couldn't help but notice how her expression became more tense. She watched his reaction carefully. The capsule with the chip, she said, should contain all the information about him, his abilities, his talents, all the information about him. Jinsu didn't hesitate to take the capsule in his hands. He realized that this was an important moment. His data would be transferred to the device. With a little hesitation, he drank it. It turned out that Lim was the unlucky one who had the power, and she didn't know what it was like to be a hunter. But Jinsu cheered her up a bit by telling her not to get upset and that she was very useful in the office. Soon, a notification arrived on his phone. His eyes scrutinized the information that quickly appeared on the display. Jinsu carefully watched the screen of his phone where his data was displayed, but suddenly, he noticed something strange. The information that should have been standard information began to appear right in front of him. There were graphs of his strength charts and even his biological reactions. He realized it was all related to his unique abilities, but what he was seeing was completely new and strange. He glanced at Lim, who noticed something was wrong. She couldn't see what was displayed in front of him. Jinsu certainly didn't want to frighten her with unnecessary details, so he decided not to talk about what he had just seen. He figured if she couldn't see it, she didn't need to know what he had just seen. Jinsu continued to scrutinize the data on the screen. His eyes stayed focused on the numbers and graphs displayed in front of him. He noticed that amongst all the stats was another feature of the 4 abilities that perhaps explained his extraordinary strength. He did not yet fully realize how they worked or how they could be used, but it was obvious that these abilities would play a key role in his future. He quickly ran his eyes over the characteristics of his powers. These powers looked like something unimaginable on the screen. He felt that all of these powers combined gave him an incredible advantage, but at the same time it created new risks. But at the moment, there didn't seem to be time to think about the consequences. It was time to move on. Limdo, noticing his prolonged silence, she couldn't hide her confusion. She saw that his expression had changed, but she didn't know what caused it. Jinsu, however, didn't worry about her possible doubts. He looked up and nodded slightly to show that everything was fine. Lim was relieved. Lim sighed, though her eyes still showed concern. She went over and took out the contract that would now be a part of his new life. Jinsu took the contract and quickly flipped through it. The terms and conditions were all quite acceptable. Security, a high salary, the ability to choose his own weapons and equipment, access to resources, treatment for his sister and closure of all debts, and of course the gift of an apartment and a car of your choice. All this was done to convince him of the seriousness of the offer. He smiled as he signed the document and felt a sense of satisfaction growing inside. It was an important step, and despite all the anxiety and uncertainty, he was glad to be in this position. Lim nodded again and smiled back. She was clearly pleased with the way things were unfolding. It was an important moment for her, for she could now say with confidence that the association had gained one of the strongest and most promising new members. Jinsu stood up and headed for the door, ready to leave the office. But before he left, he stopped and looked at Limdo again, said goodbye, and thanked her. She smiled and nodded, confirming that she would always be ready to help if there were any difficulties. She was pleased that this step had been taken, and now she had to report the signing of the contract to the top management. Limdo confident in the success of her mission, went to the management. She was ready to report the signing of the contract with Jinsu and share the good news. She headed straight down the corridors to her superiors. However, as she approached the door, she heard loud shouts and irritated voices. A few phrases broke through the thick of the door, and Lim immediately realized that there was a conflict going on inside. She froze for a moment, listening to the argument. One of the voices was her boss, but the other, more harsh and angry, was a complete stranger. Lim thought something important had happened, and perhaps it wasn't that long ago that entered into. Her co-workers or supervisors rarely stepped outside the office. She pressed herself against the wall, trying not to be seen, and continued to listen. Lim felt the tension in the air increase. This was clearly a man with powers, and his refusal could greatly affect the current situation. She cursed to herself the moment she hadn't listened to the conversation until the end. It would be unwise to skip such conversations with the tense atmosphere. When the office door suddenly opened, a man almost fairy-like stepped out of it. He looked not too smug, clearly annoyed. With a look full of displeasure, Lim quickly stepped aside to avoid his sight and waited for him to leave. Now relying on her own determination, Lim walked into the office where she was let in after a few minutes of waiting. Inside, she was greeted by her superiors, looking worried but clearly hopeful about her report. This was the moment to deliver the good news. She took out the signed contract with Jinsu and simply placed it on the desk in front of the supervisor. A spark flashed in the supervisor's eyes, and a look of relief appeared on his face. This was a really important achievement that could influence their plans and strengthen their position. And Lim couldn't help but notice the atmosphere in the office had changed. The tension was gone, giving way to satisfaction. She felt proud of her work. Meanwhile, Jinsu left the office and started his way through the city. He walked through the familiar streets, absorbed in his own thoughts. By his own thoughts, his gaze slid over the places that were familiar, but he felt that everything had changed. His life would never be the same again. Inside, he felt overwhelming emotions. On the one hand, he was happy for the new stage in his life, but on the other, he felt a growing unease. His powers of ability, the world that was just beginning to open up before him, it all seemed even more complex and uncertain than he had anticipated. Jinsu didn't know what the near future would bring. He was ready for a challenge. And with each step, Jinsu became more and more immersed in the atmosphere of his new life. The life of a hunter was full of danger and struggle, but it was his choice. He knew that he would need to train hard to be ready for any challenge that came his way. So, when he finally reached the place where he was to train, he was determined to give it his best. It was getting late, and it seemed like the entire building was frozen in the silence of the night. When Jinsu entered the lobby, the first thing he noticed was the girl at the front desk. Seemed to have fallen asleep long ago. Her head was tilted slightly to the side and her eyes were closed. She was sitting in a chair, oblivious to the light that was still on in the hall. Still burning in the hall. He approached the counter and was sorry to wake her, but as soon as he stepped closer, her eyes snapped open. The girl instantly jumped up from her seat as if noticing an important person, and panic flashed in her eyes. She hurried to clean herself up, as if to show she hadn't slept on the job. Her eyes flashed awkwardly as she adjusted her uniform and tried to smile. When she realized he wasn't a boss, just a client, she relaxed a little. He asked her for a ticket to the training room. The girl instantly dropped her anxiety and started looking for the necessary document. He could have chosen the common room where many people practiced, but on this time, his intentions were serious. He had long strived for perfection, and now with his new status, he could afford to take a machine for one. And although it cost more, he realized that every minute of training was important to him. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, but instantly, she realized that her interlocutor was no ordinary visitor. His confidence and calmness spoke for themselves. She was a little confused, but still. She was still processing his request. The girl lifted her head and her eyes flashed with understanding. She immediately remembered who he was. It was the same Jinsu, the high-ranking hunter everyone was talking about. She had heard his name, and even though it was the first time she had met him, she already knew she was facing a man who was recognized as one of the best in the business. High rank among hunters meant not only strength but also experience that he had. Jinsu took the ticket, and stepped towards the corridor that led to the simulation room. His mind was still reeling with thoughts of the high bill he had just paid for this room. The price was indeed not insignificant, but he knew that such moments were important to him. After all, his goal was clear: to train until he could get into a real battle. When he opened the door and stepped inside, his expectations were beyond anything imaginable. He was expecting a standard training room, but what he saw before him was something else entirely. The room was huge, the size of an entire gymnasium, and every detail had been thought out. The walls were covered with a special material that absorbed sound, creating an almost complete silence, broken only by the slight noise of the ventilation system. In the center of the room stood a huge simulator. He chose to fight a group of monsters. As soon as the fight began, Jinsu felt his body instantly synchronize with the simulator. He felt every movement, every punch, every move he could make in real combat. The simulator generated all the opponents with amazing accuracy from their appearance to their combat reactions. He could already feel the difference. It was a real challenge. The monsters that appeared were huge and sinister. Determination flashed in his eyes. He immediately activated his skills without giving them a chance. But even though Jinsu was an experienced hunter, that didn't mean it would be easy for him. The monsters in the simulator adapted to his movements and attacked intelligently. They tried to surround him and used traps and tricks to eventually force him to make a mistake. Every time he noticed a vulnerability in their actions, he immediately used his blade-throwing skills to ensure that the enemy had no time to do anything. All the while, his body moved with a speed and precision that it felt like he was on a battlefield rather than in a simulation. Despite his success, however, he did not relax. He knew that it was important to hone every move, every strike, so that in real combat, he could use them intuitively and without hesitation. He decided to pause. He had always been curious, and his desire to develop was not limited to physical training. He knew that his strength lay not only in muscle, but in unique skills that set him apart from other hunters. These abilities could be both his advantage and the cause of his fears. They could be the deciding factor in a battle against the strongest of opponents. I remembered recently being told that he possessed a rare and unique ability. This ability was something unusual, something that other hunters could not understand or use as effectively. It was a gift that could help him win the most difficult battles. He wanted to understand what this ability was. Suddenly, something appeared in the air in front of him. It looked like a portal, but it wasn't. Something familiar. The energy emanating from it didn't seem alien anymore. It was a natural extension of his inner strength, and it told him that it was his unique ability. Realizing that his unique ability was unparalleled, he was very surprised and he didn't know how to react to it. In front of him was now a sort of energy field where he could see his ability through her eyes. He stood there in complete bewilderment, still trying to realize what had happened. What he had just summoned was his unique ability. But now, as the portal disappeared, his mind began to work faster, trying to figure out how it all connected. His ability wasn't just a glowing embodiment of power or fighting monsters. It turned out to be something much more complex and layered. When the vortex disappeared, a voice spoke to him. There was also a digital interface invisible to the normal eye. He saw her, and she made his heart freeze for a moment. She told him in detail of what he needed to know. He realized he could trade glasses and summon his abilities, and his understanding of reality changed. Points were a resource he could earn by completing missions and tasks, but as it turned out, their number was directly related to the difficulty and danger of each mission. And if he completed higher-level missions, he could earn more points, which he then used to activate or improve his abilities. But the more powerful the ability, the more points it took to use or activate it. Each of these abilities had its own value. Obviously, he could use them at any time, but every time he activated one of these abilities, his point reserve would be reduced. The more powerful skills required far more points. It was a balance that he had to consider when deciding which ability to activate. The mission he needed to accomplish wasn't something random. It came, as it were, from his ability itself, and it seemed to be an opportunity to earn points for further improvement. Those points could be the key to his progress. He realized that the more points he accumulated, the more powerful abilities he could summon, the more difficult missions he could undertake, and the stronger he would become. His mind froze for a moment as he realized that his ability didn't just grant him a mission. It also had the name Apple. Of course, that name sounded a little strange and even ridiculous, but he didn't have time to think about that now. Han Jae-hyuk was outside the hospital, and his face was emotionless as he assessed the situation. This one wasn't random. He knew that behind the portal incident. At the school were the people who were now here in this facility. Those who somehow managed to survive and escape may have possessed information that he needed to know, but he didn't expect to get anything peacefully. Han was going to find out whether or not, if he was willing to get tough. His team had already made sure the hospital's security wouldn't be an obstacle. They'll be able to get inside, undetected by the guards. The process was quiet and swift. Behind him stood his men, all in suits with cold eyes and a firm determination to accomplish the task. Each of them was trained to handle any obstacle. These were men who could handle any obstacle, whether it was aggressive resistance, hidden traps, or the need to operate when things around them became unmanageable. Each of them was equipped with weapons that could effectively neutralize threats. Their arsenal included not only weapons, but also high-tech gadgets that could block surveillance cameras and suppress security systems. Han Jae-hyuk knew that by moving with these people, he would always be one step ahead. The hospital, despite its tight security, couldn't interfere with their plans. They acted with the coolness of professionals, bypassing any obstacles as if they were nothing more than trivial obstacles. The strategy was simple enter to get information, and leave. Han Jae-hyuk was already determined at this time. He knew that his goal was close, and even if he had to resort to violence to achieve it, he had no doubts about his actions. He was sure that those at the hospital could help him. To figure out what was going on with the portal and uncover more secrets that had remained hidden since the incident at the school. As they entered the reception area, the girls were clearly frightened, their eyes darting around looking for help but unable to do anything. It was clear they had no strength or will to resist. Han didn't like moments like this. He preferred things to go according to plan, but if force had to be used, to use force, he had no hesitation in his decision. He threatened to force one of the girls to go with him, and to give him the names of those who had survived from the incident. As they moved deeper into the hospital, the atmosphere became more and more tense. Han was certain that if he couldn't find what he was looking for, he wouldn't stop. But his men were prepared for any situation. One of the girls had a nervous look on her face, checking the system, trying to find the names he was looking for. At this point, her hands were shaking, and even though she was trying to stay calm, that she was panicking, but even so, she started typing data into the computer. Han Jae-hyuk didn't waste any time waiting. He took a quick step towards her, and with a sudden movement, he pushed the girl aside without paying attention to her frightened face. She barely kept herself from falling, but froze without daring to object. She knew that her life depended on what was happening now, and he realized that. It was Sue who had been taken away the day before. When Han Jae-hyuk had gotten all the information he needed, he left the hospital. The girl at the front desk sighed in relief. There was a brief moment of calmness on her face, as if the danger had passed and she was back to her usual state. Back to her usual state. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was finally over. The tension she had felt when they were in the room began to subside, and she could almost believe that she would be back to her usual quiet routine. Her relief, however, was short-lived. In fact, it was only the first act in a much darker game than she could have imagined. As soon as the hospital doors closed behind Han, his men standing beside the big dark trucks rolled back one of the doors and let something horrible out. A giant monster several stories tall with strong claws, sharp teeth, and huge paws came running out into the street. Paws that thudded on the asphalt. The hospital Han had just entered was now the center of destruction. The monster set free and began to smash everything in its path. Glass windows, walls, cars, people panicking as they tried to escape. The entire neighborhood was plunged into chaos. Hospital security was breached, and the building began to burst at the seams. People could be heard screaming, the sounds of destruction and the screeching of metal. But nothing could stop the monster. Confusion reigned everywhere. The air was filled with the sounds of screams and panic, and the ground shook with loud footsteps of the monster as if it were an earthquake. No matter how fast people tried to hide or run away, no attempt was successful. The monster was unstoppable, and its destructive power was overwhelming. The hospital that had once seemed a place of salvation was now a trap. In this chaos where time seemed to stand still, no one knew what to do. People rushed to get out, but most were already doomed. Only Han Jae-hyuk and his men who watched the destruction could realize that this was part of his plan. The monster wasn't just an accident. It was a tool that would leave a trail of destruction and terrify anyone who got in its way. But for Jin-soo, who had been following the news in the room, the situation was much more personal. He knew that if his sister had stayed in this place, she would not have escaped this tragedy. That realization gave him some relief, but along with it came a sense of anxiety and determination. Now he had to act to protect her and deal with those behind the destruction. But Jin-soo knew that in order to deal with these people and their brutal methods, he would need to greatly increase his abilities. He realized that he didn't have enough experience to deal with such threats directly, so his job now was to learn to train and build up his strength. He knew it was time to act. Training with simulators was useful, but he realized that for real battles he would have to go through real trials. He needed to gain experience and prove to himself that he could handle real threats, not just digital ones. Adversaries. He had to practice raids in real territories where encounters with dangerous creatures were not imaginary. Needed to travel to the Korean peninsula, to a place he knew orcs had taken over years ago. It was a terrifying event. When these monsters arrived, they're wreaking havoc. The humans organized a counterattack, and after a week of intense fighting, to clear the island of most of the orcs. But they couldn't completely destroy all their nests. In caves and underground tunnels, there were still groups of survivors. Orcs who continued to hide and regenerate. This island was now a frequent destination for cleanup teams. The area, once a symbol of human victory, remained dangerous and still in need of a final cleanup. Jins and his team were tasked to go to the island and finish the job. It was a chance for him to test his mettle in real monster battles. He knew that defeating the orcs would not be easy. They were not only strong but cunning adversaries who could survive in the harshest conditions. But now he had the task of getting through these raids and clearing the island of the remaining threats. He had a team of experienced hunters and fighters to help him in this dangerous mission. Jinsu arrived at the site and saw his team preparing for the raid. Team leader Lee Sang-yoon stood nearby with a map and was scrutinizing the route map. His face was serious and focused. Lee Sang-yoon was experienced. His reputation as the best raid leader in the association was impeccable. He didn't allow newcomers to join his team, especially on dangerous missions like this one. But today, despite his skepticism, Jinsu was still accepted into the raid, albeit under strict conditions. Yuna Young, the team's sniper, stood a little aside checking her weapon. She was silent, but her coolness and accuracy spoke for themselves. Ah Young was one of those who always preferred to stay in the shadows, but her abilities made her indispensable. In the team, she was considered a true long-range master. Jinsu felt a little insecure. He had never been to such places, and this was his first assignment at this level. Thoughts were swarming in his head. All those thoughts were quickly put to the back burner. When Lee Sang-yoon noticed his worries, he said it was okay and he could go with them, but on the condition that he had to stay in the rear. It was his first time in such a situation, and Lee was right. The mission was indeed dangerous. The island could be full of not only orcs, but other more powerful monsters they might encounter. This wasn't just a raid, but a real monster hunt where everyone had to be on the lookout. Once the team was assembled, they were given weapons and special tools for battle. Jeans was given the right to choose his weapons, and he chose blades, as always. These long curved swords were his primary tool in battle. He felt that it was the blades that gave him the flexibility and speed he was looking for. These weapons were perfect for his style of fighting, swift and precise. As he gripped them in his hands, the feeling of confidence returned. He was ready even though he realized that they had real challenges ahead of them. The team moved quickly towards the cave, and they knew that time was against them. Jinsu walked beside them, trying to keep up, but his inner restlessness grew with each step. Everything around them was alien. He couldn't help but think of the possible reward for winning this brutal battle. He realized that each member of the group was entitled to points for completing the mission, as well as additional bonuses for successfully destroying the orcs. However, these thoughts should not overshadow his focus on the battle. He knew that the success of this operation was not just a matter of his personal gain, but the safe completion of the mission for the entire group. Lee Sang-yoon realized that time was not just a factor in their situation, but crucial to success. He knew that the group had to act quickly and cohesively, or they risked not only losing their earnings for the mission, but also not earning anything. This wasn't just a battle with orcs. It was a contest against time. In such raids, the outcome depended on how fast they could accomplish the task. As he entered the cave, he sensed that something was not right. The deep instincts of an experienced fighter were not wrong. Every move he made was calculated, every step prepared. Lee moved with caution, his eyes studying the surrounding terrain, assessing possible threats. His words caused Jinsu to speed up. Jinsu too speed up, who still looked back several times. He also knew that if they didn't act quickly, the other members of the raid would be far ahead of them, and the team's efforts would be wasted. Time was against them, and they had to decide who and how they would take part in the battle with the Zorks. The cave that seemed calm at first glance hid something more. Lee Sang-yoon stopped, and they began to listen. But the noise of fighting and the heavy breathing of the members of the previous group made his heart beat faster. However, as soon as they went deeper into the cave, there was a sharp and unexpected turn. From around the bend in the corridor came loud shouts and thumps. It was a signal that those who had entered here earlier had encountered a serious problem. Screams and gun blows could be heard everywhere. Orcs armed with massive axes and swords were coming from two directions. There were too many of them, although fighting monsters was part of their job. None of the group expected such a force to come against them, and there were many of them. The group was overcome with a sense of utter despair as the orcs seemed to continue to advance as if there was no end in sight. Those who were still able to fight were not saved by fatigue, and the wounded members of the battle began to lose their strength. The screams, moans, and heavy footsteps of the orcs merged into one disturbing, crushing sound. It was a nightmare, and they were part of it. Panic in their eyes, it was a fight for survival. Those who had come here earlier were engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs. Most of them were fighters. But even they were beginning to lose their strength. The air smelled of blood. They were trapped. Orcs were attacking not only from the outside, but also from the darker corners of the cave, making their position even more vulnerable. Flames burst from one girl and engulfed the orcs, turning them into charred remains. Smoke enveloped the cave, causing everything around them to darken and haze. In that moment, they all felt relieved that at least part of the threat was eliminated. But it was not the long-awaited conclusion to the battle. Time stood still, but within each of them an anxiety raged. Though the orcs had been destroyed, their disappearance brought no relief. The flames could not overshadow the thought of what they had endured, that each of them had been on the brink and might not have survived the battle. Each lost comrade left a void that wasn't even filled by victory. Lee Sang came closer and his heart ached at what he saw. She stood in the middle of the cave, her face covered in tears. He could see her shoulders shaking with tension and her eyes full of pain and loss. Everything she had experienced in that moment was reflected in her inner struggle to hold back her emotions, but she couldn't stop the tears that rolled uncontrollably down her cheeks. Lee San, despite his steadfastness and composure, could not remain indifferent. His chest squeezed with pain as he realized that she was not only physically exhausted, but also emotionally broken. He knew her to be a strong and resilient person, but even she couldn't bear the tragedy that unfolded before them. The girl sobbed, wiping the tears from her face. She couldn't hide her pain, and the words wouldn't come to mind. The portal that opened right in the middle of their mission was the true source of distress. The orcs, with their incredible strength and ferocity, would not have been a problem if they had been able to prepare. But it all happened too quickly, and now many of their fighters lay down. It was a battle for survival, and she felt that anyone who fell was a failure and her loss, still breathing heavily from the recent attack. She said she had signaled the association. She knew help would arrive soon, but there was no time. The sad reality was that the group had to act immediately if they wanted to save the remaining members of the raid. As she watched the reactions of the other members of the group, Lee Sang-yoon could feel the tension rising. His gaze was full of determination, but deep down he realized that the situation was far from simple. The orcs were not going to give up, and their attack on the group was only part of something bigger. The portal that opened wasn't just a random occurrence. It was the beginning of something terrible. However, at this moment, Lee San could not afford to wait for help. Time was running out and he knew that help would not arrive in time. He had to save those who were still in the cave. People he considered friends and comrades were in danger. But the reaction was not what he expected. His words hung in the air, but no one moved. The eyes of his comrades were filled with doubt and fear. Some of them were wounded, others morally depressed. Many of them had survived a terrifying battle, and now they didn't believe that they could cope with the orcs, who could attack again at any moment. In this situation, he couldn't afford to abandon the people who trusted him. Lee Sang-yoon stood in the darkness of the cave. His gaze was full of determination. He felt the weight of the decision he had to make. To go further into the depths despite the danger, despite the fear, despite the fact that half of the group had already left them and were not willing to risk it. He couldn't abandon his comrades. He couldn't just walk away and leave them there. That would be a betrayal. He had to continue. But Lee San also realized that going alone into such a situation was madness. It was unlikely that he could handle the orcs that were hiding in the dark corners of the cave. Nevertheless, he was ready to do it because inside him burned a determination to save at least those who were still in danger. He took a step forward, listening to the surrounding silence for sounds that might alert him to a new threat. But before he could take another step, someone appeared out of the darkness. His eyes widened in surprise. It was Jinsu. Lee San couldn't believe his eyes. He expected everyone would give up and leave, but Jinsu, despite his inexperience in such situations, didn't leave him alone. His voice sounded a bit perplexed because he didn't think any of the others would be willing to follow him on this crazy trip. Jinsu nodded and said that Lee was a worthy man and he would not leave him alone. Him alone. He was determined. His eyes were burning and it was obvious that he wasn't going to back down. His face expressed only one thing: to fight and willingness to fight to the end. Lee Sang-yoon felt his heart fill with gratitude and respect. He didn't expect that Jinsu, who was so inexperienced and just beginning his journey, would be willing to go with him into the depths of the cave where the unknown and danger awaited him. Jinsu was not afraid. He drew his blades, and his body filled with adrenaline, and he was the first to rush into battle. He fought the orcs with unrelenting strength, nor energy. Each blow was precise and powerful, and with each movement he felt his skills improve. The orcs were numerous, but Jinsu never lost confidence. He tore through them one by one like a furious storm, sweeping away everything in his path. Lee San, watching him, he couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly and skillfully Jinsu dealt with his opponents despite his inexperience. However, the orcs were numerous and their strength did not diminish. Every next step was decisive. Every blow could be the last. One of the orcs tried to hit Jinsu from behind, but he saw the movement at the last moment and crouched down to dodge the blow. He turned around and immediately wounded him, immobilizing him. One of the orcs came at him with a heavy club. Jinsu dodged it, and before he realized what had happened, the orc fell to the ground, his ribcage wounded. His ribcage was wounded. Jinsu didn't stop. He bounced to the side, barely avoiding the other orc's blow, and then, with ruthlessness, he struck again. The orcs began to realize that they couldn't handle this man. Each of Jinsu's devastating blows wounded their bodies with such speed and precision that even the strongest of them had no time to strike back. The orcs' growls grew less and less confident as their attempts to attack were weakening. Some of them began to stagger back as they felt their strength draining away. More and more orcs fell to the ground, their lifeless bodies becoming just part of the overall picture of victory. Even those who tried to break through the lines of defense could not match Jin's speed and agility. He broke through their ranks and took the upper hand, giving them no chance for revenge. The screams of orcs and the sounds of them falling filled the space. Soon those who were left behind began to run in panic trying to get out of the cave. They realized they could not defeat this man, and their morale was completely broken. He didn't stop. Even as the orcs began to retreat, Jinsu wouldn't let them leave. He felt he had to finish the battle without leaving a single survivor. The cave was quickly filling up with lifeless bodies and the air smelled of blood. And Lee Sang-yoon stood there unable to believe his eyes. When he finally came closer, his gaze locked on Jinsu, who stood among the fallen orcs, his face calm and centered, as if this battle was just a part of everyday life for him. He was stunned. Lee Sang-yoon was used to the fact that battles required great effort and a mutual aid, that there always had to be a few people on the battlefield to win. But Jinsu was different. This guy had defeated almost all the orcs alone without the help of even the most experienced fighters. Lee Sang-yoon stood there petrified, unable to believe what he had just seen. The orcs that had just been a real threat were now lying on the ground, and Jinsu looked as if nothing had happened, as if he had just completed some routine task. He was determined and incredibly strong, despite his own surprise and admiration. Lee San felt a slight uneasiness. New questions were already beginning to surface in his mind as to what kind of strength he had, how he was able to so quickly and effectively deal with so many enemies, and most importantly, what was behind this young man. He was not only strong, but he fought with a determination that left no doubt that he could handle any threat. Jinsu spotted another orc trying to hide in the dark corners of the cave. He was about to head towards him when he heard a voice. It was the girl from Yoon Ah-young. Jinsu froze when he heard the familiar voice and turned around. Despite everything, she looked determined and steadfast. Her eyes were burning brightly, and even after such a brutal battle, she didn't lose her confidence. In her hand was a sniper's crossbow that she held with such confidence. Even though she had just survived a tough battle, she was ready to take the front lines again. She wished Jinsu would let her to deal with that orc. Jinsu couldn't help but respect her determination. She wasn't just a fighter, she was a leader always ready to take responsibility, and he was glad to see her unharmed again. Everyone present watched the battle with their eyes open in complete admiration and shock at what Jinsu was doing. He fought the orcs like a true master. His movements were fast and precise, each blade striking the enemy with incredible force and speed. He never stopped, and his energy seemed to be boundless. Despite her own skill, Yoon Ah-young couldn't help but feel shocked by what she was watching. All of her attention was focused to Jinsu, and even though she was willing to help, she couldn't help but be amazed by his strength and determination. When the ammunition in her arsenal ran out, Yoon Ah-young felt that all she could do was support him. She didn't stop, her eyes burning with determination as she continued to fight alongside Jinsu. She fired with incredible accuracy. Her shots were lightning fast and precise, and every orc that tried to approach them fell one by one. In her hands, the weapon became an extension of her body, and her movements were so coordinated that it was as though that she and the weapon were one and the same. When both of them ran out of ammunition and the fight was still not over, the situation became critical. Jinsu and Yoon Ah-young realized that they needed to resolve the situation, and maybe they needed to find a new weapon. Yoon Ah-young quickly looked around and realized that she had something that could help. She pulled out 3 blades, their sharpened blades glinting in the dim light of the cave. It was more than just a weapon. She didn't know exactly how, but she intuitively felt that they could be decisive in this battle. Realizing that their group was weakened and that they couldn't fight their way through the injuries of their comrades, Jinsu made a decision. They couldn't afford to take any risks, and it was important to clear the way for their safe exit. He knew their first priority now was to protect and save those still alive. He centered his blades in both hands and began clearing without hesitation. Instead of attacking the orcs at every turn, he looked for places where the battle might be most favorable. He swung his blades with precision to break up dense ranks of enemies, creating openings for those who moved behind him. Yoon Ah-young stopped for a moment when she noticed the blades in Jinsu's hands began to glow with a bright, unusual light. It was something strange and unbelievable. She couldn't believe her eyes. She saw the blades emitting light as if they were alive, filling the space around them with energy. It was something completely new. She knew Jinsu was strong, but what was happening right now seemed supernatural. Those blades seemed to be more than just weapons. They were something much more powerful in his hands. The light coming from was bright and intense, and Yoon Ah-young could feel it creating an atmosphere of power around her. Jinsu knew that they had less and less time. The orcs were many, and every moment could be decisive. He threw the first blade again. His aim was accurate, and one of the orcs collapsed to the ground. But in its place, new opponents appeared at once. Without wasting time, Jinsu grabbed the second blade. He threw it with determination and precision. The blade pierced one of the orcs, but there were still many of them, and the defeated enemy did not hesitate to attack. Jinsu knew he had to act if he wanted to survive and help his comrades. Jinsu continued to fight without losing his resolve. Despite his best efforts, the orcs were still many, and he realized that 3 blades might not be enough to completely clear the path, but he had no other choice but to continue, to keep going. He did not hesitate to meddle with precision and determination. The blade flew through space like lightning. Jinsu felt every muscle in his body ache with fatigue. His breathing became heavy, and his hands, which had previously handled the blades with ease, now felt like they couldn't do anything. But he could not stop. He knew that if he didn't win now, his comrades would be in danger. Everyone around him couldn't take their eyes off Jinsu. He stood there, his body emaciated and his face covered in sweat and dirt. But despite this, there was a determination and strength in his eyes that many others didn't have. Every step he took seemed to be with great effort. Yuna Young, who was standing next to him, looked at him with concern. Jinsu realized that he had one last chance, and it was the third blade that could turn the tide of the battle. He was sure that his last blade could be the decisive one. Every cell in his body was screaming with fatigue, and his hands trembled with exertion, but he couldn't afford to give up. He knew that if he didn't use this blade, they could all die. Here in the dark depths of the cave among the orcs, who were becoming more and more aggressive, his eyes became focused. He remembered everything he had experienced during these long months of training and fighting in the games, and each of these moments strengthened his resolve. He threw the blade again now, with all the concentration and strength he could muster. But it did no good, and he stood and watched them. But the orcs, despite the powerful blow and the bright glow of the blade, would not give up. There were too many of them, and their rage only grew. They saw Jinsu as a threat and decided to get rid of him once and for all. Jinsu was not afraid of the orcs. Their ominous stares, menacing shouts, and fierce postures could not stop him. He knew that the strongest orc commander was behind this attack, and it was him he needed to find. After pondering for a moment, Jinsu walked confidently towards the orcs. His heart was calm despite the danger that lay ahead. With each step he took toward the enemy warriors, he could feel them rattling their weapons as they prepared to attack. But Jinsu had no intention of retreating. He realized that if he showed weakness by fearing these monsters, it would be the end. He had come here with the sole purpose of destroying and free the land from this evil. And finally he saw him, the orc commander standing tall like a leader surrounded by his elite army. His body was massive, and his weapons glistened in the dim light. He immediately spotted Jinsu, and his eyes, full of rage and contempt, glittered when the orc realized that someone had dared to challenge him, and he immediately threw his spear in his direction. Jinsu stepped forward in front of the huge monster that stood before him. All of his experience in battles, every trial, every fall, all of it he put into this moment. The orc was obviously confident of his victory. Jinsu nevertheless continued to move forward, regardless of the threats. He knew that if he let himself get excited, he would lose. He focused only on the target, and when Jinsu saw a moment of weakness when the orc took a wide swing, he attacked. Quickly, accurately, without giving time to defend himself, he punched a gap in the commander's defense and struck. The orc commander cried out. His huge body succumbed to the onslaught. He collapsed to the ground with a clatter shaking the ground. Jinsu stood over his fallen foe, his breathing was heavy and his muscles ached from the strain. However, he couldn't allow himself to relax. He knew that victory did not mean it was over. The other orcs, seeing their commander fall, were confused. They began to look at each other as if wondering what to do next. Looking at Jinsu, who stood victorious, they realized that they could not handle such an opponent. They had come here with the intention to win, but now seeing the destruction Jinsu had wrought, they began to retreat. But before they could leave, Jinsu approached his defeated enemy and did not hesitate to take his helmet. It was not just a trophy, but a symbol of victory. The orcs who had dominated this land for so long had lost their greatest symbol of power. He also picked up several large stones of power that seemed to glow in his hands full of energy. When the orcs realized that their commander was finally defeated, they no longer dared to attack. Instead, they hastily began to retreat, leaving the battlefield. The battlefield behind Jinsu. Meanwhile, outside at a safe distance from the cave hidden amongst the steep mountains, a group of backup troops were keeping a close eye on what was happening, of what was going on. Park Sang-hyuk, the leader of the squad, stood with his armed companions holding a sophisticated device with sensors. On the screen of the device flashed signals reflecting the changes in the cave, and each signal was important. There was a girl among them. She was an experienced specialist at observing and analyzing data, but even she found it hard to believe what was happening. Leaning over the device, she watched as the screen began to show strange movements in the cave. At first, it looked like the footprints of orcs tearing their way out, but the longer she watched, the more doubts crept into her heart. The signals became less and less chaotic, and the movements were too small for the orcs, who tended to operate in large groups. Eventually, the girl noticed that the movement was not so intense, and that's when it hit her. She realized it was humans. She checked the data again to make sure she wasn't mistaken. There were indeed only a few people in the cave, and their movements were careful, even cautious, which didn't match the orcs' behavior. Park Sang-hyuk frowned with difficulty, digesting her words. He was sure that no one had survived. As soon as the men from the cave stepped into the light outside, a group of watching, with Park Sang-hyuk, couldn't believe their eyes. But when they saw the figures coming out of the cave, their eyes widened in shock. The girl who was among those who abandoned Lee Sang-yoon came up and apologized for leaving her and Jinsu alone inside. But Lee Sang-yoon didn't resent them. After all, he just wanted to save his life. Park Sang-hyuk's gaze was fixed on the figures coming out of the cave. He didn't know Jinsu. He couldn't believe that he could do such a good job in his first mission and save everyone. He couldn't contain his excitement as his gaze followed Jinsu. He was puzzled trying to understand how this young boy who only recently seemed naive and inexperienced could accomplish such an incredible thing. He had saved everyone despite the huge threat from the orcs. But when Park Sang-hyuk tried to get an answer from him, he remained silent. Park Sang-hyuk stood there with that expression on his face. In his eyes was not only fatigue but also something more self-confidence that annoyed him. Jinsu, thinking how this boy with no experience on the battlefield and no power like the same orcs could lead the people and defeat such a powerful enemy. Park Sang-hyuk felt a wave of anger rising within him. His nerves tightened like a string and he could no longer remain calm. He was used to order and discipline, and Jinsu's silence irritated him. He wasn't satisfied that the boy didn't answer. Jinsu didn't reveal his strategy or how he had defeated the enemy. Park Sang-hyuk had expected the young man to share and learn from the more experienced. Without waiting for an answer, he headed straight for Jinsu without paying attention to those standing around him. His steps were decisive, and with each new step, his anger grew. Park Sang-hyuk was ready to act if he continued to remain silent. He had no intention to leave the situation unaddressed. Jinsu noticed Park Sang-hyuk approaching, but he didn't move. He stood still with almost no emotion on his face, as if he knew his actions would push Park Sang-hyuk into aggression. There was only determination in his eyes and quiet confidence in his silence. But Park Sang-hyuk couldn't understand it. He was older and more experienced, and such behavior from the young man seemed disrespectful to him. Park Sang-hyuk felt that his words had failed to achieve their purpose and decisively showed his strength. In the blink of an eye, his body became much bigger. His muscles grew larger and a bright energy began to emanate around him. He glowed like a living source of power. This transformation was not just a demonstration of physical power, but a powerful signal that he was ready to fight. Everything about him said that he was a leader who was in control of his forces and would not tolerate rejection. But Jinsu was not afraid. He stood calmly in front of Park Sang-hyuk without showing any fear or doubt. He knew that his resilience and courage would come in handy, but that wasn't the main thing. He didn't want to be part of that guild. He didn't want to follow that man. He didn't see the point of being in a place that was foreign to him. The Shameless Guild seemed like a place he didn't want to be. Puck offered him to join them. He felt he didn't belong there, and Park Sang-hyuk was too sure he was right to realize it. Park was also willing to teach him everything he knew, but that didn't appeal to Jinsu. He turned him down. Jinsu's words only made Park Sang-hyuk angrier. He was used to the fact that his words always worked and that everyone obeyed him. But Jinsu was different. He couldn't allow anyone to dare refuse him. Park Sang-hyuk's eyes lit up with rage, and he realized that the only way to get his way was to fight him. He was sure that the only thing behind it, a misunderstanding that could be fixed by force. To Jinsu, it didn't seem like a suggestion but a threat. He felt that Park Sang-hyuk was ready to fight, and that he was facing a challenge he didn't expect, but he was ready. Without wasting time, Jinsu activated his ability and began to think how to use the situation to his advantage. He was ready to summon Apple to trade points for the skills he needed for this battle, but before he could do that, he had to survive the first attack. He had to survive this clash to realize what he was up against. Park Sang-hyuk didn't hesitate. The sword swung into the air, and the powerful blow was aimed straight at Jinsu. He was prepared, but the blow was much stronger than he expected. He barely had time to ward it off, pulling the blade to the side. His arms shook from the force of the blow and pain pierced his body, but he held back and continued to fighting. However, with each successive blow, Park Sang-hyuk overwhelmed him more and more. Jinsu couldn't understand what was happening. Why his defenses couldn't withstand this kind of pressure. His attacks didn't seem to have the power to break through Park Sang-hyuk's defense. And then Jinsu realized Park's sword wasn't just an ordinary weapon. He felt a sinister energy emanating from the blade. It wasn't just a sword, it was a relic. A sword with an ancient power that could weaken even the strongest warriors. Jinsu barely dodged another blow, and he felt his breathing become labored. The sword wasn't just a weapon, it was imbued with a magical energy that was destroying his defenses. He could feel the energy trying to penetrate his body as if trying to subdue him. Now he realized that in this battle, he would not. He would not be able to fight this battle. He had to find a way to use his own abilities to not only withstand the blows, but to win. He knew that the time to work with Apple was now. He needed to activate his additional skills. Gathering all of Jinsu's strength, he gritted his teeth and prepared for the next attack. He was ready to trade points and survive this battle. But before he could commit, it was Apple who refused to trade points. He was 20 points short. She couldn't help it. He had the opportunity to get not what he wanted, but what he would get at random. Jinsu could feel his body starting to give up. Park Sang-hyuk's punches weren't just physical, they were filled with a sinister, magical energy that penetrated his defenses every time. He couldn't rely on his usual methods in Apple, no matter how much he hoped. For her help, she couldn't intervene at this point. He was in a desperate situation and now it was down to luck. The only thing he could do was to hope for luck and keep fighting despite the unbearable pain. He continued to deflect the blows, each time barely dodging, or deflecting them with difficulty. Park Sang-hyuk's sword was like a devastating glowing blade that left no chance for mere reflection. With each, he found it harder and harder to hold his defenses. His heart beat faster and his breathing became heavier and heavier. He knew that if he didn't get the skill he needed, he wouldn't be able to fight this battle. Jinsu knew that with each successive blow, his strength would dwindle. He gritted his teeth and focused all his will on surviving, hoping that at some point he would be able to activate the skill he needed. But the chance was slim. Every time he tried to get the skill he wanted, the system chose something random and not always appropriate for the situation. And Park Sang-hyuk saw Jinsu struggling to hold back his blows. His gaze was full of anger and frustration. He didn't expect this guy to hold on this long. He was sure that his power and sword strength that surpassed anything Jinsu had seen before should have broken him. But Jinsu couldn't afford to give in. He knew that if he didn't get the right skill now, he would die. But every time he struck out, every time he tried to use the system, it gave him a skill he didn't need. From the outside, it was a spectacle that was both mesmerizing and terrifying at the same time. The people watching the battle held their breath. They watched the two giants clash as their powers collided in a fight that seemed almost supernatural. Every blow, every maneuver was filled with such power that it seemed as if the very ground beneath their feet shook with the power of this confrontation. Park Sang-hyuk, with his enlarged body glowing with power and ancient sword, exuded an atmosphere of dominance. His blows were like lightning strikes, sharp, powerful, and precise. His sword hidden in an ominous aura left behind a trail of sparks and dark energy, as if the air itself was tense from the collision. Everything around him seemed subservient to his power, and his majestic figure was so imposing that it was impossible to look at it without a feeling of fear. On the other side stood Jinsu, young but remarkably resilient and determined. His confrontation with Park Sang-hyuk was not only eye-catching because of his bravery, but also because of the way he overcame all the obstacles to stand up to such a powerful opponent. Despite his silence and self-confidence, he seemed almost invincible when his body filled with renewed strength. His movements became faster and his reactions more precise. Every dodge and block seemed almost unbelievable, and when he counterattacked, his punches began to carry the same power as Park Sang-hyuk's. To the spectators, this confrontation wasn't just a battle between two men, it was a battle between two worlds. One was an established powerhouse with experience and strength that was hard to, and the other was youthful determination and unique abilities. Jinsu was ready to fight Park Sang-hyuk. He knew that he could no longer rely on chance or outside help. Inside him, his determination burned and he was ready to show his true strength. In this fight, Park Sang-hyuk was preparing for his next punch when suddenly a figure came like lightning from behind him, stopping the whole scene. Lee Yuna, the girl from Park Sang-hyuk's group, appeared at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, she intercepted Park Sang-hyuk's punch and deflected it. A blow so powerful that sparks flew in different directions. It was as if the magic of battle itself had succumbed to her determination and precision. Lee Yuna stood calmly, and her gaze was full of surprise. Park Sang-hyuk froze, stunned by her quick intervention. He felt his strength suddenly, as if his threat to Jinsu had passed with that short but decisive movement. Lee Yuna not only stopped his sword, but also filled the space around her with a special atmosphere, as if her presence had calmed Puck's rage. She shouted at him about what he was doing. Puck stepped back, feeling the tension in the air. He shook his head a few times, trying to regain control of the situation, but Lee Yuna was as unpredictable as ever. was unpredictable. Her actions were deliberate and precise, and there was no room for doubt in her eyes. She didn't understand the meaning of fighting. Puck exhaled heavily and finally lowered his sword. His chest was seething with rage, but as much as he didn't want to, Lee Yuna was right again. When Lee Yuna finally said that they were to go to a new location to mop up the monsters, Park Sang-hyuk froze. He stopped as if the information had dropped a heavy reality on him. He knew that raids like this one were usually dangerous, but he never thought that they would be sent to such a difficult location. In a month's time, there was to be a monster sweep in a place where the most brutal and ferocious creatures lived, that neither conventional forces nor standard tactics could handle. Puck knew that such places were usually deadly, and if not properly trained. Preparation. Thousands of people could die. And it was that realization that made him explosively angry. He was angry at the fact that they had to accomplish such a task alone without the proper forces and resources. Pack realized that they might not be able to deal with this threat and that this mission might be an impossible task for him and his team. Anxiety was reflected on his face. Lee Yuna saw his state of mind and knew that it wasn't just anger but real anxiety. She too was anxious about the upcoming mission. She, like Park, realized that this mission would be unbearably dangerous, but she also knew not to show weakness. He turned and looked at Jinsu, his anger now replaced to annoyance, but realizing the gravity of the situation, Puck didn't want to waste any more energy on pointless confrontations. He turned around and walked away. Lee Yuna approached Jinsu with a slight look of surprise on her face. Her gaze was firm, but a certain softness slipped into it when she saw how this young boy dared to fight an experienced and powerful fighter like Park Sang-hyuk. He was still too young, and it seemed like he should have avoided such fights so as not to put himself in danger. However, Lee Yun couldn't help but notice his determination. It was a courage that wasn't often seen, and she almost admired that quality in Jinsu. Then she gave him her number and told him that he could call her for help. Jinsu didn't immediately realize why she would do that. He was too focused on what was going on around to pay attention to such details. He couldn't understand why Lee Yuna wanted to help him. After all, he wasn't a strong or important member of her group. But Lee Yuna saw his perplexity and continued as if she had read his mind. Lim Da-hee asked her to help him. Jinsu was surprised again. Lee Yuna left, leaving Jinsu with thoughts of what was ahead of him. A few minutes after Lee Yuna disappeared from sight, Lee Sang approached Jinsu. He wanted to work with Jinsu. He was a hunter and had been working in this field for 4 years now, and all these years had left a mark in his eyes. They reflected survival skills, flexibility, and the ability to hold a punch. Jinsu looked at him carefully, realizing that such a man could be an indispensable ally. An experienced hunter who knew all the nooks and crannies and paths would be the key to his success in the trials ahead. And Jinsu agreed. And the two of them quickly agreed on a meeting place. Jinsu needed items, and Lee San could help him find them. When Jinsu and Lee San agreed to meet at Tongdaemun, they both knew it was an important event. The place was known for its hidden nooks and crannies where they could find rare items and materials that could be useful for the upcoming trials. Jinsu, although he didn't know exactly what he needed to find, he relied on Lee San's experience in finding valuable items in the most unexpected places. Then they said goodbye and agreed to meet at that place soon. Before Jinsu could think for long, he went to the road. There was already waiting for him a new car standing on the side of the road, shining like a real symbol of change. It was a luxury model, with leather interior and state-of-the-art technology usually only used by rich people. However, Jinsu himself couldn't help but think that such a car was a bit luxurious for him. But even so, he felt strangely grateful. This was his car, his first step into a new life. Getting into the car, he turned on the engine and drove down the road, thinking about what had happened to him lately. Images of this battle came to mind, especially his encounter with Park Sang-hyuk. He couldn't forget how he'd almost ended up defeated in that fight, and at the same time, he couldn't shake the thought that his opponent was too strong. He knew that in the game he would have easily defeated him, but this was real life, and here he was weaker than Puck, and he wondered if he could meet and fight him with him again. These were the questions running through Jinsu's mind as he drove away absorbed in his thoughts. Jinsu returned home, his mind still preoccupied with the recent events. He decided to check the value of the spoils he had gotten from the orc commander. He scrutinized the helmet. It was a rare artifact that clearly had magical powers, its value on the market, but Jinsu wasn't ready to give it up. The power stones also looked impressive. They could be powerful sources of energy that could enhance his abilities, and if he decided to sell them, it would be a good profit. Right now, however, it was Jin's important to find a way to use these things for his own growth and not for money. He opened up his contact with Apple, knowing that she could offer help if he needed to improve his skills. Apple responded quickly as always, and he asked how he could get weapons good for battle. But she couldn't provide him with weapons. She could provide him with an underground tunnel. It's a place where he could improve his skills, and only he would have access to it. And she would give him access to it once a day, and he could train there as long as he had the strength. To Jinsu, the offer sounded pretty tempting. The underground tunnel was the perfect place to train. He could fight monsters, improving his fighting ability and maybe even building up his strength with the stones he got from the orcs. This tunnel also provided a safe space for him to train without being threatened from the outside. He thought about the fact that every day would have access to this place to fight monsters. This could be a great opportunity to train not only physical strength, but also tactical thinking. He felt his resolve strengthen. This was an opportunity he needed to take advantage of. He knew that the road to improvement would not be easy, and each fight, each victory and defeat along the way would only strengthen him. Now that he had a chance to train in a safe environment, he was ready for a new challenge. Tonight, he would take the first step on the road to becoming stronger. Jinsu knew that access to the underground tunnel was a unique advantage. Unlike open training grounds or regular dungeons, this place was hidden from the eyes of other guilds. That meant that other power seekers couldn't go there and start using it. Use it for their own purposes. This not only kept him safe, but also allowed him to train without outside interference, which was extremely important, especially when his opponents could be as powerful as Park Sang-hyuk. This fact was especially important to him, because he could use the tunnel as his personal training arena without worrying about threats from the outside. This gave him a huge advantage, because every day he could build his strength and improve his skills. And Lim Da-hee sat at her desk, absorbed in her work. Her face was focused and every line on the screen seemed important. In her mind, she had already replayed the upcoming events several times. The tense mission, the risks, and uncertainties. Her mind never rested, and not even minutes for lunch. She was putting off her work when a colleague came into her office to ask her to lunch, but he barely made it across the threshold before Park Sang-hyun burst into the room. Park Sang-hyuk burst into the room. He was on the verge of exploding, his face contorted with anger, and he instantly pushed his coworker away, who fell to the floor with a thud. The colleague tried to get up in astonishment but had no time to say anything. He did not pay attention to the colleague who lay on the floor in confusion. Without giving him time to explain, he stepped straight towards Lim Da-on. He was angry that she had decided to send him on such a dangerous mission. But Lim Da-hee didn't seem surprised by his outburst. She calmly put aside her papers and met his gaze. She was used to such emotions, even if they were unpredictable. She said she had no other choice. After all, the border in that area had been breached and it was now unsafe. And the monsters were coming. Puck, seeing her determination, knew he couldn't argue with the logic of her arguments. He gritted his teeth, but the anger wouldn't go away. He was ready to reject the task, but he realized that no one had any other choice. And besides, those warriors they'd sent earlier were dead. There were 5 of them there. And the mission was to be joined by Kang Yoo-hwa, the first female hunter in Korea whose name was known to everyone. She was a true legend, a symbol of strength and skill with vast experience in fighting monsters. However, a few years ago, she suddenly left the country, leaving behind a series of questions. A whole host of questions. Why she left, why she chose to leave everything she was so proud of. Since her disappearance, there have been a lot of rumors, and everyone thought she was a traitor, and Park Sang-hyuk was no exception. Now, all of a sudden, Kang Yoo-hwa was going to come back. It was hardly an expected turn of events. Her participation in the mission was due to something much more important than personal reasons or feelings. She had joined the team not of her own volition, but because the head of the association insisted on it. In the last few weeks, the association had found itself in a difficult. The threats they faced were so serious that only an experienced hunter like Kang Yoo-hwa could help. The head of the association personally negotiated with Kang Yoo-hwa, and during those negotiations she was convinced to return. He promised her that her participation would be crucial to the success of the mission, and that she would not work alone. The operation was carefully planned, and her role in it was very important, since Kang Yoo-hwa, despite her disappearance, was still one of the most powerful hunters, without her strength and experience. Park Sang-hyuk felt his inner anger slowly subside. He knew that despite her disappearance, Kang Yoo-hwa was one of the best fighters, and her participation in the raid could have a big impact on the outcome. With this conversation, it was clear that she had returned not to restore her reputation, but to fulfill the mission that lay before them. Now the team had a better chance of success, because Kang Yoo-hwa was willing to fight not only for her past but also for the future. And Park Sang-hyuk had to accept that decision and not resist it. Meanwhile, Jinsu Lee Sang and Lee Yuna arrived in Tongdaemun, a neighborhood known for its crowds and variety of shops, where they could find everything they needed. This place was always full of life. Tongda-moon was especially important to people like Jinsu because this place became a central point for finding rare items that could be used to fight monsters. Jinsu hoped that here would find the items he needed to improve his strength, and he was determined. When they arrived at the entrance, the guards immediately recognized Lee San and Lee Yuna. These two hunters were known to him and their faces were familiar. Lee San was an experienced hunter, and Lee Yuna was always attracting stares with her outstanding reputation. But when the guard looked at Jinsu, his face showed a look of obvious confusion. He didn't know this young man and couldn't understand what he was doing in the company of such masters. Jinsu hadn't been in this place before, and his face was not familiar to any of the guards. Even though he was with such experienced hunters, his name meant nothing in this part of town. Salesman Bailson was a middle-aged man with a beard and a studious look. Bailson's store was known among hunters for its rare artifacts and weapons. Jinsu Lee San and Lee Yuna began to look around Bailson's store. Inside, there were many different items ranging from simple swords and armor to unique artifacts hidden in specialized display cases. The atmosphere in the store was unusual with the smell of ancient metal and leather, and the light from above created a mysterious and tense atmosphere. Jinsu wanted to sell the helmet and buy a good blade. Bailison scrutinized the helmet, examined the helmet, groped it, checked it for magical properties and the metal. After a few seconds, his expression changed. Soon his eyes shone, and he realized that he had a really valuable item in front of him. Jinsu felt his heart slightly quicken its rhythm. Wouldn't mind selling the helmet if he could get a good weapon for it. That was his main goal. He was looking for a quality blade that could enhance his abilities in battle. Bailson nodded and began to show the different blade options. He demonstrated weapons with various characteristics from classic swords to more rare and magical variants. However, despite the salesman's best efforts, Jinsu was not impressed. He scrutinized each weapon, but none of them matched his inner expectations. The blades were good, but too simple for what he was looking for. He wasn't just looking for an ordinary weapon. He needed something that would take him to the next level in combat, something that would to match his ambitions. Bailison frowned slightly at that. He was used to such requests, but he realized that Jinsu had something in mind. More unique. Jinsu felt his heart beat faster. He realized that the blade he wanted was worth much more than the helmet of the orc he was trying to sell. However, an unexpected opportunity came his way. Bailison, noticing his interest, something tempting. He wanted to offer him a duel with another hunter, and if he won, he was willing to pay him a sum that was more than 10 times what the helmet was worth. For Jinsu, it was like a temptation. The possibility of getting 10 times more for the helmet than he expected was too attractive to pass up. After all, it wasn't just about the money, but the opportunity to acquire a powerful weapon that could improve his skills and prepare him for new battles. But then the thought of the risks involved in this fight flashed through his mind. If the opponent was too strong. After all, he didn't know who his opponent would be, and perhaps this decision was too hasty. But Lee Yuna was very much against it, and was very angry with Bailson. Her voice was full of concern. She knew that Jinsu was just starting out, and that he lacked experience in such dangerous confrontations. Although she was a strong and experienced hunter, she was also uncomfortable at the thought that Jinsu might find himself in such a situation. Jinsu, however, did not change his mind. He felt that this was his chance, and the determination in his eyes were clear. Lee Yuna sighed, realizing that she wouldn't be able to stop him. She looked at him with regret, but at the same time realized that it was Jinsu's decision, and he had to go his own way. As they descended into the underground room, Lee Yuna couldn't contain her emotions. She continued to resent Bailson for his recklessness in picking this fight, and how she didn't agree with Jinsu risking his life for the sake of a fight. Bailson didn't seem worried about her outrage. He just looked at her calmly as if he was used to such outbursts. Lee Yuna was even more angry at his calm attitude. She didn't even try to hide her displeasure, but it was obvious that she was also worried about Jinsu. Meanwhile, Jinsu was walking and his thoughts were centered on the upcoming fight. He knew it was risky, but this chance could change a lot of things for him. He couldn't afford to be afraid. Bailson seemed to genuinely enjoy what was happening. His face was lit up with a big smile, and a strange melody came out of his mouth. He sang along as if he didn't care what was going on around him. His joy was obvious. But Lee Yuna and Jinsu felt that this joy was a bit strange and perhaps even suspicious. She couldn't understand why he was so happy that Jinsu was going to this fight. To her, it seemed like an overly easy attitude for such a dangerous situation. Jinsu nodded silently. He knew deep down that Bailson wasn't just making money from these fights. He was getting more than just money. Jinsu couldn't help but think that this whole thing, this arena and everything going on around it, had ulterior motives that were still unclear. In the meantime, Bailson continued to sing and ignore. to their conversation. His enthusiasm was almost contagious to those around him, but to Lee Yuna and Jinsu, it was too suspicious. They sensed that there was something darker behind it than just a favorable deal. When they descended into the dungeon and found themselves in front of the arena, Jinsu could hardly believe his eyes. Believe his eyes? The space was huge, far beyond what he had expected. Huge walls, high ceilings glowing in the semi-darkness, lanterns, and in the center was the arena itself. It was bigger than any arena Jinsu had seen before. The place was like a whole city in a dungeon that no one knew about. But what surprised Jinsu the most was not the size, but the way it was organized. Lee Yuna was also amazed, but in her eyes were more worried. He glanced at Lee Yuna, who continued to look at him with concern, but she knew that despite all her objections, he had already made his decision. Lee Yuna felt her heart speed up when she noticed the familiar faces. They were the hunters from the Berserk Guild. Their presence in such a place left no doubt that they weren't just spectators here. When they saw her, they grinned at each other as if they were already anticipating their battle with her. This made Lee Yuna extremely angry. She could feel the growing rage inside her turning into something much more dangerous. Lee Yuna's eyes lit up and her strength suddenly became tangible. One of the hunters standing with them mockingly raised his voice and asked if she was the one they were facing a battle with. It was the last thing Lee Yuna could bear. She clenched her fists and took a step forward. Her eyes flashed like lightning and her body radiated intense energy. She was ready to give them a real storm if they didn't stop acting so cocky. The clamor and chatter around them died down and all eyes were directed towards Lee Yun. Jinsu also turned his head and saw her fury rising. He felt the whole atmosphere around them change. It wasn't just tension before a fight, but a real threat. But Lee Yuna was already too consumed by her emotions to stop. For her, this wasn't just a battle, it was personal. She couldn't afford to let these guys continue to mock her. When Sungjin appeared in the arena, the atmosphere became even more tense. Bailson spoke contentedly and his voice rang out loudly, attracting the attention of all the spectators. He was a true master of his craft, knowing how to create an atmosphere of tense anticipation. His face was blurred, and he did not hesitate to say the names of his opponents, preparing the audience for the fight. The people watching the fight began to actively betting on who would emerge victorious. The online broadcast was at its peak, and viewers predicted that this fight would be decisive not only for the contestants, but also for their future. Many people were hoping to win by betting on the winner, and some were even dreaming of the luxury houses and cars they could afford after a successful outcome of this fight. Sungjin, despite his confidence, he continued to behave in a boorish manner, trying to get Lee Yun to lose his temper. He never missed an opportunity to tease her and make snide remarks, thinking that his words would shock her and throw her off balance. He was confident of his victory, believing that his strength and strategy would prevail. Lee Yuna did not react to the provocation, even though she was filled with resentment. She knew he was wrong. His words couldn't affect her because she was confident in her skill and power that she had accumulated over the years. Sungjin tried to convince himself that the magic staff was her main strength, but Lee Yuna was a multifaceted warrior capable of many things, even without it. Her hands confidently gripped the staff, and she stepped forward. The magic that overwhelmed her was only part of her arsenal, but she was ready to demonstrate that her power went far beyond the use of artifacts. For the spectators, the duel was an amazing spectacle. Sungjin was fast, but Lee Yuna was more experienced and technically proficient. She moved skillfully, and her every move was confident as if she had anticipated all of his attacks. Lee Yuna knew she was stronger, and her confidence of victory grew stronger with each passing moment. The spectators were in anticipation as this promised to be an incredibly exciting spectacle. At that moment, even those who had previously doubted Lee Yuna's strength were now watching her every move with bated breath as the fight continued. The tension in the air became more and more palpable. Lee Yuna was not going to give up and remained calm despite Sona Jinu's attempts to throw her off balance. Her movements were precise and calculated, and her confidence in her abilities never left her. Sung Jinu, in turn, he continued to attack, hoping to catch her in a mistake, but each of his blows was thwarted by her skill and lightning-fast reactions. Sung Jinu, in turn, did not give up trying to catch her in the act. He threw fast and powerful punches using his aggressive tactics, hoping to catch her in a weak spot at least once, and he was sure he might be able to throw her off course, but she continued to avoid him with incredible ease. Her movements were swift and fluid, like a predator, ready for the decisive moment. Sung Jinu didn't understand how she was able to avoid his attacks so easily. To avoid his attacks, he was ready to give up, but his pride wouldn't let him admit his failure. He knew that if he was to win, he had to change his tactics. But Lee Yuna continued to move steadily using the advantage of her experience and skill. He was her opponent, but every move she made only confirmed her dominance in the arena. Lee Yuna was not about to lose control of the situation. On the contrary, she was concentrating more and more, and her eyes showed her determination to win despite her opponent's attempts to sabotage her confidence. Soon, Lee Yuna decided to show her true power. She concentrated all her energy in her hands and activated her water technique. A stream of powerful magical energy was emitted from her staff, and the water began to swirl around her as if obeying her will, around her, forming a water vortex. With that movement, she released an explosive wave of water that literally washed Sona Jina out of the arena. The powerful stream of water literally lifted him up and sent him to the side, throwing him out of the arena. His body landed on the ground with a thud, and the battle was over. Song Jinwoo himself was in shock. Sun Jinwoo lay on the ground, struggling to catch his breath. The shock of defeat wouldn't let him go. He couldn't believe what had just happened. This fight had been a chance for him to assert himself, to show his strength and perhaps earn respect. But now he had been defeated. A complete failure. He was desperate to find a modicum of sympathy in her eyes. He realized he deserved no mercy, but inwardly, sense of humiliation and the pain of defeat clouded his judgment. He was ready to beg for mercy, hoping for her mercy. But Lee Yuna seemed oblivious to his words. She stood before him confident and ruthless, like a hunter completing his prey. In her eyes, not the slightest trace of sympathy, only a cold, evaluating expression. Sun Jinwoo tried to stand up again, but his body wouldn't obey. He was exhausted. His arms and legs couldn't move. She took a step back, and the men gave the command for him to be taken out of the arena on a stretcher. He was defeated not only physically but mentally. Lee Yuna showed him how great her superiority was. When Lee Yuna entered the arena again, the spectators froze in anticipation. Her next opponent was Park Iryong, a famous hunter with a unique fighting technique, and this fight was highly anticipated. However, as soon as both of them entered the arena, it was obvious that something was wrong. Park Iryong and Lee Yoon stood opposite each other, and instead of immediately engaging in combat, they both froze as if assessing each other. Lee Yuna was looking at Park. Lee Yuna looked at Park, but Park was in no hurry to act. As if in doubt, Lee Yuna frowned slightly as she felt that the situation was not progressing as expected. She was ready for the fight, but internally she felt that this was not the fight she wanted. Park Ryung also didn't show any aggression. Seconds turned into minutes, and the tension became more and more palpable. Finally, Lee Yuna took a step forward. But her movements were cautious, almost exploratory. She wasn't sure whether to continue the fight or to find another way to resolve this conflict. Lee Yuna realized that she could not escape from this situation. She was a hunter, and she couldn't afford to give up the fight. Even if her inner state was difficult, she made a decision. There was no turning back. Lee Yuna concentrated and quickly gathered her strength. Her water technique that she had mastered perfectly was her main weapon, and she used it without hesitation. With a sudden movement of her hand, she unleashed a powerful blast of water that rushed towards Park Irin. Despite his preparedness and experience, he was forced to react instantly. He didn't expect her attack to be so fast and powerful. The water wave swept through the arena like a winding stream, leaving destruction, devastation in its wake. He fought back, but Lee Yuna wasn't going to stop. Park Iryong began to assess his opponent's strength and thought it was not bad at all. Lee Yuna stood in the center of the arena, clenching her fists. Sweat covered her face and her muscles tensed up, radiating tension. She had just tried her technique that was supposed to throw her opponent Park Iryong off balance. However, to her surprise, the technique didn't work. Park Iryong is known for his resilience and ability to withstand such attacks remained steadfast, as if nothing had happened. There was no fear or excitement in his gaze, only cold calculation. Yuna tried not to panic. She knew that every step she took and every movement in the arena would decide the outcome of the fight. Her spiritual state was as important as her physical strength, and now she was ready and willing to use a different technique, and what lay ahead would be not an easy test. She took a deep breath and exhaled, trying to regain her concentration. She couldn't let herself lose control. Her opponent was not only a strong fighter, but also extremely cunning. Park Iryong knew how to use not only his strength, but also his ability to manipulate the situation. Lee Yuna looked around the battlefield. She was looking for a weak spot. Nothing could be easy. She knew that if Park Iryong was invincible, there would be no point in this fight. At this point, her mind began to work quickly to find possible ways to win. Realizing that she had to act, she began to use the following technique. Focusing her attention, Lee Yuna began to summon coldness. A light haze of white vapor rose around her as she began to activate the boundary formation technique. This technique, based on controlling the element of water and turning it into ice, was one of her most powerful weapons of attack. She knew that now was the time to strike the decisive blow. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated her inner energy and channeled it into the air. The water that had previously been part of the environment began to gather in her hands, forming a thick mass, gradually taking on the properties of ice. The water began to turn into ice crystals. Every movement was perfectly calibrated. Her intention was clearly focused on the target of Park Irene. The ice particles swiftly escaped from her palms and began to soar into the air, like a flock of arrows. Tiny shards of ice rained down on Park Yeryong, surrounding him from all sides. His body was instantly enveloped in a frosty haze. The icy needles cutting through the air sought to wrap around his legs, arms, and body. As in the previous fight, Park Yeryong didn't hesitate and didn't let himself get caught, to be taken by surprise. Despite being completely covered in ice, Park Yeryong began to move. His body was shivering slightly from the cold, but he was still able to cope with it. He was not affected by Lee Yuna's magic. When Lee Yuna activated her frost tree technique, she felt a powerful energy filled her surroundings. The ice began to grow rapidly around her, creating bizarre and majestic shapes that enveloped her opponent Park Yeryong. This move was the strongest in her arsenal. She was confident that he would now be completely restrained, and it would give her a chance to win. Lee Yuna felt her strength concentrated in her every move. But just like before, Park Yeryong didn't give up. He not only managed to break free from her icy shackles, but also continued to stand in his unwavering steadfastness. Lee Yuna watched in horror as her technique lost its effectiveness. In his eyes, there was no fear or doubt. She was forced to admit her defeat. Park Yeryong was too strong for her, and his resilience was greater than she could have imagined. She lowered her head bitterly. It was a difficult decision, but she knew it was necessary. With a heavy heart, she left the arena. Feeling the disappointment overwhelm her. Her defeat was not only physical but emotional as well. She had expected more of herself, and now, as her strength waned, it seemed her path to victory was closed. Jinsu, who had just started his training, claimed that he was ready to fight against a master like Park Yeryong. Lee Yuna couldn't understand what he meant. How could a beginner who has no experience and strength fight such an opponent? Her defeat just showed how great Park Yeryong's strength is. If she couldn't win, Jinsu couldn't win. Lee Yuna was full of doubts and could not believe his determination. He wanted her to help him with the dagger, to use her strength to improve it. She reached out her hand to his dagger and applied her power to it. Instantly, the dagger was filled with her energy. It became much stronger and sharper than ever before. This dagger was now capable of piercing through the defenses of any enemy, and Lee Yuna knew that Jinsu would be safe with it, at least for a while. Jinsu nodded and took the dagger firmly in his hand. His face was full of determination, and even though he was a beginner, there was fire in his eyes burned with fire. He was ready to engage Park Yeryong in battle. When Jinsu entered the arena, all the spectators froze. No one expected a newcomer would dare to fight an experienced master. There were rumors that Park Yeryong was undefeated in the arena, and everyone thought that Jinsu had no chance. Mixed feelings ranged from bewilderment to surprise. But what was clear was that Jinsu was undeterred. He was willing to fight to the end despite his inexperience. Lee Yuna stood to the side watching. She still couldn't understand how Jinsu was going to win. When Jinsu entered the arena, his steps were confident, but his inner tension was felt in every movement. He was a novice and everything that surrounding him like the great battlefield, the stares of the spectators and the invincible Park Yeryong seemed like it wasn't for him. But he couldn't give up. He couldn't just stand by and watch others fight for their dreams and goals. He decided that he would fight despite the risks. The audience was stunned. Many couldn't believe that a novice dared to enter the arena against a master like Park Yeryong. Nevertheless, there was an unusual tension in the air. Throughout the history of these fights, only the true masters had a chance of defeating Park Yeryong, and everyone believed that only a miracle would be the only thing that could stand up to him. But there were also those who believed in Jinsu. Many spectators started betting on Jinsu. He was a newcomer, but he had a fire in his eyes that couldn't leave them indifferent. Jinsu himself was among them and bet 3 crystals on himself. Bailson had never accepted such bets before, but seeing Jinsu's confidence and determination, he decided to make an exception. Perhaps it was more out of respect for the young fighter's decision than the certainty of victory. The tension was growing by the minute. On the other side of the arena, Park Yeryong stood with a cold expression on his face, his gaze full of confidence, maybe even arrogance. He was an experienced fighter with many victories. He didn't think that Jinsu could really compete with him. To him, it was just another fight. Meanwhile, Jinsu stood in front of him, trying not to look at his smug face. He felt the pressure but remained focused. He knew that he wouldn't get a second chance. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. He had to be ready for this moment, not just physically, but mentally. He drew a reinforced dagger. This weapon was no longer just sharp and strong. It was now filled with energy. The dagger became a symbol of his determination. He was ready to use it without thinking of the consequences. He turned to meet his opponent's gaze. Puck was much older and more experienced, but Jinsu hoped his spirit and determination could balance him out. Park Yereon took the first step, and immediately an explosive stream of his energy rushed forward. He attacked swiftly with precision and ruthlessness. His every strike was dangerous, every step was calibrated. His movements were like a dance, fluid but threatening. Destruction. He tried to suppress Jinsu as if trying to impose his will on him, but Jinsu was not afraid. He waited for the moment his hands held the dagger firmly. And he dodged Pak Iron's blows with confidence. He could feel his confidence growing with each dodge. Unlike Lee Yuna, Jinsu didn't try to win by force or techniques. He relied on his speed and cunning. His dagger wasn't just a weapon, it was his ally, helping him avoid blows with every move, becoming an almost invisible threat. Onlookers watching the fight online couldn't believe their eyes. They saw Jinsu fighting on equal footing with the master. Some were beginning to doubt Park Iren's confidence. The young fighter was not inferior, and every powerful punch he threw was countered with a precise counterattack. Park Ryung, for his part, was becoming increasingly annoyed. This newcomer had held on too long. This was not the kind of fight he was used to. He was used to his opponents giving up quickly. But Jinsu was different. He was unstoppable like a storm. He wouldn't stop. He wouldn't give up. Park Arion's face contorted with rage. He couldn't believe that some novice with no experience or recognition could give him such trouble. He was a martial arts master, and even the slightest doubt about his strength made him angry. And now, standing in front of Jinsu, he realized that he couldn't afford to lose to this inexperienced opponent. His ego was on the verge of being destroyed. Park Yeryong clenched his fists, and tongues of fire suddenly erupted around his body. His energy began to expand, enveloping him. Body with an aura of fire. It was a technique that he only used in the most critical situations. Fiery rage. Bright flashes of fire erupted from his eyes like sparks ready to burn everything in their path. His body raged with power, and now that he was ready to use it, there was no doubt in his mind that he would burn his opponent to the ground. He attacked with a furious fury. Each of his blows was accompanied by an explosion of fire that sought to destroy everything in its path. Jinsu found himself right in the center of this power surge, but despite the power of Park Irion's attack, Jinsu remained calm. He could already sense that Park Iron is about to unleash his final decisive attack. With his quick, Jinsu avoided the blows by deftly using his dagger as a shield and weapon. His eyes were focused, and his entire body was concentrated on the sole purpose of preventing Park Iryong from destroying his defenses and letting the power of fire consume him. Park Ryung reluctantly retreated, and Jinsu, who now stood directly in front of him, held back his fatigue. Park Iryong felt his body losing strength. He realized that the fight was over. He had lost. It wasn't just a victory for Jinsu. It was a victory against someone who was considered invincible. And now Park Ryung realized that. He looked at Jinsu's face and suddenly realized he had been defeated by this unknown newcomer to the game. When the fight was over and Jinsu was victorious, his name was immediately known to everyone. It was the unknown from the game whose victories and abilities were shrouded in a fog of mystery. His victory over a master like Park Ryung shocked everyone. In the blink of an eye, his status changed and he was no longer known, not only as a beginner, but as a true fighter whose abilities could overwhelm even the toughest opponents. And many began to realize that. This guy Jinsu was not just a random contestant, but a true fighter whose hidden potential had been underestimated. According to the rules, if Jinsu won, he was entitled to choose one of the most expensive and highest quality blades in Baelson's arsenal. This award was not just a tribute, but a test of the winner's strength and determination. Baelson could not break his promise, but inside his heart clenched. He had always treasured his blades, yet he knew that now he must fulfill his promise. With a heavy sigh, Baelson walked to his desk. In the drawer were various blades, so he pulled them out and placed them on the table. Each weapon was unique. Each blade was carved with exceptional skill. Blades that bore the marks of past battles with hilt carved from precious metals were created by master craftsmen. But Jinsu, realizing he deserved the best, could not choose anything less valuable. Finally, his eyes settled on one of them. Baelson suddenly came up with a plan. He decided to start an argument. Before Jinsu could choose a blade, he raised his hand and said, trying to hide his nervousness of the terms he began to say. The terms of the dispute, which sounded so tempting and risky, Jinsu realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Baelson seemed to be deliberately confusing him in an attempt to get him to make a mistake. The condition was obvious. Jinsu had to choose the most expensive blade of all. The most expensive blade of all. And if he made the right choice, he would get not only the blade, but also the subspace inventory. But if Jinsu made a mistake, he would have to give up the crystals he had bet on the fight. These terms were serious, and Bailson seemed to be that Jinsu, inexperienced in this kind of weaponry, would make a mistake and lose everything. Jinsu, on the other hand, on his guard. He knew that Bailson was being devious, and now his task was not only to choose the right blade, but also to show that he could read situations and not fall into traps. Jinsu began his selection. He walked over to the table where the blades were laid out, each one unique, and had its own value. Each blade was like a book that opened its own story before him. He could feel his mind working faster, trying to calculate which one might be not only expensive but truly worthwhile. He knew that not every expensive blade would be the best, and that the true value of a weapon lies in its balance and purpose. He took his time. Bailson watched his every move, hoping that Jinsu would show impatience or make a mistake. But Jinsu took one blade, then the other, and examined them carefully. He felt every detail of the balance, the sharpness, and how the hilt felt in his hand. Each blade was like a tool for him to analyze that could tell him a great deal. Bailson stood in front of Jinsu with a confident smile, his eyes full of smugness. He was certain that this cunning game he was playing would lead to his victory. The terms of the bet were quite complicated. To Bailson, everything seemed obvious. He didn't think he could make the right decision in such a situation that he would easily fall into a trap. He watched as Jinsu took his time carefully examining each blade. Bailson, noticing his slowness, made him even more confident. Standing with a sly smile hiding his expectation of victory, he was counting on the fact that Jinsu would make a mistake out of inexperience. Suddenly, Jinsu took one and began to check it out. At that moment, Bailson could feel his strategy was beginning to crumble. Jinsu didn't fall for any tricks. He picked with confidence, and soon he realized that he was losing in this argument. He became nervous. Every moment, the doubt that grew in him became more and more obvious. He began to notice that Jinsu had already examined several blades and showed not the slightest sign of doubt. This was unusual for a newcomer who Bailson thought should be confused. But Jinsu seemed to know what he was doing, and finally he recognized Jinsu had won. He was already one step ahead, realizing he couldn't beat Bailson. Gave up. He sighed and said he'd lost. There was no confidence in his voice, only a sense that his cunning hadn't worked. He was so confident in his cunning that he didn't even think about the possibility of failure. He quickly realized that Jinsu had made the right choice and had chosen not just an expensive blade, but one that was truly the best of all. This blade was perfectly balanced and had all the power he needed. Now Jinsu asked him to show him the characteristics of the dagger, and after seeing them, Jinsu was impressed. It was indeed the best blade, and Jinsu confirmed his hunch. Lee Yuna was also impressed by everything that happened right in front of her eyes, realizing that he couldn't cancel his promise. Bailson slowly opened the drawer, took out a subspace inventory, and put Jinsu's crystals in it and told him how to use it. And now all he had to do was accept defeat. Jinsu stood there, surrounded by people, but there was silence inside him. He could feel the air around him trembled with tension as all the eyes of his friends as well as Bailson's gaze were directed at him. But Jinsu paid no attention to it. He knew that everything that had happened was just a step in his journey and nothing more. He was satisfied with his victory, but he didn't want to linger. He was more important than anything else. His sister. He turned and headed out of the arena. His gaze was determined in his step without a single doubt. He knew that his journey does not end here. Winning the argument, even if it earned him rare artifacts and a powerful blade, was not the purpose of his journey. All he cared about was getting his sister well. It was the only thing that drove him forward, and it was that filled his soul with determination. When Jinsu returned home, the dark twilight was already covering the city. He felt tired, but it wasn't tired. Not physical. His thoughts were focused elsewhere on what he had to do. He was ready to go into an underground tunnel that was unfamiliar and alien to him at the same time. Dungeons hid not only physical dangers but also the uncertainties that he might encounter. But despite all that might await him, Jinsu didn't hesitate. He learned to trust himself and his actions, knowing that every decision he made was a step toward a goal he was willing to endure. The tunnels were a dark place full of unknown threats. But for Jinsu, it was not so much a place of danger as part of his journey, part of what he was willing to go through for his family. When Jinsu stepped through the portal, he found himself in the dungeon before him, a huge tower rising in the darkness like something ancient and powerful. However, instead of the emptiness and silence as he had expected, his attention was drawn to the people. Several men, thin and emaciated with desperate looks. Their bodies were covered in dust and dirt, and their eyes did not glow with hope. Jinsu immediately noticed that these people didn't look like normal people. They were exhausted and had lost all energy. He couldn't understand where they had come from because he was sure he must have been alone here. These people Must have been here a long time ago, and their lives were brutal. They suffered from hunger and thirst. He saw them staring at him with greed. As he approached them, inside, Jinsu was in a dilemma. He knew that he had a choice to either continue on his way and mop up the tower as he planned, or help these people who clearly needed help. He could feel their suffering and knew he could not leave them in such a state. Despite the importance of his mission, he decided to help. He got some food supplies, including a can of stew. He knew that for these people would be a miracle. They didn't seem to expect such help, and their faces lit up with joy when they saw the food, hungry and exhausted. They couldn't believe their eyes at first. There had been no place for food in their world for a long time. For a long time, they sat there oblivious, waiting. Now everything changed. It wasn't just food, it was salvation. But when Jinsu handed them the food, they began to lose it. They looked at it in bewilderment, not knowing how to eat it. There was also a tin can with a lid, and it was something completely new and incomprehensible to them. They tried to pull the lid and banging on the can, but nothing worked. The fear and confusion of hunger made them confused. The others looked at the can of stew, as if it were an artifact from another world. There was a mixture of amazement and confusion in their eyes. They didn't know how to open it. Jinsu saw the confusion and chuckled quietly. The people here might not even know simple things that were commonplace to him. But he didn't feel angry. Instead, he felt a kind of compassion. He himself had once been such a hungry mess in need of support. Now he could be the one to bring that support. With ease, he opened the jar, and the meat soaked in flavor became available to these people. Their eyes opened wide. And for a moment, they just stood stunned. The headman. As Jinsu was about to leave the group and continue on his way, the headman of the village, an old man with gray hair and withered hands, suddenly stood before him. His face was full of determination and his eyes full of gratitude and pain. He quietly approached Jins and suddenly fell to his knees. He begged him not to leave him and not to leave them. Silence fell around them. The men who had regained their strength caught up in this scene stopped and began to stare at Jinsu. Fear, hope, and despair were written on every face. They all felt that without his help, they would once again be on the brink of ruin. The headman in his old age and weakness could no longer to support them. He realized that for the village to survive, they needed a leader, and that leader was Jinsu. Jinsu was stunned by this action. He didn't see it coming. All he had done for these people was help them survive for a few days, but to them, his actions meant so much more. They saw him as a savior, as someone who not only brought them food, but gave them a chance for a future. These people were ready to follow him. He looked at the old man who kept begging him to stay and at the other people whose eyes were now full of expectation. A conflict arose inside Jinsu. He couldn't stay. His sister needed his help, and the tower in front of him demanded his attention. But he couldn't ignore their desperate situation. He realized that these people were so exhausted and desperate that to them his presence was important, almost vital. After several long seconds of silence, Jinsu felt his heart clenched. He couldn't leave them to their fate. These people who had just endured hunger and despair needed his help, and he had agreed to become the headman of their village. The rest of the people began to applaud, expressing their gratitude to Jins. Now he was just a stranger, but their leader. The tower in front of Jinsu was truly grandiose, its silhouette seeming to overshadow everything else, towering above the ground. Huge, dark, and suddenly absorbing the light, it seemed to be the embodiment of all the dangers that could lurk in its depths. 50 stories high, beckoned and terrified at the same time. There could be an army of monsters lurking in the shadows, and Jinsu knew it. Jinsu took a few steps forward, feeling the cold wind of the dungeon touch his face. His heart was beating faster, but he didn't let himself to give in to fear. Everything he had experienced before had brought him here. He couldn't back down. He was ready to face what awaited him. As he got closer, Jinsu realized that there was no ordinary door in front of him, but only a part of it, as if the tower itself was waiting for him. It felt as if the walls of the tower, impregnable at first glance, they seemed to be alive and ready to receive him into their depths. Suddenly, the door opened with a quiet creak. From the dark crevice, two glowing eyes peered out. They weren't just monsters, they were creatures with intelligence and intent. He had seen those eyes before. Ominous silhouettes began to emerge from the darkness. Huge shadows moved like some ancient and dangerous creature stalking its prey. Several monsters immediately appeared in Jinsu's path. They didn't look like the usual creatures he had met before. Their eyes were glowing, and there was a sinister rage in their gaze. Jinsu felt his muscles tense up. He was ready for battle. He knew that if he didn't show all his strength, he would not survive in this place. He gripped the dagger he had chosen tightly, feeling his palm firmly gripping the hilt. Every cell in his body was at the ready, and his mind was focused only on surviving. And their first steps were sure and swift. The battle between Jinsu and the monster was a spectacle. Every strike, every maneuver was filled with tension and strategy. It was a battle for survival, and both were worthy opponents. The monster, with his incredible strength and agility, was unstoppable, but Jinsu also showed a marvel of skill at evading attacks and responding with lightning-fast reactions. The monster's mighty blows made the stone walls crack, but Jinsu did not back down. His experience and determination allowed him to find weaknesses in its defenses. The monster, though strong and intimidating, was not invulnerable. Jinsu knew that his strength was not unlimited, and every move had to be calibrated. He knew he couldn't afford to waste energy on unnecessary blows. Each one had to be decisive. At one point, it looked like Jinsu might not be able to hold on, but at the last moment, when the monster loosened his grip, Jinsu took his chance. He made a swift and precise strike that pierced the monster's heart. The creature roared in pain, but before it could respond, it collapsed to the ground. Time slowed, and he felt the power that had previously belonged to his enemy was transferred to him. It wasn't just a feeling of victory, it was a real rush of power. Jinsu felt his strength increase dramatically. At some point, he realized that he had not only defeated the monster, but also absorbed its energy. It was something he didn't realize right away, but Apple's voice explained that by defeating the boss monsters, he was taking their power, which now became his, and this in turn helped him improve his skills faster. Jinsu was amazed at his new discovery and thought for a moment. He knew that monsters were his enemies, and taking their power was a natural process in battle. But what really surprised him was that this rule applied to humans as well. But he never thought about the fact that he could actually take life and power from a human. The power he absorbed from monsters was part of the battle for survival, and he realized it was inevitable in a dungeon, where every step could be his last. But the thought that he could do this to a human made him think. In his life, there had always been a clear division between monsters as enemies to be defeated and humans as allies to be protected. There was never any question that even the most strongest could be a source of strength. It was unacceptable for Jinsu to use force against those he considered his friends, or even against those who just happened to be around. He could take power from a monster, but it was completely alien to him to think that he could apply the same principle to a human being. Besides, the realization that he could take power even from a human opened a dangerous thought for him. How many times in his life he'd met strong fighters or ordinary people who possessed amazing powers? Would it be right to use their power? That thought left a heavy mark on his soul. And although for the moment Jinsu was focused on his goals and decisions, he knew that he would have to fight not only his physical enemies but also this inner conflict. He was strong, but he had to remain human without losing himself. When Jinsu returned home, the first thing he noticed was the mess. It seemed someone was looking for something in his house. His heart sped up when he thought he'd been robbed. But as he looked around more carefully, he noticed that all the valuables were still there, none of them missing. Everything was just as he'd left it except for one thing on the table, a piece of paper with a number on it. He examined it carefully and immediately realized that it wasn't an accident. It was a message left by someone. He didn't hesitate and dialed the number immediately. Jinsu tensed up when he heard the name. Han Jae-hyuk, Yangwoo's brother. He was the one who led them to this conflict that cost the lives of many. Jinsu remembered the moment when Yangwoo did wrong. He was sure that this man deserved his fate, but now he was facing a man who was ready to avenge his brother. Jinsu couldn't afford to back down. Han Jae-hyuk had set up a game where the stakes were too high. His sister, the only soulmate that he loved so much, was now in jeopardy. Han Jae-hyuk threatened Jins that if he didn't comply, his sister would be in danger. In danger. Those words rang in Jinsu's head like a thunderclap. He realized that despite his strength and experience, he had to submit to the enemy's terms or risk losing everything he held dear. Everything he did was for her, even if it meant entering the Lost City and facing Han Jae-hyuk in a game where the stakes were so dangerous he was ready. Han Jae-hyuk was full of rage and thirst for revenge. He didn't believe that his brother Youngwoo was really guilty of what had happened. In his eyes, Jinsu was the one who killed his brother, who was responsible for it. Although Jinsu was sure that Youngwoo deserved what happened to him, for Han Jae-hyuk was an irreparable blow. For Han Jae-hyuk, it wasn't just a game. It was an act of revenge. He didn't believe that his brother could be guilty. Clenching his fists and feeling his heart beating faster with nervousness and determination, Jinsu put on his virtual reality goggles and entered the game. Instantly, he found himself in another world. He knew he was trapped, but even so, he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, his determination only grew stronger by the second. His sister was in danger, and that meant he had no right to fail. No matter how cleverly and carefully Han Jae-hyuk prepared his trap, Jinsu was confident that he could find a way. He was not just a player, but a strategist as well. His every move was calculated, and he wasn't panic or doubt. He had already defeated more than one danger in his life, and this fight was just another test of his strength and spirit. He already knew that his strength and determination were his best allies, but this game was not going to be easy. And he had to be prepared for every twist and turn. And once again, there was silence. But Jinsu didn't let himself relax. He looked around and waited for the battle to begin. He was angry and out of his mind. Han Jae-hyuk appeared. His face was confident, but his eyes burned with cold fire. He wasn't alone. He was followed by several men just as determined. There was too much hidden in these men, too much hatred and ambition to let Jinsu leave without consequences. It was no surprise to Jinsu that Han didn't come alone. He knew that Han Jae-hyuk never acted alone, and now that he was in front of him, Jinsu felt his intuition confirming his suspicions. These men, despite their numbers and threats, didn't scare him. After all, Yang Wu and Han Jae-hyuk's blood was the same. They were both similar, and this similarity as well as their meanness was noticeable even in their actions. They were both cowards who hid their weakness behind a mask of aggression and cruelty. Meanwhile, those brought by Han Jae-hyuk began to come closer, threatening Jin's. They clearly expected him to show a little respect or fear as they were used to seeing in others. However, Jinsu remained calm and centered with no intention of bowing to them. His self-confidence only irritated them, and they began to show their willingness to attack him. One of Han Jae-hyuk's followers tried to threaten, but Jinsu only grinned. At that moment, Han Jae-hyuk gestured for his men to stop. He took a step forward himself, his gaze full of confidence but also a sense of unease. Jinsu knew that these were not empty threats, but realized that the fear Han was trying to put in his heart had no power. But the one who wanted to fight Jinsu said in an instant that he would fight him to the end, even if it was the unknown in front of him. And what was his surprise when he found out that Jinsu was the unknown? It was like a lightning strike. The rest of Han Jae-hyuk's men clung to each other with their eyes lit up. Sparks of surprise and even fear. They didn't expect that the man they thought was just a myth was standing in front of them. Han Jae-hyuk turned out to have found a way to bypass the game's system. The virus he planted was so powerful that it threw all the other players out of the Lost City. The Lost City. Jinsu stood in the middle of this empty world, realizing that he and Han were the only ones left in this virtual reality. It wasn't just a fight, it was a clash of wills, and no one but them could intervene. The game system could no longer control their actions. All that was left was his strength and determination. Every step now could be his last, and Jinsu knew there was no turning back. And Han Jae-hyuk was sure that he would win now. He knew that Jinsu wouldn't be able to withstand such a threat. But Jinsu wasn't like the others. He wasn't afraid. His determination was stronger than any fears. He had faced an opponent like Han once before and won. And now, in this empty, isolated world, he had to fight again, in the heart of devastated New York City, in what was considered one of the most difficult. Of the most difficult and dangerous in the game, Jinsu found himself at the center of a hellish race. This shattered reality was full of traps, and every corner could hide a new threat. Han Jae-hyuk, as always, played by his own rules, and his men hunted Jinsu to catch him and end everything once and for all. But Jinsu wasn't like the others. Just when his pursuers thought they had him caught, that he couldn't. To escape, he showed his unique ability to not give up, not stop, running, hiding, and with each new attack he became more and more elusive. After several fierce attacks from Han Jae-hyuk's men, when they thought they were winning, Jinsu once again showed his unpredictability. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost. He moved with incredible determination, and he was ready to use every opportunity to win. He knew his enemies were waiting to see his weaknesses, waiting for the moment when he was on the verge of defeat. But Jinsu wasn't about to let them to win. He was willing to take every opportunity to emerge victorious, even if it meant facing danger in the most unexpected situations. He moved swiftly through the ruins of New York City, using the rubble of buildings, narrow alleys, and dark corners as hiding places while his opponents lost track of him. Every time they thought they had him, he would vanish into thin air. He became so elusive that pursuers who had fought with confidence were now beginning to lose their resolve. But Jinsu never slowed down. His every move was precise, and his ability to dodge attacks and display incredible speed and reaction made him truly dangerous. He wasn't just a fighter, he was a strategist, and every move he made was several steps ahead. When Han Jae-hyuk's men started, Jinsu realized that their attacks were becoming more and more intense. He wasn't ready to give up, and decided to take every chance he could get to get out of this trap. One of the enemies was advancing too confidently, thinking that Jinsu would no longer be able to dodge their attacks. But Jinsu was much faster. He quickly grabbed his baton and in one swift motion knocked the weapon out of the hands of the nearest fighter, sending him into an unarmed state. The stunned man didn't even have time to react before Jinsu was already one step ahead and struck, but that was just the beginning. At that moment, another of the pursuers armed with a crossbow froze and aimed straight at Jinsu. He was sure of his success at this distance. He could hit the target with precision. To hit the target, Jinsu looked vulnerable, and it seemed that his end was near. However, as the shooter squeezed the trigger, he suddenly noticed that Jinsu disappeared. The crossbow arrow pierced the air but missed its target. Meanwhile, Jinsu had already attacked him from behind and hit him. One of those who attacked Jinsu came to his senses and looked puzzled. His eyes were blurred and he clearly didn't understand what had just happened. Jinsu watched his reaction carefully and realized that not everything in this situation was as it seemed at first glance. Something didn't add up. He remembered how the other participants in the game, even those who seemed to be his enemies, suddenly began to act out of character. They attacked not because they wanted to, but because they had to. They were pressured by threats. But who or what were the threats? And he realized it was because of Han Jae-hyuk. Lim Do-yoon noticed an anomaly in the game. After carefully analyzing it, she realized that the game had been hacked. This explained the other players' behavior and their helplessness in the face of the threat. They couldn't leave the game, they couldn't do anything because someone or something was controlling their actions. And that something was far more dangerous than any ordinary opponents. When Lim Do-yoon turned her attention to the list of players, she froze when she saw Jinsu's name. She was shocked. Suddenly she had a whole series of questions as to how he ended up in this game, why he was here, and why he was still alive despite everything. Lim Do-yoon realized that if Jinsu was in the game, then his mission was about something much bigger than just surviving. She wasted no time in finding a way to restore access to the game. Subordinate working on the technical systems had to remedy the situation very quickly. They knew that every delay could be critical and they had to hurry. Lim Do-yoon realized that if they couldn't regain control of the game, the consequences would be catastrophic. Jinsu sat in hiding watching those who fought him against their will. He wasn't cruel and didn't want to hurt those who were in this situation as he was. Even though they were his opponents, he realized they had no choice. It was part of a game they could control. He was deeply focused when he felt the game's system come to life again. Suddenly, the screen in his virtual reality flickered, and a notification came through. At first, Jinsu was wary. He was sure it could be a trap. How many times had he been tricked? And how many times he'd been tricked? His mind immediately raced with thoughts of possible tricks, substitutions, and manipulation. He hesitated for a moment to see if it could be another trick, but then realized it was all right. She sent them a plane. With help, Han Jae-hyuk stood watching the destruction he had created in the game. He was pleased with the results of his work. Many players were killed, and those who survived probably won't be able to survive much longer. He was sure that all the blame for what was happening would fall on Jinsu. Everything was going according to his plan. Han Jae-hyuk was anticipating how he could use this to achieve his goals in the future. He was cold and calculating. He was happy with any outcome, if it meant winning his big game. But at that moment, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected detail. In the sky, far from his location, he spotted an airplane. It was strange he knew that air transportation was not used in this virtual game. Han Jae-hyuk immediately realized that this could be something important. His subordinates standing nearby also noticed the strange object, one of them who tracked it down, and informed Han Jae-hyuk that there was a C-class armor on the plane. Han Jae-hyuk knew that Class C armor was something incredibly powerful. It was capable of to change the course of battle by giving its wearer a unique advantage. He instantly realized that he couldn't pass up such a chance. Even though he was confident in his control of the game, he knew that at levels like this, he could lose his advantage in an instant. And the C-class armor could be the factor that would turn things around if it fell into his hands. Han Jae-hyuk clenched his teeth momentarily. He realized that he had to get to the place where the plane with the valuable cargo was going to land. A thought flashed through his mind that all was not lost, and the armor could be his victory in this clash. Han Jae-hyuk rushed towards the point where the plane with the armor was going to land. The plane carrying the armor. His footsteps sounded resolute and an impatient excitement bubbled in his chest. These artifacts could be key to his quest for ultimate victory, and he couldn't afford to miss the chance to get them. He made his way to the location and lurked on the horizon waiting for the landing. His heart beat faster when he saw the plane approaching. Everything went according to plan, and victory was almost within his grasp. But as he turned around to meet the cargo, his gaze collided with an unexpected figure. There he stood. Standing there was Jinsu. Just when Han Jae-hyuk expected his plan to end in triumph, a threat he couldn't have predicted appeared before him. Jinsu was alive despite everything that had happened to him. Han Jae-hyuk was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. All his efforts to destroy Jinsu's whole game and his manipulation seemed meaningless if his opponent was here and alive again. Jinsu, in turn, looked at Han Jae-hyuk calmly. At Han Jae-hyuk, there was more than just determination in his gaze. It was an understanding of the meanness and vanity this man was imbued with, and his brother Youngwoo. And when Han Jae-hyuk asked him if he was the one who called for help, Jin-soo smiled and made it clear that he was. Han Jae-hyuk couldn't believe what was happening. It seemed like everything was on his side. He was running the game and had control over the system. His men were strong and his strategy seemed to be flawless. But it was all a lie, a carefully constructed web of deception. Things were not going according to plan. He believed that Jin-soo was trapped in a situation that seemed completely hopeless. He created an environment in which Jin-soo, with his disabilities, should have surrendered. But in reality, the opposite was true. Jin-soo not only survived, but became stronger. Han didn't know how it happened. It all started when he thought Jin-soo had taken control of the system and controlled the game. But that wasn't really the case. And now Han was faced with the bitter realization that not only had Jin-soo not succumbed to his manipulations, but also his own men, who had seemed to be reliable allies, were now acting on Jin-soo's side. They were the ones who were forced to play the game out of their own free will, had gone over to Jin-soo's side, and those who were with him in the first place were captured. And now he was alone with no one to help him. But not only that, Jin-soo had acted skillfully. He had built a trap so clever that Han didn't immediately realize his predicament. After all, this situation with the cargo on the airplane that he wanted to keep was actually a trap that Jin-soo had prepared for him. He made Han come to him without realizing that it was his last move in the game that was leading to his downfall. No one knew that the shipment was actually part of a much more complex plan. Han, thinking he was still in control of the situation himself, had done his enemy a favor. He not only took a step that set him up and made him vulnerable, but also took away his ability to maneuver in the future. He was like a puppet who didn't realize that the strings had long ago been in the hands of someone else. He found himself alone, surrounded by enemies, and couldn't believe it had all happened. He was trapped, and it was a trap that he had created without realizing it until the last moment. He didn't know what to do next. His ideology of control and manipulation had led to his downfall. His actions and his desire to control everything and everyone left him without allies. It wasn't long before he gave Jeans the final hurdle, and taking advantage of the fact that he had control of the game to open a portal and let the monsters out. When the portal opened, the world around him shook, and the air filled with an eerie sound as if reality itself was cracking open. This wasn't the first time the portal, but now, as always, it was obvious that monsters would come out of it, and it would be much worse than it looked. However, there was one good thing for Jin-soo, who was facing this horror. He just had to hold on for 10 minutes. Lim Do-yoon was in control of the situation, and once that time passed, she would get them all out of there, saving their lives. But until that time came, everything rested on Jin-soo's shoulders. He knew there was nothing left to do but fight those who came out of the portal. Every monster that broke free. Freedom was a horrible entity full of destruction, bloodlust, and chaos. Their eyes burned with a sinister light, and their bodies were ugly and powerful. There was no chance of escape. Han Jae-hyuk watched all of this from the sidelines, hiding behind the nearest hiding places. He hid like a coward with anxiety, watching what was happening. His hands trembled with fear. His mind raged with confusion, but he wasn't ready to fight these monsters. Unlike Jin-soo, who was determined and ready for battle, Han only sought cover, realizing that he would have no chance or strength in such a fight. He retreated into the shadows and waited for the monsters to take over Jin-soo. He stood right in the center of this apocalyptic scene, his body tense and his eyes burning with determination. He knew he couldn't wait and that he had to do whatever it took to survive. He grabbed his weapon, ready for a fight, and in a few moments he was in the path of the monsters, fighting each one who raised their grinning teeth in his direction. Jin-soo realized that he had only one chance to win. He had to use his points to activate a special technique. He had no other choice if he wanted to survive. After exchanging his points for the card, Jin-soo felt the power and energy within him begin to surge. This was the Hephaestus Forge technique. It not only strengthened his weapons, but also hardened his body and mind, giving him access to powers that only a true master could use. Jin-soo quickly activated the technique, and instantly, his blade transformed into something unimaginable. The metal of his sword began to glow with light. The blade became heavy and powerful, but now every movement was like a precise hammer blow. He knew he was now unrivaled with this weapon. But despite all this, a monster stood before him, ready to slay him. The monster was gigantic, eyes blazing with fire. Its every movement radiated menace, and its powerful claws left deep scratches in the ground. He was strong and fierce, but Jin-soo knew that if he didn't defeat it, all would be lost. He took the first step forward without wasting time thinking. The strength he had gained allowed him to move with incredible speed, and his blade flashed through the air towards the monster. However, the monster reacted instantly by extending its claws, his claws towards Jinsu, and his attack had all the fierce potential of the creature. The battle unfolded lightning fast. Jinsu again and again. Jinsu dodged the monster's attacks, falling to the ground, and then instantly bouncing aside with barely enough time to counterattack. But each strike of his blade now left a trail of destruction in its wake. Each time he met the monster in battle, it lost more and more of its armor. Each blow became more and more painful for the enemy. The monster tried to attack even more fiercely, its claws and tail lashing out at Jinsu with unprecedented force. But Jinsu was too fast and too agile. He used every moment to neutralize its blows and then immediately struck back. At this point, he felt like he was in a flow. Every move he made was part of a bigger plan and no monster could stop him. The fight was incredibly interesting, not only because every blow was decisive, but because every moment of the battle required Jinsu's not only physical strength but also strategy. He used the monster's every weakness to defeat it. This wasn't just a fight with the monster. It was a test of his skills and fortitude. Victory had been achieved. Han Jae-hyuk watched Jinsu defeat the monster, and his face was contorted with anger. His heart was pounding with rage, and his mind was filled with insane envy and frustration. He couldn't believe that Jinsu was able to defeat that horrible monster. When he saw Jinsu use his strength and strategy in practice, Han Jae-hyuk felt weak and insecure. When the monsters burst out of the portal again, the battlefield was once again consumed by darkness and chaos. But now, Jinsu wasted no time in doubting. He immediately activated his blade-throwing technique. Gathering the power in his hands, he quickly pulled them forward, and his eyes lit up with determination. In the next, several blades flew out of his hands, shining like lightning. Each blade like an arrow aimed at its target with stunning accuracy, piercing the air. The monsters trying to fend off the attacks fell one after another. Powerful monsters that moments ago seemed invincible now seemed vulnerable, but they did not give up. As soon as one monster fell, another one would pop up in its place, and so it went on and on. Jinsu continued to throw his blades using techniques so fast that it was as if he was turning into a living storm of blades, giving them a chance to get close to him. No monster was able to get close to him. All were repelled at a safe distance. He never lost concentration. His movements were precise and unerring. When the last monster fell to the ground, Jinsu was left standing in the center of the field, breathing heavily. Han Jae-hyuk stood there, watching Jinsu's victory over the monsters. His rage was unrelenting, and the only thought in his mind was that this was his last chance. He realized that if he didn't act now, he would have no more power or opportunity. All he had to do was decide the outcome of the battle on his own terms. He slowly crept up behind Jeans. Realizing that only the element of surprise could be his advantage, Han moved cautiously, trying to get as close as possible without attracting attention. When he was only a few meters away from his opponent, he suddenly attacked. His movements were quick and precise, and he hoped to catch Jinsu off guard. However, Jinsu turned out to be ready. He reacted in an instant by dodging from Han's punch with amazing agility. Each successive punch he threw was met with resistance. Jinsu blocked his attacks with precision and grace, all his attacks as if reading his moves in advance. Han noticed that with each encounter, his strength was gradually diminishing, while Jinsu's, on the contrary, became more and more confident. Every time Han tried to strike, Jinsu met him. His blade moved as if it were inertia, blocking attacks with minimal effort with precision and grace. It was like a dance where every step was premeditated and every gesture the result of long training and undeniable confidence. He attacked from different angles, trying to catch Jinsu off guard, but he was always one step ahead. With each, Jinsu became more and more confident on the battlefield. His movements were calm and precise, like an experienced fighter, for whom fighting is not just a strength but an art. Once again, Jinsu even managed to kick him in the face and knock his teeth out. Han Jae-hyuk felt his energy draining away more and more while Jinsu remained calm and unbalanced. He used his technique not only for defense but also to crush Han mentally. By blocking every attack, he made it clear that his every move was being controlled. All Han Jae-hyuk could do was watch his blows lose their power and accuracy. He drew his sword as his last hopeful. He was convinced that if he couldn't handle Jinsu now, there would be no more chances. Without giving Han time to think further, he leapt upwards as if stretching in the air. It was a moment Han hadn't predicted. He tried to stop him, but Jinsu was faster. In the next second, Jinsu used all his strength and power to send a powerful downward thrust. His blade met Han's sword, but it didn't just collide. He could feel his strength drying up with each failed attempt to strike. His breathing grew heavier. His movements became slower and slower. Jinsu, as if knowing he had time, acted with absolute calmness, doing his best to draw Han out. Han trapped in his own fatigue. Suddenly, Han's weapon cracked as if it were fragile glass. The sound of breaking metal echoed across the battlefield as his sword shattered into nothing. All the strength Han had put into his sword and his faith in this last hope, it was all gone. The sword shattered and he was left empty-handed. He stood stunned, with only the hilt left in his hands. Could no longer fulfill its function. It was as if his last hope of victory had vanished in an instant. The sword he now held so proudly was but a handful of useless shards. Despair gripped him. He was discouraged and lost. It was the moment he realized that not only had he had lost the fight, but that he had completely lost control of the situation. Jinsu concentrated all his strength into one precise movement. His blade glistened, and with incredible speed and precision, it cut through the air. Han couldn't prevent the blow and his body was too tired to defend himself. Jinsu's blade slammed into Han, and at that moment, everything froze. The blow was lightning fast and so precise that Han didn't even realize what had happened. What had happened? He felt a sharp pain, and then how his body was on the ground, powerless and defenseless. He collapsed to his knees and then, unable to hold himself up any longer, he collapsed completely. After Jinsu defeated Han, the situation in the Hunter's branch heated up. The limit. The negotiations that soon began with Lim Do-yoon, the head of the branch, and Han Jae-hyuk's father and assistant were not just a discussion, but a real conflict of interest. They demanded that the Hunter branch hand Jinsu over to them, thinking that he should be held accountable for what happened. However, Lim Do-yoon and the branch head were not willing to give in. It wasn't just a matter of honor for them. It was a matter of principle not to allow outside interference in the affairs of the branch, especially when it came to a man who had earned his reputation and status. The negotiations quickly escalated into outright conflict. The head was a man of strong character and iron will, not going to give in to pressure. His voice became increasingly strained and fierce as he responded to demands. He shouted at his opponents without restraining his emotions. His eyes burned with rage and his breathing became heavy with accumulated anger. With each passing minute, the conversation became more and more heated. The assistant was absolutely sure that the branch of the Hunters could exist only thanks to their efforts and financial investments. He knew that all the merits in its development in the strengthening and growth of the branch were exclusively theirs and not someone else's. Without their support, the branch would not have become what it was today. But the head replied that all that it had done and achieved was their own achievements and not anyone else's. His tension became visible to all present, and soon he grabbed the papers that lay on the table and threw them violently in the face of his opponent. The papers scattered across the floor, but it wasn't just a gesture of desperation, it was a challenge. It shocked everyone present. In that moment, it was clear that the argument had turned personal. The head was not ready to submit to the demands of others, especially when it came to Jinsu's fate and the efforts he had invested in the branch. But now everyone realized that this conflict was far from over and the consequences for all involved. Far from what they had hoped for. The head of the Hunter's branch stood firm as a rock and would not budge. He was a man of principle, and for him, honor and loyalty to his comrades always came first. He knew this conflict could escalate, but he wasn't about to give in to pressure. He rejected anything that seemed to contradict his inner convictions. He knew that betraying Jinsu was not only wrong, but destructive to everyone he'd ever supported. Jinsu became not just an ally, but a symbol of strength and resilience for everyone in the branch. But on the other side was Han Jae-hyuk's father, whose thirst for revenge was unquenchable. He didn't think of anything more than that. His own revenge for the deaths of his two sons he lost to Jinsu. Blind hatred gripped him, and he had long since lost, reason leaving room only for bitterness and a desire for revenge. For him, there were no laws or morals, only the desire to regain what he had lost, even at the cost of cruel and unpredictable decisions. Han's father was willing to do anything for his revenge. Laws and principles had no meaning, values. Unwilling to wait for justice, unwilling to follow the rules that bound everyone else. In his eyes, Jinsu was not just an enemy, but a living symbol of what he had lost. And now that he had a chance to get it, he was willing to do anything just to punish the man who he believed opinion had ruined his life. With rage and impatience, he said he would stop at nothing. He knew that in order to get Jinsu, he had to crush all resistance, and this time, no principle or law could stand in his way. The head of the branch, seeing this, determination and hatred felt his nerves straining as the tension between them grew. He realized that the clash of these two worlds, his world based on principles and loyalty, and his father Han Jae-hyuk's world of blind revenge would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Han Jae-hyuk's father was no longer willing to listen to logical arguments, and this was no longer just a political or moral confrontation, it was a struggle. The branch head remained firm as a rock in his decision. He wasn't ready to change his principles. He wasn't ready to betray his people and those who had put so much effort into making the branch thrive. Every look in his eyes and every word showed that he would not back down one step. He was convinced of the rightness of his path and was ready to fight for it to the end. Jinsu sat there with his mind immersed in deep thoughts. He felt that his strength was not enough despite all his abilities and accomplishments. Every time he exchanged points, he felt his energy draining too much. His mana, though a powerful resource, was increasingly depleted and was not enough for him to reach his true potential. He knew that if his mana could be increased or optimized in some way, it would give him a significant advantage. He wondered what he needed to do to take his power level to the next level. That power was in short supply. Jinsu thought of ways to increase mana. Some spoke of ancient artifacts and rare items that could to increase mana or decrease mana consumption. But he had also gained about 20 souls so far, and it helped him not to get too tired. And he wondered what would happen if he gained 100 or even 1,000. In his mind, he was already making a plan to increase his strength. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. He picked up his smartphone and saw Li Yun's name pop up on the screen. He instantly answered with a slight surprise, as he didn't expect her to call now. She was not happy about something. When Li Yuna started to speak, her voice was so loud and disturbing that Jinsu almost took the phone away from his ear. He listened, because he knew it wasn't just a conversation. Something serious was going on. But gradually she calmed down, and her voice didn't have the panic in it that had alarmed him. Instead, her speech became more focused, although she still sounded worried. As Li Yuna announced her mission, Jinsu felt his resolve strengthen. The mission was not, and the knowledge that the orcs had already taken over the ancient fortress of Gangwon-do immediately alerted him. These creatures were no ordinary adversaries. They were known for their brutality, and the fact that they had taken control of such a strategically important site as the fortress meant that the situation was extremely dangerous. Li Yuna said they had to liberate the area and retake it, but they didn't know how strong the orcs were, how many of them there were, and what resources they had used to take over the area. And although Li Yuna and her party were experienced hunters, she was clearly worried for the safety of the entire group. Jinsu felt that this was the moment when he had to show his full strength. The orcs in Gangwon-do Fortress. It was a serious challenge, but he was ready to meet the challenge. Li Yuna said that not only her squad would be participating in the operation, 2 other groups of hunters, also experienced and well-trained, were to join their mission. This strengthened their chances of success. But despite their numerical superiority, Jinsu realized that every step would be dangerous. Now he had 2 days to return to the dungeon tower and train there. Choi Muhan, the head of the powerful Hwaran Guild, sat behind a massive desk. His gaze was streaked with determination. He knew that Jinsu had already contracted with the Hunter branch, but that wasn't a problem for him. There was no doubt in his eyes that he would do anything, to do whatever it took to get Jinsu under his control. The subordinate who sat across from him was visibly nervous. He knew that Choi Muhan was a tough and determined man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. He knew about Jinsu's contract with the Hunter's branch and realized that these things don't just happen. The subordinate nervously ran his hand across his forehead. He knew how powerful Choi Muhan was, but he still couldn't. He couldn't help but have doubts. But he also knew that Choi Muhan always got what he wanted. He told the guild leader that it might take 500 million won to cancel the contract. 500 million won. But that didn't deter Choi, and he was willing to pay that amount. His gaze became even more determined. He knew that his decision wouldn't be without consequences, but he was ready for it. Lee Do-yoon and her branch of hunters weren't the competition he feared. He could control the situation, especially if he decided to use his financial resources. The subordinate shook his head but didn't dare to object. He knew that in this world, Choi Muhan could not be argued with. Guild leader Hwarang was a determined and dangerous man who was not accustomed to stopping in the face of difficulties. Everything had been decided. He had decided that Jinsu would be his man and was not prepared to compromise or refuse. Jinsu was going to maximize his mana for a long battle with the orcs and also practicing his fighting skills to be ready for any eventuality. He knew that if he could maximize his strength and control his mana, it would give him a great advantage in the upcoming battle. He faced several monsters, and with each battle he felt his strength increase. He used each battle to improve his techniques to save mana and learn new techniques. Jinsu knew that soon he would face opponents much stronger than those he faced in the dungeon, but in his heart, there was a fire of determination. Jinsu assessed the situation in an instant. The monster was fearsome and could strike if he wasn't careful. The teeth of its mouth posed the main threat, but Jinsu knew that if he focused on his attack points, he could win. He took a deep breath and concentrated. With each passing moment, his confidence grew. He knew that his strength was now at a new level. He wasn't going to back down. All the training and battles he'd been through now served him better than ever. He was ready. The monster was the first to attack, opening its jaws, and unleashed a torrent of venomous saliva. Jinsu instantly raised his blade using the technique and sent several sharp blades towards the monster. They stabbed into its body, but didn't do much damage. It was too powerful. The monster instantly moved in trying to grab Jinsu, with huge teeth ready to tear him to pieces. Jinsu reacted instantly by making a quick jump at it. Jinsu, despite his muscle, preparedness, and experience, he found himself in a very difficult situation. The monster, a horrible predator with many sharp teeth, grabbed him in its jaws, and his huge jaws seemed capable of chewing him to pieces. The jaws with teeth like a bowl slammed around him with terrible force. Concentrating, he began to manipulate the blade. This ability allowed him to become incredibly flexible and fast for a moment, with maximum speed. He made a sudden movement using his agility to dodge into the monster's mouth. Jinsu was prepared for any turn of events. He'd fought opponents. He had fought much stronger and more dangerous foes. He concentrated on letting go of the tension and felt his breathing become, and his mind began to think of ways to get out of this trap. All he needed was a moment to put his powers into action. And he slashed the monster from inside its mouth with his blade and was able to get out of it. And he immediately called out to Apple, and when she showed up, he wanted to trade his points for new powers that would strengthen him, or give him additional advantages. After a brief pause, Jinsu decided he should do it now. He wanted to trade his points for a card. He knew there was a chance of getting something incredibly useful or even completely useless, but he was willing to take the risk. The first second, he was a little surprised because instead of some obviously powerful artifact or enhancement item, he got something else. Atrophy is what he got. He knew it wasn't a typical ability that would enhance his attack or defense directly, but realizing that many things can be unexpected and can only reveal themselves at the right moment, he didn't underestimate it. This allowed him to affect his opponents by reducing their physical capabilities, slowing their movements and creating moments when they couldn't act as quickly as they normally would. This meant that now if he faced monsters, his attacks were much more effective. His opponents could move as fast as before, and he could act with greater precision, counting on slowing their reactions. This ability could make a big difference in a battle. Jinsu knew that if he used it correctly, his chances of victory would be multiplied, and so his resolve was bolstered when a monster much stronger and faster than the previous one reappeared ahead. Its size was immediately apparent. He was not only physically huge but also very agile. When the monster spotted him, it attacked with such swiftness that Jinsu barely to dodge the first strike of its huge paw. But now, with the atrophy ability activated, everything changed. Jinsu felt his strength and will intensified, and he focused all his mental energy on whoever was in front of him. His fingers gripped the hilt of the blade and he used his ability. In the next instant, all of the monster's movements began to slow down. He felt his body begin to move with difficulty, as if each step was getting harder and harder. Jinsu noticed how his kicks slowed down and his paws, which had been moving with incredible speed, now seemed heavy and clumsy. And soon, Jinsu defeated him. Now he decided to visit the village where he opened a portal and a warm light enveloped him until space distorted around him. At that moment, he felt his body being transported through the various layers of reality, and in a second, he found himself on familiar ground. As soon as the portal closed, Jinsu saw the familiar scenery in front of him. In the distance, houses could be seen, framed by forests, and the foggy morning made this peaceful place even more secluded. When Jinsu stepped out of the portal, he was greeted by an old man, the former village chief. The old man had a smile on his face, and despite his wrinkles and the marks of time, his eyes were filled with genuine joy. He didn't hide his relief and happiness at seeing a man on whom he could always lean. The old man who used to be the village chief felt how hard it was for him to cope with his problems. Jinsu smiled too, and his heart filled with warmth at the thought of how glad he was to be back here. Despite all the hardships, he couldn't help but feel grateful for the opportunity to help them. The old man, seeing that Jinsu was really happy to be back, felt even more relieved. He knew that with this man full of determination and strength, the village would be safe again. Jinsu listened to him carefully and realized that the situation was serious. Time was running out, despite his strength and experience in battle. He now felt responsible for the lives of these people who relied on him. He knew that now, more than ever, he had to make a decision and help them. The residents were relieved, but realized it would take considerable effort and resources. Building houses, purchasing materials all cost money. Jinsu was willing to invest what he could to help them, knowing that without this help, the village would be in danger. Construction work began immediately. Jinsu used his strength and knowledge to speed up the process. and he realized that building the houses would take up a lot of his money, namely 240 million won. Time was really running out. Winter was on its way, and Jinsu knew that every day. Every second counted. He couldn't afford to delay because the fate of the people he had promised to help depended on his actions. Despite the cost, Jinsu didn't hesitate. He knew that now that winter was on its way, money should not be an obstacle to helping people. Investing in houses wasn't just material aid, it was a chance for the village to survive the harsh conditions, and he was willing to do whatever it took to get them through the winter. It was important to Jinsu that all the houses were strong and warm. He knew that the resources that he would invest now would be repaid if only they could survive and keep the village alive. This investment wasn't just money, it was the future of the people who trusted him. Jinsu became actively involved in the construction process, overseeing every detail. He used his skills and experience to speed up the process, minimizing waste and shortening the construction time. Even though the enormous cost, he had no doubts about his decisions. The villagers had already set the table. The aroma of freshly cooked food quickly reached his nose, and Jinsu, a little weak from fatigue, felt his stomach give a signal. He paused for a moment to look at the table, where his favorite dishes were laid out: hot fresh bread, fried meat, and vegetables that made him drool. The old man, noticing his curiosity and interest in village life, told him about an old mine near the village. In his voice, he could hear the bitterness of his memories, for it was now ruined. But they used to mine mithril there. Jinsu listened carefully to the old man, and he was surprised by this information. He was even kind of happy about it. Mithril was a valuable resource that could improve the situation of the people. When the old man told him that the mine had been abandoned because of the monsters and the lack of equipment, Jinsu immediately realized how big an obstacle it was. An obstacle for the village. Mithril could be the thing that would change their lives dramatically, but the presence of monsters and the lack of the necessary equipment made extraction difficult. He realized that the safety of the people and the efficiency of the mining depended on how quickly they could neutralize the threat and obtain the equipment. Jinsu, watching the old man, decided to act. He realized that if he could find the right equipment and get a team together to clean up the mine, they could not only mine mithril, but also provide the village with a safe, prosperous life. Mithril was the key, and he was willing to do whatever it took to get it. Jinsu quickly sprang into action. He planned to go to Bailison's to buy all the equipment he needed. In the meantime, the old man had gathered men to form a team to go through the mine. So Jinsu went to Bailison, and he realized that his visit would not be a simple exchange of words. Bailison is a man with a keen sense of profit and passionate about relics and valuable objects, met him with curiosity. Things had not been going well for the hunters in recent months. Financial problems, the decreasing interest in their services, as well as threats from other guilds, were putting their future in doubt. So any offer of any kind that could be of any benefit was now of the utmost importance. Jinsu, as expected, pulled out of his pocket a number of items he had collected in his travels as part of his recent successes in dungeons and monster hunting. Various jewelry, rare stones, all of which were not only beautiful but useful. Some of the items he used himself to improve his skills, others could be exchanged for money or resources that were needed for future endeavors. Bailison eagerly examined every item that Jinsu laid out in front of him. His eyes sparkled as he scrutinized the relics. He knew that such items had been scarce on the market lately, were extremely scarce, and each artifact could bring him a considerable profit. In addition, each of the items was not only valuable, but also possessed magical power, which increased their value several times over. Quickly running through the prices of such items and figuring out how much it all might be worth on the market. After a few seconds of thinking, he looked up at Jinsu and said with a smile that he was willing to pay more than 5 million won. Jinsu thought for a while after weighing the offer. It was a decent sum, but he knew he needed additional resources for his future plans. However, given the importance of the task and the need to purchase the necessary equipment for his village, that the offer was hardly worth rejecting. When Jinsu took out the ring, Bailison could hardly hide his surprise. It was not simple. The jewelry ring was clearly magical, and its energy field could be felt even at a distance. Bailison, who through years of dealing in relics, had learned to sense such energy, and he opened his eyes wide at how many items Jinsu had brought him today, began to scrutinize the ring as he turned it around in his hands. He knew that such artifacts could be worth a fortune, and he was willing to offer a good price. With each movement, his eyes became more and more focused and his breathing more intermittent. He knew that rings with this kind of power are not found every day. This was a ring of pitch darkness. Jinsu knew that Bailson understood the value of such things, and he offered Jinsu 3 million won, but he was careful not to reveal it because he knew that such a thing was worth much more. than the money that Bailson offered him. Jinsu knew that the ring was not just a magical artifact, but a valuable relic, with hidden powers that Bailson could hardly fully appreciate. His intuition told him that if he made a deal too quickly, he'd miss the chance to get a lot more. Showing no emotion, he raised an eyebrow slightly and put the ring back in his bag. He knew that it would make Bailson think twice. Jinsu wasn't greedy, but he valued honesty and respect for the things that mattered, and he wanted out. And so, when Bailson, clearly realizing his mistake, offered 5 million, Jinsu took his time putting the ring back on. He knew that what he was doing now were not motivated by a lust for profit, but rather by the realization that the deal had to be mutually beneficial. Jinsu, having decided to buy equipment to mine mithril, he knew he would need to invest in quality equipment, but he also needed to equip the workers so they could work safely in the mine. In total, he needed 300 sets. Against that backdrop, Bailson's offer to buy the ring for 5 million won seemed like a small step toward his more ambitious plans. Bailson listened to Jinsu when he said, about the items, he thought about it. He was a smart merchant, and he knew that if Jinsu was able to establish a mining operation, it would open up a huge opportunities. Mithril was an extremely valuable and rare metal, and if Jinsu could mine it, his business would improve greatly. But in order to do that, he needed support, and Bailson was willing to invest in the cause. He knew that Jinsu was ambitious and driven, and if he said that he could get a mithril mining operation going, he'd probably do it. Jinsu woke up early in the morning in the village feeling a slight fatigue still pulling at him. He realized that he had to return home, for time was running out. His mission with the orcs was just around the corner, and he couldn't afford a moment to waste. Time spent here was important, but the mission with the orcs couldn't wait, and he needed to prepare for it. Also, the old man had come to him. Apple opened the portal again for Jinsu, and he was focused and serious despite all the fuss that had passed. A determined fire burned in his eyes. The old man, realizing the importance of the upcoming mission, wasted no time. He had to quickly gather a group of locals willing to help him mine the mithril. Despite their lack of experience, he was confident that they could do the job if they were properly equipped and trained. To that end, Jinsu purchased the necessary equipment and materials to prepare them for the arduous and dangerous task. The old man was confident that they would be able to overcome all difficulties if they acted in concert. As for the monsters, Jinsu was ready to neutralize them himself. He knew how to fight monsters and use his knowledge and experience to effectively protect the workers. Now, all that was left was to wait for Jinsu to return from his mission and join them so they could continue their work and develop the village. And soon, Jinsu returned home. He went to the bathroom and turned on the shower. The hot water burned his skin, washing away the traces of fatigue and tension from his body. His mind was still filled with images of recent events, but under the jets of water, it all seemed distant and unimportant. Jinsu stayed in the shower long enough to let himself relax and forget, if only for a few minutes. He knew he didn't have much time to relax. Soon, shaking the last drops of water out of his hair, he stepped out of the shower, wrapped in a towel. In the mirror, he noticed tired eyes that, despite their heaviness, never lost their focus. After his shower, he went to his bedroom, picked out suitable clothes, and began to pack. Jinsu preferred minimalism, so the choice was quickly made. He headed to the exit where Lee Yuna was waiting for him. She was always on top of her game, and this time was no exception. Jinsu immediately noticed that she was sitting in a luxurious car that was not only fast but also incredibly expensive. He knew that Lee Yuna had access to such vehicles, but this particular choice surprised him. But she replied that they needed to get to the place quickly, and that's why she chose it. Jinsu sat down without saying anything. In the passenger seat, it was cozy, but a little cold inside. The car was equipped with the latest technology that provided not only comfort, but also safety. Lee Yuna sat behind the wheel with her hands steady on the steering wheel. She told me that besides them, 3 other units would be joining the mission, and they were also impressive hunters too. And even they would have nothing to do when they arrived, she feared. The car accelerated, speeding steadily through the night streets. The fog obscured the outlines of the buildings, and as they traveled deeper into the city, Jinsu could feel the tension. The car drove without slowing down, as if it felt the importance of what was happening. Jinsu stared out the window without trying to speak. He knew that Lee Yuna could keep quiet. The mission site was more complicated than the commander expected. 2 groups sent on a mission with the orcs suddenly disappeared, and communication with them was lost. The squad leader was trying to gather his thoughts, trying to understand what had happened. It was strange, and the situation was spiraling out of control. There was only Park Kyung, the man who was at the epicenter of all this danger, and he was the only one who could be contacted. This was the moment when the commander faced an internal struggle. Park Kyung desperately asked for reinforcements because he couldn't do it alone. to do it alone. He knew that the enemy was strong and would not give up. The commander, on the other hand, was in no hurry to make a decision. He realized that if they called for help now, it would be an embarrassment to their entire team. After all, the orcs, though brutal, were not an impossible threat, and the commander was sure that his squads could cope with them if only they did not get confused. However, not everyone in the team shared the commanders of the commander. One of them, standing a little to the side, realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed at first glance. He could see in the faces of his comrades as they began to lose confidence. The orcs they encountered were indeed different from the ones they normally dealt with. These creatures were much stronger and smarter than normal orcs. They acted in a coordinated and strategic way that made him feel that they were trapped for a reason. These were not ordinary orcs, but something more. There may not have been many of them, but the strength and intelligence of their actions. There was no doubt they were far more dangerous than the others. Feeling the tension building, he decided to act. He knew that on the battlefield, they needed help quickly and skillfully. He took out his cell phone and dialed Lee Yuna's number. She was an important link in their operation. The specialist and Jinsu was supposed to be with her, and he hoped she could get to the scene as soon as possible. She was the only one who could bring the level of training needed to effectively deal with these unusual orcs. When Lee Yun picked up the phone, her voice was calm. He knew she didn't realize the gravity of the situation, so he got right down to business. He told her to hurry up, and he also clarified if Jinsu would be there with her. She confirmed that he would be there. He was glad that Jinsu was also going on the mission. He was always with him, easier to cope with difficulties. Jinsu wasn't just a hunter, he was one of the most reliable members of their squad, and his presence meant a lot. He had exceptional skills in combat and could remain cool even in the most dangerous situations. His ability to analyze the battlefield and instant decision-making made him a valuable ally. He also had the experience of defeating a large number of orcs. With the thought that Jinsu would be with them, he felt confidence growing inside him. When Lee Yuna and Jinsu finally arrived at the place, the atmosphere was completely different from what they expected. From their first steps on the mountainous terrain, they felt that this operation was far from trivial. All around them, a threat that even experienced fighters like them couldn't help but feel. Lee Yuna carefully looked around the area, trying to assess the situation. She used to a variety of combat conditions, but the mountainous terrain presented a different challenge. Every rock, every curve, elevation here could be not only an advantage for the enemy, but also a real trap for her squad. Besides, there was no obvious escape routes, making them vulnerable if things got out of hand. Her mind was already making plans, but one thing was certain. In such rocky terrain would be difficult. As Lee Yuna stood on the mountain path, her attention was caught by the footsteps of someone coming up behind her. She turned around and saw the one who had called her earlier. His face was tense and his eyes were full of determination. She realized that the situation might be out of the ordinary, but she didn't expect such a demand. Doubt flashed in her eyes for a moment, but she quickly pulled herself together. She was ready for anything, but on the condition that the reward would be increased to 300 million won. The man was astonished, but he had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Jinsu entered the tent. He immediately sensed the tension in the air and realized that the place where destinies are decided. There was no time for long deliberation. When he entered, he saw the commander looking serious, with some kind of internal conflict. He wanted to send the group into battle again, but without backup. The commander was silent, his gaze was heavy, and you could see pride and common sense struggling in his eyes. Jinsu didn't expect the commander to be so stupid, and he told him about it. The commander looked at Jinsu with an expression full of determination and irritation. He wasn't ready to give in to his words, especially when told what to do, and especially not from a junior in rank. In his eyes was all old military experience, pride, and confidence in his position. He wasn't going to let himself give in, especially to someone he thought was just a young, inexperienced youth. He stepped forward, his gestures becoming more confident, even aggressive. Jinsu felt his blood boil with anger, but despite his inner tension, he didn't let himself snap. As the team, despite all the doubts and contradictions, began to move towards the cave, Jinsu felt the tension build. This moment was crucial, and he realized that every step could be his last. Everyone walked in silence, a heightened sense of unease hung in the air. The commander remained adamant not to allow the slightest expression of doubt or request for help. He was sure of his decision, which meant his men must be sure, were confident despite the obvious risks. They reached the entrance to the cave. It was an ominous place, a single passageway surrounded by high cliffs, making it a perfect ambush trap. The only path led deep into its dark depths, and Jinsu couldn't shake the feeling that They weren't just entering a cave, they were walking into the jaws of a monster. And if they were ambushed, they'd have nowhere to retreat to. But the commander didn't pay. To all this, he led them onward. Jinsu, who was the last to go, was watching each of the men. He was a master of observation, and his every move was as precise as a predator's. He realized that the further into the cave they went, the less chance they had of retreating, if the orcs got in the way. And if there was an ambush, there would be no escape route. Everyone could be killed in the blink of an eye. But despite the danger, Jinsu felt he had to do something to put his powers to good use. He knew he possessed a special skill that he had only been used in combat situations and never in public. It was the skill of study, the ability to analyze and gain information about any creature in the vicinity. He decided to try and use it to see what kind of people were walking around him, what motivated them, and what their weaknesses or strengths were. After all, he had seen how afraid they were, even though they were far from weak fighters. Jinsu concentrated and directed his attention to one of Han Young-su's soldiers in the front line. After a moment, information appeared in front of him, as he expected. He could see all the talents, fighting skills, and personalities that added up to a vivid picture of this man. But what Jinsu saw shocked him greatly. At the end of the report was a short but clear line that he would die on the mission today. He felt his heart clenched. Suddenly, there was a scraping of metal ahead and an ominous rumble, as if the cave itself was coming to life. Orcs were waiting for them, as expected. The moment of truth had arrived. The commander immediately gave the order to attack, and each of the squad, realizing that their survival depended on their strength and skill, instantly activated their talents. Li Yuna, despite her tendency to be strategic, wasted no time and was the first to rush into battle. In her hands, the lightning bolts twisted into fierce whirlwinds, and each strike was like a powerful discharge that burned everything in its path. The orcs couldn't handle the energy, but she knew she could not relax. The enemy's power was not yet exhausted. In the midst of the battle, as the orcs and monsters attacked with incredible force, suddenly something changed. The ground beneath their feet shook, and everyone present felt the cave begin to come to life. The rumbling that wouldn't stop suddenly turned into a strange echo. Suddenly, high up on the ceiling of the cave, a huge crack split open and a passage opened before them. It had been hidden, but now it was visible to all. Bright rays of light began to come through the passage, as if something was coming out of the shadows. Everyone in the cave was now in a state of confusion, but even as the battle with the orcs was turning into something more, they couldn't stop. The commander, despite his usual confidence, now felt the change as well. He looked into the passageway that had just opened and realized that their battle with the orcs was only part of a much larger trap. He realized that they had to defeat the orc boss and get out of the cave within 12 hours, or they would be trapped here forever. Jinsu watched the commander and couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't just fighting orcs anymore. Everything indicated that there was a much more powerful force in this cave that they hadn't expected. There was no time to worry, was to act. The process was becoming more and more desperate. Jinsu knew that now they were on the brink of life and death, and they had no time to make any mistakes. In this obscurantist place where they were surrounded not only by orcs, but also by incomprehensible forces, every minute mattered. A cave that had seemed ordinary until now was now a trap. Far down the opening, they could see the darkness that swallowed the light, and even the air became heavy, as if the earth itself was trying to swallow them up. Despite the desperate situation, the commander remained steadfast. He seemed to hear neither the warnings nor the fears of his men. His eyes burned with determination, and he was certain that he could not afford to back down. His gaze was fixed forward on the dark depths of the cave, in which they were increasingly losing ground beneath their feet. For him, this was a test not only of strength but also of authority. He could not allow anyone to question his judgment, even if it meant going in the wrong direction. However, Jinsu felt the situation was getting out of hand. The cave, this new, unexpected passage, strange orcs. All of it pointed to one thing. Their chances of success were decreasing with every step, especially as their opponent began to show his true strength. Due to the stubbornness of the commander, who wouldn't take any advice, Jinsu realized that they would find themselves in an even more difficult situation. He knew that the only way to save everyone was to act on his own. And so, as the orcs began, the orc caster standing in the depths of the cave spoke dark words. It was a powerful spell that instantly overwhelmed the team with an invisible but powerful wave of magic. Everyone felt their strength begin to wane, as if an invisible force was restraining their movements. This magical strike was a true test. It was at that moment that Jinsu felt everything around him slow down. Jinsu realized that the magical field of the spell wasn't just preventing them from fighting, it was aimed at suppressing all their potential to suppress their strength. Jinsu realized that if they didn't neutralize the spell, their chances of victory were rapidly decreasing. But Li Yuna had said it would take at least 10 minutes. At least 10 minutes. but the orcs were already advancing. The orcs' spell had sapped their strength and the mages were in a state of near exhaustion. Lee Yuna and the other mages in the group tried to hold back the onslaught, but their magic was no longer as powerful as before. Each of them knew that it would take time to regain their strength and find a way to weaken the spell. He shouted to Lee Yuna for her and the others to deal with the spell quickly. His voice was full of determination, and he didn't wait for a reply. Jinsu quickly rushed forward, piercing the space around him with a sharp gaze. Jinsu was ready to act alone to give the rest of the team a chance to regain their strength and win. The orcs were still advancing, but now Jinsu knew that they were facing not ordinary orcs, but a powerful mage who could put up serious resistance. And what's more, he felt the mana of someone else, not those orcs. Those orcs weren't as powerful as the energy of someone they hadn't met. Wasting no time, he rushed into the battle, confidently moving towards the strongest orcs he could see. His steps were quick, calculated, every movement precise and honed. Jinsu used his skill to instantly analyze each opponent and find their weaknesses. He recognized their vulnerabilities and prepared to strike, making him even more dangerous. This was only the first wave. The orcs did not give up. Jinsu was sinking deeper into the fight with each step as he moved further into the dark depths of the cave. It all depended on how quickly the mages could regain their strength and finish the battle. Jinsu continued to fight the orcs with surprising. His movements were quick and precise. He used all his skill to win the battle. Each strike was like lightning, and his ability to analyze his enemies allowed him to easily take them down one by one. The orcs, though strong and aggressive, against his skills, he was like a whirlwind that swept everything in its path. Meanwhile, the commander stood on the sidelines watching, but his mind was far away from the fight. He couldn't understand why the situation wasn't unfolding as he expected. The commander's mind kept going back and forth, that something had to be done about the orcs. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. He decided that the wizards didn't need to hold back the orcs' spells to use fire. He quickly thought of a plan and decided to set them on fire to create a circle of fire around the orcs that would stop their advance. The mages stood at a complete loss, their eyes darting around the battlefield and their hands shaking with fatigue and nervousness. Every word from the commander made them to feel more and more powerless. They knew that fire was not the solution. They had little mana at their disposal, and the flames required too much mana, too much energy to hold it for any length of time. But the commander, unwilling to listen to any objections, continued to shout and insist on his solution. The mages could not resist any longer. The commander, despite Lee Yuna and the other mages' attempts to warn him, remained steadfast in his decision, and they realized that if they disobeyed, the consequences could be even worse. Even if their actions don't lead to victory, of obeying the order could cost them their lives. Lee Yuna stood there, feeling her strength draining with each passing moment. She couldn't change anything. Even though her inner voice screamed that it was a mistake, she was already beginning to feel everything slipping out of her hands. But even in this despair, she knew that if they stopped keeping the fire burning, the orcs would not be left behind. The flames were weakening, and the orcs felt their capabilities expanding again. Each of them continued to hold their breath, hoping for a miracle, but no miracle came. Time was running out. The orc caster's spell still hung over them despite the weakening of their barrier. The orcs moved forward, sensing the weakness and confusion of their opponents. Their eyes glittered with rage, and they were already beginning to encircle the group. The commander, watching the process, did not realize the gravity of the situation they were in. He hoped that this would save them, and at the moment of highest tension, as the last sparks of magic began to fade and the orcs drew closer, the mages had exhausted their power. The commander shouted for them to keep the fire going, but the mages told him that their power had run out. The situation in the cave had become critical. The commander, realizing that he had lost control of the situation, stood confused, not knowing what to do. Panic gripped the team. The men, unable to fight any longer, began to retreat. The orcs, sensing victory, were advancing rapidly, and their morale was at an all-time high. Every step they took seemed like a sure victory, and it made even the most resilient humans think of escape. Lee Yuna stood still. Her strength was running out, and she realized she couldn't go on. Her eyes flashed with a mixture of tiredness, frustration, and despair. She had almost resigned herself to the idea that this was her end. The flames of the fire they had so briefly maintained had already died out, and the orcs were surrounding them on all sides. Each orc strike, each roar of the monsters seemed to bring them closer and closer to the brink of destruction. Some of them had already begun to flee, realizing that staying in the cave was almost guaranteed death. The situation was so critical that even the most determined could no longer keep their fear under control. This sense of helplessness drove them to seek a way out, and fear was what drove their actions. But at that moment when her thoughts were consumed, the darkness suddenly appeared. Jinsu, He made his way to the center of the cave where the orcs were advancing and instantly covered Lee Yuna with himself blocking their path. He didn't hesitate for a second, his movements were sure and his gaze determined. Lee Yuna watched him in surprise as her heart accelerated, beating. Jinsu stood between her and the orcs as if he was ready to fight to the last man to protect her and his team. But the most amazing thing was that Jinsu was using magic that Lee Yuna had never seen before and that clearly exceeded her own abilities. He stretched his arms, and something more powerful began to gather in front of him. The light coming from his hands was unusually bright and intense. It was as if the very energy of the elemental forces were concentrated in his palms. Lee Yuna could hardly believe her eyes and realized that this was almost the highest degree of magic that she herself had not yet mastered. She knew that such abilities required great effort and control, but Jinsu used them with ease, as if it were natural to him. His magic surrounded him, creating a powerful shield that held back the advancing orcs. Flashes of fire, energy waves, all of which he directed against his enemies as if taming the power of nature itself. The orcs tried to break through this barrier, but their every blow and effort was countered by the invisible wall Jinsu had created around him. Jinsu, despite the seeming hopelessness of the situation stood firm as a rock in the face of the looming threat. He knew he couldn't afford to waste time worrying about his strength or the possible consequences. With each step the orcs took toward his team, his resolve only grew stronger. He realized that if he didn't stop them now, they would all die. He turned back to his team, looking at the bewildered faces of his comrades. Every one of them, even the most experienced ones, were on edge. Time was running out, and Jinsu knew that their chances of survival had dwindled to a minimum if they stayed here. But even in this hell, he was willing to stay to whitewash the orcs. He ordered everyone out of the cave and was left alone in the cave with the orcs. Meanwhile, Jinsu raised his hands, and a flash of light blinded everyone. He was ready to fight the orcs, holding back their onslaught and using all his strength. But Lee Yuna couldn't shake from the feeling that they were leaving him to fight this nightmare alone. But she shouted to him that he must win and that she would wait for his victory. Jinsu decisively applied his underworld fire technique. At that moment, everything around him lit up. His eyes lit up with an inner fire, and all the magical energy he had stored up surged outward with overwhelming power. This fire was not just flames, but the very essence of destruction that came from the very depths of his soul. With each passing second, the cave filled with a bright light, as if the earth itself was beginning to burning. The fiery tongues of sparkling sparks and flames that wrapped around the rocks and air left no chance for the orcs. Those who still tried to break through the magical barrier were instantly consumed by the fire. The orcs roared but could not withstand the destructive power that Jinsu unleashed. It wasn't just flames. It was an element imposed by Jinsu's will, a burning inferno that consumed everything around it. Then he slowly walked over to the ring, and without thinking, he picked up the ring. As the ring touched his fingers, Jinsu felt a strange wave of energy that rippled through his entire body, but something was wrong. Suddenly, like magic, shadows began to gather around him, and skeletons began to materialize around him. And the prospect of walking around with skeletons all the time and having a whole bunch of them behind him didn't appeal to Jinsu. He stood among his new subjects, an army of skeletons he neither asked for nor desired. These undead creatures moved swaying as if they were awaiting his commands. He could feel the caster's ring pulling him inexorably into this magical bond, but he was determined to rid himself of these creatures as soon as possible. However, the thought of dragging them with him not only poisoned his mood, but also made it hard for him to concentrate. From concentrating on other tasks, looking for a solution, Jinsu decided to turn to Apple. She was the only one he could contact in this situation, and maybe she could help him get rid of those skeletons, or at least get them to safety. He knew that she had abilities that could help with such matters. As soon as he summoned her, Apple appeared as always with a slight and smile. Apple, when she appeared in front of Jinsu, she was amazed at his quick victory. She didn't expect it to be over so soon, especially against such strong opponents as the orcs and their magic. But her surprise was quickly replaced by displeasure when she noticed Jinsu standing amongst an army of skeletons ready for action, and he asked her to send them to the village of Bale. Apple was not pleased. She was well aware of the terms of the treaty she'd made with Jinsu, that only Jinsu himself could visit the tower. No other beings or creatures could be transported through her magic to other places. And Jinsu wondered. He wouldn't be Jinsu if he didn't find a way out. Thinking ahead and finding loopholes had always been his forte. Sighed. He suddenly realized that he could get around this restriction. After all, he wanted to send them to the tower itself, but to the village, and that made all the difference. And then she had to make a concession and agree to help him. Then the portal opened and the skeletons went through it. Jinsu also wanted to teleport home, and she helped him with that too. He didn't want to meet the people he saved, and so there wouldn't be many unnecessary questions. When Jinsu teleported back home and into his room, he still couldn't shake the feeling of a strange connection to the skeleton army, these undead creatures. That seemed utterly useless under normal circumstances began to plague his thoughts. He wondered what he could do with them to not only get rid of them, but to use them to his advantage. Suddenly it hit him. He remembered the mithril mine where monsters were constantly attacking workers and those who dared to venture into its depths. The place was notoriously dangerous and predatory creatures, even magical creatures, attacked the miners and their defenses were weak. Now Jinsu realized that an army of skeletons could be the perfect defense for the mine, and he wanted to use them to keep the threat away from the humans so he didn't have to fight every monster. They could be sent to the mine and use them as guards to keep the workers safe from attack. Suddenly, Lee Yuna texted him and wanted to know why he hadn't left the cave. But when he told her he'd teleported home, she was furious and talked about how she was really worried about him and he wouldn't even let her know that he was okay. And then she called and he didn't even pick up the phone. And she yelled at him and he apologized and tried to apologize to justify that he didn't want to be questioned. She also said that Choi Moo-han was interested in him. He asked why. She didn't know why, but she said she gave his number to him and asked him to speak to her politely. She also assumed that he wanted to lure Jinsu into his guild. She also asked to meet with him to discuss some important topics. He promised her that he would make time for them to meet. When Jinsu finished talking to Lee Yuna, his phone rang again. The screen showed the number of Choi Moo-han, an influential leader of one of the largest guilds in the region. Jinsu sighed, but answered with courtesy as always. He knew that Choi Moo-han, as an experienced leader of the guild, would not waste time on idle talk unless he was sure he had something worthwhile to offer. However, despite the tempting offer, Jinsu had no intention of leaving the Hunter branch. He was satisfied with his position, and although Choi's terms looked tempting, his attachment to his current workplace and team remained unchanged. But Choi Moo-han obviously wasn't ready to give up so easily. He knew that Jinsu wasn't the kind of person who would make a decision without a second thought, and his experience told him that in order to really get him interested, he would have to do something more. He was willing to take care of all expenses and legal matters. He wouldn't have to worry about the repercussions of terminating his contract with the Hunters branch. But when Jinsu had already said no again and was ready to hang up, Choi said the words that made him agree. When Choi Moo-han said that there was a healer in his guild who could cure Jinsu's sister, that was the decisive moment. Jinsu had no doubt that this was a chance not to be missed. But Choi added an important condition that could be an obstacle to his plans. In order for the healer to be able, he would need to obtain the 3 fairy tears. Without them, the treatment would be impossible. He couldn't say exactly where to find them. It was up to Jinsu to find them himself. Jinsu pondered over Choi Moo-han's words. The task was incredibly difficult, and his mind, accustomed to more direct and understandable challenges, now faced a real test. 3 fairy tears was a rarity that seemed to exist only in fairy tales. But for Jinsu, there was no other choice. If this was the only way to help his sister, he couldn't afford to deviate from the path. He suddenly realized that he wouldn't waste time thinking about it. He had to act immediately. Jinsu readied himself to move forward, and his determination with every step only grew stronger. He was ready to find the fairies' tears wherever they were, even if he had to search for them at the edge of the world. The pain and fear were gone, and there was only purpose. And that goal was more important than anything else. Choi Moo-han had a slight satisfaction on his face. He realized that this might not have been the easiest path for a young fighter, but it was Jinsu's determination to go all the way for his sister that made Choi believe in the success of this endeavor. He had long ago realized that people like Jinsu rarely gave up, and that his goals were often achievable if he put in enough effort. And now he couldn't help but be excited that Jinsu would be working under his guild. He had pulled out such a benefit for his guild. Jinsu sat pondering the next step. The task he had accepted was not an easy one, and fairy tears were not just a rarity but a magical artifact that could change the outcome of his sister's fate. To retrieve it, he had to enter the Forbidden Zone of China, a place full of danger. And it was the 39th level of difficulty. Apple could help with information on the location of the terrors, but her powers were limited. And at these difficulty levels, she couldn't guarantee safety. Jinsu summoned her knowing she could provide key information, or at least a way out of the situation. A few minutes later, Apple appeared in front of him. Realizing the importance of the question, she began to search her memory. What she knew about such a rare artifact. It's a place that very few people know about. It's guarded by monsters, and it takes a very powerful guide. It's an area where the inability to pass through monsters or magical traps is fatal. Even for someone like him, it would be a challenge. The Forbidden Zone of China was a place even the most experienced warriors avoided. It was one of those places that was the stuff of legend, a place where magic intertwined with reality and ancient powers. All who dared to enter it left their lives behind, no matter how strong and skilled they were. It was a territory guarded not only by magical traps but also by monsters with unique abilities. Among them were monsters that could not only defeat their enemies physically, but also possessed magical powers that made them even more dangerous. When Jinsu arrived at Lim Do-yoon's place, his face was full of determination. He knew he had to do whatever it took to reach the Forbidden Zone, China, and get the fairy's tears. Lim Do-yoon greeted him with a smile, but there was a slight surprise. She still couldn't understand what made him so urgent to seek a meeting. Jinsu didn't stall for time and explained to her directly that his sister needed to be healed, and to do so, he needed to get into the forbidden area of China. He asked her to help him find a way there. Lim Do-yoon was surprised by his determination because she knew how dangerous and unknown this place was. But nevertheless, she couldn't help him, and soon after a short pause, she began to speak. And she said that this territory had long been under threat, and China had recently announced that it was going to send the best fighters from around the world on a raid to regain control of the area. But as of yet, no offer has been made to Korea. However, China is now actively looking for fighters, and they may be willing to bring him in. But since there's no invitation yet, she couldn't send him there. Jinsu, realizing the risks, decided that his best chance to enter the restricted zone was to go incognito. He didn't want to attract unnecessary attention and endanger those who were willing to help him. Lim Do-yoon was his only ally in this endeavor, and he knew she could help him infiltrate the culling. When he proposed his plan to Lim Do-yoon, she listened carefully and assessed the possible consequences. Hiding among the Chinese selectors is a task that can be accomplished, but it won't be easy. But to make him realize that if he's exposed, all the risks will be on his shoulders, and she won't help him, and their affiliate will deny all ties to him. And in helping him, Lim Do-yoon looked at him carefully to gauge his determination. She knew that Jinsu is not a man who will back down, and his strength in this regard was undeniable. Despite the risks, she decided to help him. Jinsu nodded, realizing that the entire responsibility now rested on him. He was willing to go through any ordeal just to reach his goal. Lim Do-yoon smiled, but her gaze remained wary. She knew that if the plan went wrong, the consequences would be disastrous. But at the same time, she saw Jinsu's determination. Lim Do-yoon watched Jinsu closely, not hiding her surprise when he told her about his knowledge about the fairy's tears. She couldn't understand how he had managed to gather so much information, as it was highly classified and dangerous information that only a select few could know. But despite her doubts, she was glad that he was determined to cure his sister. It was important to her. And she felt that Jinsu would really do anything to achieve his goal. As Jinsu stood at the door, preparing to leave Lim Do-yoon, he felt gratitude building up inside his heart. She had helped him more than he had expected, and for that he was deeply grateful to her. She had not just giving him information, but also providing support that was vital to him. Without her help, he might not have been able to find such a direct path to his goal, which had already become almost his only important task of saving his sister. As Jinsu was about to leave, Lim Do-yoon took out a small earpiece from her bag and held it out to him. He looked at her in surprise, and she explained that it was a translator. Where he was going, there would be many people from different countries, and he would need to communicate with them. This earpiece will help him translate any language, so that he can navigate the situation more easily. Jinsu took the earpiece and thanked her, and felt how this small gesture made his preparations easier. Now he was really ready to go. Jinsu, realizing the gravity of the situation, said goodbye and headed for the exit. He could feel himself getting closer to his mission with each step closer to his mission. And although emotions raged inside him, he knew there was no turning back. Lim Do-yoon stood at the door and watched as Jinsu left. There were many conflicting feelings in her soul. She believed in his success. She knew that he was strong and determined, and despite all dangers, he was capable of handling any challenge. But despite this, her heart was filled with anxiety. She was well aware that he was going to risk his life to save his sister, and this feeling made her heart clench with worry. Lim Do-yoon was not used to show emotions. She had always kept her feelings under control. But at this moment, she couldn't help but think about what might happen to Jinsu. The portal in front of him began to sparkle, the light shimmering, creating the feeling of some mysterious force that was pulling him into the unknown. Apple activated it with ease, but she couldn't shake the feeling that things would be different afterward. Jinsu realized that there was no turning back now. In front of him was a vast and dangerous zone full of monsters, magical creatures, and other challenges. But he knew he had to do it for his sister. Jinsu nodded, understanding the importance of the journey ahead. He couldn't afford to hesitate because he had the future not only in his hands, his sister's future. but also the future of many others. And he wasn't going to return empty-handed. There was a fire of determination in his eyes, and even though his heart was pounding a little hard with excitement, he knew he was ready. He sighed, stepped forward, and disappeared into the glowing light of the portal, leaving behind a world in which there was hope for salvation. But the journey he had just embarked on opened up uncharted territory, and Jinsu knew that not only his future but also his fate depended on his actions. Not only his future, but the fate of many people. The portal closed behind him and Apple stayed behind to watch him. There was concern in her, but also faith that Jinsu would do whatever it took to come back alive. She knew that this raid would have repercussions, and maybe this would be the turning point. Would be the turning point for him and for the world. Jinsu found himself on the edge of an ancient mountain range surrounded by high, rocky peaks. He hadn't come here by chance. His mission was clear as ever, but he didn't know what to expect from these places. Huge cliffs, dense forests hiding shadows, and the darkness that reigned in these places created an atmosphere of the unknown, as if nature itself was preparing to hide its secrets here. From somewhere in the distance, a noise came to his ears, indistinct but clearly audible even at this distance. He instantly strained his ears to listen, trying to figure out what was going on. The noise was like the rumble of fighting, as if the group was fighting something, and Jinsu couldn't help but notice that his intuition immediately told him that it could be something important. He involuntarily quickened his step, his attention immediately focused on the source of the noise. Far away, down on the mountainside, hidden in the valley, a group of people could be seen. They were actively moving about, seemingly engaged in some important business. Jinsu crouched down, trying not to attract attention, and watched carefully. His gaze quickly swept over the scene of a group fighting an army of skeletons. These creatures, long since lost their human form, with twisted bones and empty eye sockets, bore only the shadow of former life. They attacked without fatigue, and it seemed that they were not just ordinary fighters, but creatures devoid of fear of pain and fatigue. With each passing second, the fight became more and more fierce, and Jinsu could see the group fighting desperately to hold their defenses. The group seemed to be fighting this flood of skeletons as if it was endless. They weren't fighting for victory, but for the time they had to hold out before the raid leader returned. It was a moment of anticipation where the outcome of the battle depended not on strength, but on endurance. After a while, however, the group began to gain the upper hand. The skeletons fell, one by one, but their endless numbers did not diminish. However, Jinsu could see that the group's efforts were not in vain. They began to clear out the area. And soon, when the last of the enemy had been eliminated, there was a long-awaited silence. As it became clear that the battle was over, Jinsu felt the tension drain from his body. He stood up and stretched his back and moved quickly towards the group. He didn't want to be seen, but he knew that now he would have to join those who were collecting the spoils. The raid continued, but his mission was just beginning. Soon, he noticed a group of men carefully picking up valuable items from defeated skeletons. They worked silently and coherently as though each knew his role and task. Jinsu approached quietly, trying not to attract attention. He quickly realized that among the gathered people, there was no one who would notice his presence. He joined them carefully, starting to collect items that might be of value. He worked quietly and stealthily without attracting attention. Jinsu continued to collect the trophies, trying not to attract attention while his movements remained discreet and calm. He was not new to this kind of situation, but now he had to proceed with extreme caution. Soon, one of the men standing nearby noticed him. It was a member of the group who had apparently learned from years of raiding to notice even the smallest of details. Insignificant details, he asked, scrutinizing Jinsu for who he was. Jinsu instantly assessed the situation. He couldn't afford to reveal himself and show that he wasn't an ordinary member of the raid. The man's gaze was sharp and he would suspect something wrong. Therefore, without wasting a second, Jinsu quickly assumed the newcomer's mask and told him he was just joining. And he told him that he had to gather up whatever he could find in his backpack. Jinsu nodded and continued his work. Despite his calmness, Jinsu remained alert. He knew that at any moment, the situation could change, and in a raid like this where everyone has a role to play, no one can be completely sure what will happen next. The Lich was a legend, a myth where fears and dark forces converged, and few dared mention his name aloud. He was a powerful creature master of the dark arts and necromancy, and he was the one who ruled this land. His sinister power was known to even the most experienced fighters, and it was his home in this land. He could not be fought without great loss of life, for his magic and his army were infinite. But this raid was designed to find and neutralize him in 2 weeks. But even 2 weeks was a short time to find him and destroy him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A portal opened in the distance and tongues of fire began to shoot out of it. Was filled with an ominous glow. All members of the group became alert, clutching their weapons in their hands. A swirl of air, signaling a new threat. Spread with great speed, Jinsu automatically placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, feeling his blood run cold. He was ready to fight any enemy that came out of the portal. At this moment, his intuition told him that this was not just a random threat. They didn't realize who or what was coming out of the portal. This force that had just unfolded was so powerful that they could have expected both monsters and unimaginable threats. Their faces were full of doubt and no one dared to make the first move. Jinsu was also wary. His fingers barely touched the hilt of the blade, ready to snatch the weapon at any moment if the need arose. He was. At this point, with all eyes fixed on the portal, it began to widen even more. The light from it grew brighter. But as the light grew brighter, a figure emerged from the portal that immediately caught everyone's eye. It was a woman dressed in armor with a sword. She moved with grace, but her presence was as heavy as the mountain itself. It was Yahello, the head of the raid, and when she stepped on the ground, the whole group bowed in reverence. Seconds stretched like an eternity. The head of the raid, powerful and majestic, stood surrounded by her subordinates. Jinsu remained motionless. His body did not bow in a sign of reverence. He was not prepared to do so. His refusal to bow was blatant. It was not just a small act of defiance, but an entire act defying the usual discipline. His eyes met young Solwa's eyes, and Jinsu felt the tension rising. Everyone present instantly noticed his behavior. They looked at each other, and in their eyes could read surprise, shock, and even slight concern. Not bowing in her presence was unheard of. Every one of them knew that in order to maintain order and discipline, such things were vital. Jinsu, however, remained calm. There was no fear in his soul. He knew who she was. Yahello was not an emperor, though she was respected by all who followed her. But Jinsu couldn't forget that he wasn't just someone who could to bow before her. He knew that his place in this world did not depend on how he bowed to anyone. And then, to the amazement of everyone, Solwa approached Jinsu, her eyes filled with rage. There was a hidden threat in her movements and she drew her sword. She couldn't afford to forgive such insolent behavior. In her eyes, you could see not only rage, but also a clear desire to punish whoever dared to stand up to her. After the tense situation with Jinsu calmed down a bit, Yahello, still holding back her rage, decided not to take revenge right now. She realized that now was not the time for punishment, especially when there were much more serious threats ahead. The Lich was at the ready and she could afford to be distracted by the group's internal conflicts. Nevertheless, something was stirring inside her. Her power and respect had to be as solid as the very ground on which she stood. Jinsu had crossed the line in her opinion. His open defiance, his refusal to bow, all of it was unacceptable, and she knew he would have to pay for it in the future. But now her goals were higher. She couldn't let personal ambition to cloud her judgment. Jinsu, however, continued to follow, feeling her penetrating gaze on him. He knew he would not escape punishment, but he felt he wasn't ready to ask for forgiveness. Night fell and the camp was set up on a small hill at the foot of the mountains. The huge shadows of the trees shielded the camp from possible threats, but despite the silence of the night, everyone remained on guard. The fiery sparks from the fire flickered in the darkness, illuminating faces tired but ready for the next step. While the rest of the group settled down and built fires for cooking, Jinsu, realizing that food and provisions were limited, Jinsu decided to take the initiative. He took out his supplies from his backpack, a small stockpile of food that he had brought with him, as well as a few herbs and spices he could use for cooking. Jinsu cleverly marinated the meat, spiced it, and put it on the fire to make not just a dinner, but a real treat. As the smell of food began to spread through the camp, several men from the resource-gathering group approached him. They saw that Jinsu had good supplies and now they gratefully accepted the invitation to taste his dish. Everyone enjoyed his treat. The night was already in full swing when, despite all the relaxation and peaceful pastime around the fire, figures appeared in the darkness. They were guards lurking in the shadows watching the group's camp. Their attention was attracted by the smell of food wafting to them. They stood watching the men of Jinsu's group enjoy their dinner without any precautions, oblivious to the dangers that could befall them at every turn. The guards, used to being on the lookout, began to whisper, suspecting that one of the eaters might have stolen supplies or disrupted their order. They could not afford to let such liberty go unchecked. Consequences. And so, making a decisive move, they approached one of the groups surrounding the fire and grabbed one of the lowers by the neck. Jinsu was sitting nearby watching the scene, and as soon as he noticed that the situation had become tense, he realized that this was an outrage. He saw the guards began to treat one of the members of his group rudely, although in fact that man was just near the fire to eat. There was a flicker in his eyes. Fire. He intervened sharply but calmly and said that he was the one who had brought and prepared the food, and that they were being too rude and insolent, to which they were angry. The guards turned around and looked at Jinsu in surprise. One of them said incredulously that he was no one to teach them, and that he should, in fact, to keep his mouth shut. The guard, not wanting to give in, moved forward, trying to show who was in charge of the situation, but Jinsu didn't hesitate, and in a few swift and precise moves, he disarmed him and sent him tumbling. The other guard trying to get into the fight. Into the fray was also unable to deal with this master. Jinsu was too fast, and before he could react, he was on the ground, pinned to the ground with no way to fight back. It wasn't a long fight. Jinsu acted as if his every move was premeditated. The guards were greatly astonished by his strength and skill. After the two guards sat on the ground in utter bewilderment. What had happened? Jinsu leaned over to them and calmly said that if either of them dared to tell anyone what had happened today, there would be even greater consequences than today. And they were forced to agree and remain silent. Their confidence in their own power was shattered. They realized that Jinsu was not just one of the group. He was someone greater than they should not confront. The guards felt that their power here was not as great as they would have liked to think. The night was quiet, but there was a tense atmosphere in Yeon Solhwa's tent. The raid leader was preoccupied, planning for tomorrow's battle. She knew that their journey into the forest where the Lich's servants were hiding would be dangerous, but her group were experienced A-rank fighters, the best of the best. Everything was calculated, everything seemed to be going according to plan, and victory was almost assured. However, she still had an uneasy feeling in her heart. Battles like this rarely went according to the perfect script. In the morning, the group was ready. All the A-rank fighters under Yeon Solhwa's command advanced into the forest, confident in their strength and victory. It seemed like nothing could stop them. In the forest, they would face the monsters they were about to fight. But with such a powerful group, they were sure they could handle it. However, things didn't go as they expected. When they got to the forest, everything at first seemed quite calm. But as the fighters began to move deeper into the thicket, things took a turn for the worse. These monsters that they couldn't even imagine on a full scale appeared out of the blue. Soon the monsters attacked, and the battle became more violent than they could have imagined. The group could not cope with the onslaught of enemies, despite their high level of training and experience. Casualties began to mount, and the fighters began to lose their confidence. The expected victory was turning into an uphill battle for survival. When Yeon Solhwa learned of the situation, she realized that the plan didn't worked. The losses were heavy and it was too late to retreat. She wondered what to do next. She needed support, but in the meantime, realized she couldn't just wait for help from the outside. She had to organize her own rescue, and to do that, she had to wait for the moment. After a moment's hesitation, she made a decision. Realizing that the strength of her squad would not be enough to hold off the monsters, she decided to send a group forward to collect trophies, and Jinsu was in that group. Yeon Solhwa's decision to send a trophy collection team at such a critical moment was controversial and possibly erroneous. She may have underestimated the real threat and the strength of her fighters. The trophy collection team wasn't as strong as the other members of the raid. When Yeon Solhwa gave the order to send the trophy collection team into the forest, the man who was taking her orders opened his eyes in surprise. He was well aware that this group was not the strongest fighters at her disposal. Their skills were limited to collecting trophies rather than fighting the monsters they were to encounter in the war zone. He knew they couldn't stand up to the Lich monsters, and the decision to send them there seemed extremely risky and even ruthless. But there wasn't the slightest doubt in young Solhwa's eyes. She didn't hesitate to do it. Even knowing that the group wouldn't be able to survive in such conditions, she still sent them there. In her opinion, they could do some good and could distract the enemy. It was a calculation, but a very cruel and risky one. It was seen as a cold strategic sacrifice, but to some of her subordinates. It seemed a cruelty aimed at the ruthless use of men who, unlike experienced fighters, prepared for such dangers. They met the guards who had been sent to point the way. The map they showed them was clearly marked. On the map they showed them, but there was no compassion in the eyes of the guards. They were just following orders, with no thought for the fate of those who went into the danger zone. The group, realizing they were going straight into a war zone, had no choice. They all realized they couldn't stand a chance against the monsters, especially since they weren't trained for such battles. But the guards did not tolerate objection. They demanded to carry out their orders despite the risks and dangers facing the group. They all knew what they were getting into. Fear and doubt overwhelmed, but they could not refuse. This was their mission, their role in the overall strategy. And even though they knew that this could end up to their deaths, they had no other choice. If they had stayed there, they would have been killed by the guards. No matter how hard they tried to hide their fears, the decision had been made. And despite their internal struggle, the group moved into the forest. There was no more certainty in their eyes, only a sense that they were headed for certain death. But with each step, they were approaching uncharted dangers that they would most likely not be able to handle. Jinsu watched the group marching into the forest to their doom and realizing the danger could not remain calm, despite his reluctance to get involved. Into the conflict, he knew he couldn't watch his comrades go to their doom without doing something. Everything he saw told him one thing about this group: would not survive a fight like this. These men, unlike experienced fighters, were not prepared for the kind of threats they faced. At first, Jinsu felt that this was not his fight. He wasn't officially part of the raid and didn't know how seriously he would be taken by his comrades after he had shown his strength. But now, realizing that the lives of these men depended on his actions, he couldn't let them just go to their doom. He knew that. Fighting alone while protecting the entire group would be extremely difficult for him. But if they fought with him, there would be a chance. It was a decision, was born out of a desire to save his comrades and those trapped by unwise orders. He knew what he had to prepare them to do. These men into real hunters ready for battle, or they would not survive in the forest. Jinsu, sensing he had no time to think quickly, exchanged his glasses for a hidden map. When the card was revealed, he felt a surge of confidence. It was the ability to control combat operations and coordinate the actions of a group. It was perfect for organizing his comrades and leading them through the battle with the monsters. Now he could control the entire course of the battle by giving orders to each of the group, thus ensuring cohesion and maximum efficiency in battle. Looked at his comrades, realizing that with this new skill they could coordinate their forces and defeat even those who would seem too dangerous. Dullahans, in his estimation, were not such strong monsters he had faced before. Combined with his new abilities and good teamwork, they could win. As soon as he activated his ability in front of each of the members of the group, information appeared in the air. It was as clear and crisp as an offer to join Jinsu's team. All of them now realized that Jinsu was clearly a hunter and had taken responsibility for their lives. Realizing that this man was no longer just a leader, but someone who could. To lead them in battle gave them all confidence. Everyone knew that their chances of survival would be greatly increased if they acted as one, as a unit under his leadership. Although most of them realized that this was their chance to survive and win, some began to doubt. Several members of the group with no combat experience felt insecure. Not only were they intimidated by the threat, but also by the idea of following a man they barely knew. Others who had recently thought they were just collecting trophies now realized they had to take part in a real battle, where lives are on the line. This transition from simple tasks to bloody battle was hard for them. They saw how quickly the situation had changed, as a strong and brutal enemy came closer and closer. However, many of them were not yet convinced that Jinsu was the one who could lead them to victory. Then one of those who was well acquainted with Jinsu shouted to them all that if they wanted to survive, they needed to accept the invitation and start fighting. For many of them, it was a reminder that they were not alone and that Jinsu was now their only chance of survival. So they decided to join the team. Putting all doubts aside, as each of them confirmed their participation in the team, Jinsu felt the tension subside. These people, though full of doubts, were now part of his team, and he knew that despite their weaknesses, they had a chance of survival. Jinsu felt a sharp tension in the air. For a moment, his confidence was shaken. He realized that the situation had changed when their Dullahan opponents began to advance. He studied them closely and realized that these monsters were stronger than he had expected. Their fighters were not just ordinary enemies. They had high speed, powerful attacks, and incredible resilience. These weren't just monsters, their fighting abilities were on another level. Jinsu noticed that the Dullahans moved with unimaginable synchronization and seemed to be able to adapt to his every action. Now realizing that he was facing a much tougher opponent than he had ever imagined, Jinsu decided to change strategy. Realizing that time was their greatest enemy, he created a protective layer around his group. It was a kind of barrier that protected them from attack and allowing the people inside to feel safe, if only temporarily. With this layer, they could stay where they were without fear of the monsters, would get in and wipe them out while he fought the Dullahans. He knew this barrier was temporary, but it was enough to buy him time and save his comrades. Everything that was happening seemed almost magical. The air around the group became dense and warm, as if they were in a safe bubble where all the threats of the outside world, no matter how close, could not penetrate. Inside the barrier, people felt more confident. They couldn't understand how it worked, but they were no doubt grateful that Jinsu was so strong and capable. It was a miracle to them. Meanwhile, Jinsu wasted no time. Grabbing his blade, he stepped out of the protected area and headed straight into the thick of the battle, without fear. Confidently and with clear purpose, he began to fight the Dullahan monsters who seemed ruthless and dangerous. His movements were swift and precise. Each blow tended to neutralize his opponents with maximum efficiency. A blade whose gleam reverberated against the dark, and sullen forest trees easily sliced through one of the monsters. then another and another. Jinsu did not stop. His blows were lightning fast, and every next step left the monsters no chance of survival. He realized that the Dullahans, though dangerous, were not insanely strong, and agility were powerful enough to take them down one by one. The group in the shelter watched with incredible respect and admiration. They couldn't believe their eyes. Jinsu was like a living embodiment of power that could handle a threat that seemed, to them, completely invincible. His punches were fast and his every move was so graceful that it was as if he was playing with monsters, rather than fighting them. Everyone began to realize how powerful his weapon was. Not just his blade, but his willpower. They began to realize that, because of him, they had a chance of survival. And even though they couldn't quite understand how Jinsu had managed to create a defense and why he was so, they were eternally grateful for it. Their feelings were overflowing as they smiled, and without restraining their emotions, they began shouting in support of Jinsu. It was a moment of unity when everyone felt that their salvation depended on him. His success on the battlefield gave them, and they believed their victory was due to his determination and skill. As Jinsu continued to fight, he heard these cries, and it was no less an inspiration to him. As inspiring as the battle itself, it was a responsibility to those who had entrusted him with their lives. And in this moment, he acted decisively, regardless of fatigue or fear. When a guard brought word that the 5th trophy collection team had been destroyed and the Dullahans had disappeared, and with them the 7th group, Jinsu Young Seolhwa couldn't contain her rage. Her heart clenched with anger when she realized that this group she had assigned an important task to couldn't even buy time to allow the A-rank fighters to prepare. She did not, holding back her irritation at the thought of how weak and useless they were. But then the information changed her train of thought. Despite the Dullahans had disappeared, and even more surprisingly, the 7th group that Jinsu was in had disappeared with them. It was unbelievable that he, as one would expect, did something that no one would have expected. She realized that because of his intervention, perhaps even more of her fighters had been saved. Her thoughts began to jumble chaotically, but one thing was certain: it could not have been an accident. If it hadn't been for Jinsu, all of them would have been annihilated. Meanwhile, the Dullahans, after waiting a while, began to move towards the camp again. It was the worst thing that could have happened. They were once again on a path that could lead to another battle, and now a lot of preparation was needed. Yeon Seolhwa quickly made a decision. All A-rank fighters must prepare for a head-on battle with the Dullahans to stop their invasion. This plan was her priority despite all her disagreements with Jinsu. Yeon Seolhwa, being in her tent and in thought, couldn't understand exactly what had happened to the 7th group that Jinsu was in. Jinsu. She was annoyed and felt her anger overwhelming her. Instead of holding back her emotions, she looked for someone to blame without noticing that her own failure may have played a part in their problems. Her thoughts of the group's loss and defeat lingered in her mind, but at the same time she felt no particular pity or regret for the fate of those in the 7th group. In her eyes, they were just pawns to be lost in the course of the mission. That's how she felt about her subordinates. To her, people were just part of a strategy to be used and abandoned if the situation called for it. At the moment, she was focused on her plans that she thought would remedy the situation and regain control. Meanwhile, those around Jinsu were beginning to realize that they had essentially been betrayed. In the camp, there was no confidence that they would not be let down again. They began to realize that if they returned, the situation would repeat itself and the next time their lives could be put in jeopardy. Moral support on their part was at zero, and being among people like Yeon Seolhwa now seemed unfair to them. Then, Jinsu, realizing that they could not return to the camp again and that they now felt not just part of the group but forced subordinates, made an important decision. It was not just a challenge, but a direct response to the way they had been treated. He wanted to clean out the trophy room and thus avenge his betrayal. His words reverberated in the hearts of those around him. They saw Jinsu's determination and began to realize that he was not just a strong warrior, but a man who could truly lead them. Jinsu saw that his comrades did not hesitate. When the monster appeared in Yeon Seolhwa's camp, he was overwhelmed by its strength. The huge creature knight with a sinister gaze seemed to consume everything around it, with its terrifying aura. The guards and A-rank warriors stood at the ready, waiting for the usual battle where they could easily suppress the enemy. They were counting on their numbers and strength, believing they could quickly surround the monster and defeat it. When the battle began, the monster was much stronger than they could have imagined. With every movement, the ground beneath his feet shook and the air became heavy and filled with danger. It moved with such power that nature itself seemed to resist them. Their blows aimed at him didn't even leave a scratch on his armor. Every weapon that encountered his body was only repelled, as if it could not penetrate even the weakest barrier created by the creature. The fighters tried to attack it from different directions, hoping for a numerical advantage. They surrounded the monster, but it easily broke free, knocking several men off their feet as if they were just pieces on a board. There was no fear or weakening in its path. The warriors, despite their numbers and experience, they began to realize that they were facing a creature beyond their strength and training. Her eyes flashed with concern. She was accustomed to her men being at their best in all situations, but now she felt she was unprepared for such an enemy. He had no weaknesses, no obvious vulnerabilities, and every blow they threw was useless. Shock and confusion gripped her team. Warriors who once fought with pride began to slow down. Many of them began to doubt whether they could even defeat this monster. The strength and power of this creature left them no chance. They didn't stand a chance. Yeon Seol-hwa clenched her fists. She knew that there was no time to waste on panicked thoughts. She began to give orders to her fighters, trying to reorganize the attack, but with each new step it became more and more obvious that their efforts were in vain. She realized that their numbers and even experience wouldn't help if the enemy was that strong. This battle wasn't just a battle, it was a clash with something far more powerful than anything she had ever faced. Lunpa, a majestic warrior with a huge sword, desperately held back the monster. His powerful blows and efforts could not long withstand the monstrous strength of the enemy. His every movement, every blow did not bring the desired result. Lunpa's sword only thudded against the monster, and none of his attacks left even a scratch. Lunpa began to tire. His strength was draining, and he knew he couldn't continue for much longer. Yeon Seol-hwa watched this with deep concern. She realized that if they didn't use something more powerful, all their efforts would be in vain. Then she made a decision. She looked at Pei, who was standing nearby, and gave her the order to gather all of her power and direct it towards the monster. Pei was as shocked as everyone else at the magnitude of the threat, but her abilities were unique. She could harness the powerful energy that Yeon Seol-hwa believed could seriously damage the monster. Pei readily agreed and concentrated. She closed her eyes. Her body began to glow, and she took all the power she could muster and channeled it into the monster. When her powers were finally released, a thick fog enveloped everything for a moment. The fighters held their breath. Time seemed to stand still. They all stared at the smoke, waiting for the monster to fall, that they might win. Perhaps they could hold back its power, if only for a short time, to prepare for the next step. But as the fog began to clear, their hopes were dashed. The monster stood before them as if nothing had happened. There was not a scratch on its body, not a mark from the attack. It was completely unharmed, as if Pei's punch hadn't touched it at all. Yeon Seol-hwa felt her heart clench with disappointment. With the look of pain on her face, Pei realized that her efforts were in vain, and even her strongest abilities couldn't damage the monster. Soon, Yeon Seol-hwa quickly came to her senses and made a new decision. She knew that without help, they wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. Pei was to go for reinforcements. It was the only decision that could change the course of the battle. Pei was not happy about this order. She didn't wanted to leave her commander alone with such a monster, knowing that it could be very dangerous. She opened her mouth to object, but she saw the determination in Yeon Seol-hwa's eyes. Pei hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. She realized that it wasn't an easy decision. Easy, but it was the only chance for them to win. She quickly took a step to the side, about to leave the battlefield to find help. Yeon Seol-hwa stayed on the front lines, ready to fight to hold off the monster until reinforcements returned. She was confident that despite the hardships, she would be able to endure and give her men a chance to escape. The monster facing Yeon Seol-hwa realized with every movement that she was not as easy as she appeared to be. He saw her determination and felt the power she was using against him, but he also realized her limits. This fight was hard on her, and with each attack, he could feel her strength draining away. He knew that her techniques could not penetrate his defenses and that she would eventually collapse under his blows. He was confident of his victory. He saw her slowly giving up. Yeon Seol-hwa couldn't afford to be weak. She used all her skills and mastery of various ice techniques, but none of them could penetrate the armor of this monster. The walls of ice she threw only shattered like glass, leaving no trace on the monster's powerful armor. Nevertheless, she did not give up. She continued to attack, trying to hold it back, trying to do what she could to buy herself some time. 10 minutes passed, and her strength was beginning to wane. Fatigue in every movement, every breath becoming labored. Her ice attacks were becoming slower and ineffective. The monster seemed to have no difficulty. He just continued to stand. His huge eyes expressed no fear or pain. He was like a stone, yielding to any effort. There was still strength in her chest, but she knew that her usual methods would not work. It was her last hope, her natural chi energy. She could feel it like never before and knew it was her last chance. Gathering all her strength, Yeon Seol-hwa concentrated. A moment of silence. She closed her eyes and her breathing became deep and steady. Streams of chi began to gather around her body and a cold, Almost divine energy began to fill her. She lowered her arms and sharply thrust them forward, merging all her remaining strength into one final, powerful blow. And that's when what might have seemed like a miracle happened. A column of ice formed around her, and her very aura became like an ancient power. Hidden within her body, ice swirls surrounded her, and an incredible atmosphere of power appeared in the air. She used the Ice Deity Spirit technique. At this moment, her eyes lit up with a cold, almost ferocious light, and her body seemed to have a new breath. Ice spikes burst from her sword, and as she stood there, she stood surrounded by an ice storm. All of her energy was now directed to one point to destroy the monster. An ice stream rushed towards it. Yeon Seolhwa knew that this was her last chance. She continued to intensify the flow, making it more and more concentrated until she reached the limit of her strength. She was on the edge. Her breathing was hitching, and her body almost couldn't withstand such a concentration of energy, but she couldn't let herself to stop. Despite Yeon Seolhwa's best efforts, the monster returned with renewed vigor. Its wounds healed faster than she expected, and it began to attack again, attacking with such ferocity that it was hard for her to withstand the onslaught. She was beginning to feel her strength was running out, but she couldn't afford to give up. He, seeing that his enemy was exhausted, continued to attack using his inhuman strength and ferocity. He was stronger than she realized, and even her best techniques involving ice magic couldn't stop him completely. All she could do was defend herself in the hope that reinforcements would appear. Reinforcements. Despite Yeon Seolhwa's best efforts, the monster was still victorious. Her strength was exhausted, and his attacks became more and more powerful. It was tearing her defenses, and she could no longer withstand its power. Each blow was like a bolt of lightning, and finally her techniques and strength could not hold out. Though she was strong and determined, her enemy was one step ahead. He defeated her despite her desperate attempts to use her last strength, and she was defeated by the monster's sword and fell. It had been a very impressive duel, and she had hoped to the last to win, but he ruined her. A silhouette appears in the distance. It was Jinsu. He knew that the monster was already exhausted, and his appearance was the last chance for victory. Jinsu made the decision to act quickly. The monster stood in front of Jinsu, breathing heavily. His body was bruised, his strength was running out, and he knew he needed time to recover. One thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could beg for mercy from this man and wait for his wounds healed a little. He was sure that Jinsu, like many others, would show some mercy. After all, he only needed a little time, and he would recover, and he would pretend to retreat, so that he could then attack again. However, Jinsu wasn't going to show pity. He knew that. The battle isn't over until one of them falls, and the monster was the one who would be defeated. All these thoughts of mercy were useless and alien to him. His strength did not depend on kindness or pity. He wasn't a mercenary following orders. He was a hunter, a ruthless hunter, fighting for his life and the lives of those he protected. And so there was no word of mercy in his thoughts. He looked at the monster. His eyes were cold and determined. He no longer felt any fear or doubt. All he could feel was determination. He wasn't one to let his enemies to survive, especially if they were trying to destroy everything he held dear. Sweat trickled down his body, but his resolve only grew stronger. The monster, realizing that he would not be spared, drew on his power again. He knew his time was short, but he still hoped that he could prevail. He couldn't afford to lose. However, as he stood up, his confidence shook sharply. In his body, everything ached, and every movement was difficult. But he couldn't back down. He couldn't afford to lose. His eyes darted around looking for a weakness, but he couldn't find it. He was weakened, his punches less accurate, and his stamina at an end. He thought he could hold out, but Jinsu was already one step ahead. He used his technique to speed up the fight, giving the enemy less chance to recover. With each blow, he was closing the distance between them. The monster noticed that his movements were getting slower and his punches weaker. His body no longer reacting as quickly as before. The strength of the two mighty warriors collided, and the air around them literally filled with tension. Each of them was on the edge of their abilities, and their battle became a veritable whirlwind of destructive energy. The ground beneath their feet shook from there, and the sky seemed to darken with the ferocious flashes of their powerful attacks. Each of them gave their best and were not going to give in. At that moment, the battle raged like a natural disaster that no one could stop. The air vibrated with tension, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Watching this epic clash of two incredible forces, the monster, though wounded and weary, still attacked, was a predator that would not give up, and with every move reminded him that he would not stop until he had destroyed his opponent. But Jinsu was calm, his gaze focused. He realized that everything depended on him now. There was no room for doubt or pity. This monster was too dangerous to let live. At first, the monster laughed at the sight of Jinsu alone with his only blade. He thought it would be an easy victory, and he even said about Jinsu's blade that it was just a toothpick and he wouldn't defeat him with it. But soon, the monster realized his mistake. Jinsu wasn't just a master of the blade, he was a master of technique. In his hands, the blade became part of his very essence. And as soon as he activated the Rain of Blades technique, everything changed. Thousands of blades rained down from the sky, and the monster realized that his position was hopeless. He tried to dodge, but it was all in vain, each blade piercing his defenses, each blow giving him the slightest chance of recovery. He was doomed. Jinsu continued to advance without giving the monster a second to rest. With each passing second, attacks became more and more devastating. Even the monster's most powerful blows couldn't hold back the onslaught. It was on its last breath. The blades was the last thing the monster saw, and at that moment, his confidence in his own strength began to waver. His whole body was racked with pain, and every attempt to resist grew weaker. He realized that he could not survive without having time to recover. His strength was waning, and the struggle with this incredibly powerful opponent in the form of Jinsu had consumed all his remaining resources. Jinsu was determined. His blades glittered in the air, bright and devastating, and the monster, despite his majestic and terrifying power, could not stop them. With each blow, his power seemed to wane, and at the final blow, when all that was left was a pair of blades to end the battle, the monster could not resist. And Jinsu had already jumped his blade, heading straight for the monster's back, and it seemed that this would be the final blow that would end their battle. He was determined, his movements swift and precise, and his every step was sure. This was the moment when victory was almost achieved, and all that was one final decisive blow. But just as the blade was about to meet the monster's body, something happened no one expected. At the very last moment, when Jinsu was close to his target, the monster let out a terrifying roar that shook the air. He pierced through itself with its own sword. Jinsu didn't expect such a twist. After all, the monster had wounded not only himself but also him, and now he was covered in blood. The monster collapsed to the ground with a deafening thud. He was now immobilized and lying on the ground like a giant, helpless log. The ground beneath him shook from his weight, and the air was filled with silence broken only by the fading breath of the defeated monster. Jinsu too fell to the ground. Jinsu now stood on the battlefield. His breathing was heavy and his thoughts troubled. He had just used one of his sharp turns of law, of causality, leaving behind only an empty void, filled with the results of what could have been, but was not. He had only 12 such twists and turns, and each of them could be decisive. He knew that the cost of making a mistake was too great and that each step could lead to disaster. Time began to shrink around him as if the world itself was slowing down to follow the logic of his actions. The fight with the monster was repeating itself again, but now it was different. He was no longer the one who fought the monster, no longer the one who waited in ignorance for the battle to end. He was now an observer, a man who knew how this clash would end, who knew how to avoid defeat, but now, at the climax of the battle, realized that time was bringing him back again so that he could change the course of events. Jinsu saw it all coming, anticipating every move as if it were an open book. He moved from side to side with the precision of a master, dodging attacks that once seemed devastating. There was a confidence inside him that left no doubt. He controlled the moment. He knew how it would end this time. When the monster appeared before him, stunned by his failure, Jinsu felt an unimaginable weight fall from his shoulder. He was the one who could change cause and effect, who could control reality without letting himself be fooled once again. Now that he had destroyed the monster, he possessed all of his armor. Now this armor could protect him from danger, but it was very heavy and it had the ability of corrupting the wearer's personality. It also increased his evasion skills. It was an impressive piece of armor, but Jinsu wondered how he could always carry around such a heavy weight of 15 kilograms. A member of the trophy collecting group stood watching Jinsu. His gaze was attentive, as if he was trying to figure out what was behind that calm and confident demeanor. He was impressed. This guy seemed, despite his youth, incredibly strong, and most importantly, he possessed a strength that he thought could outshine even the raid commander, Yeon Seolhwa. She was not, but a truly powerful woman, one of the best in their guild. However, something about Jinsu's presence, the way he moved, his confidence made him think that this guy was head and shoulders stronger. He couldn't explain exactly what it was that made him feel that way, but to him, Jinsu seemed invincible. It was amazing how he could move so calmly without showing unnecessary tension, even in the most dangerous situations. When they went to this cave where the trophies were stored, the atmosphere changed dramatically. The cave was filled with the glitter of many magical objects, artifacts and treasures. There was everything from ancient gold coins to objects that emitted a magical glow that were rumored to grant incredible powers to whoever possessed them. It was a sight the group felt they would never forget. But Jinsu was not just interested in showing people the treasure, but in setting the rules. He stood in front of the group, his eyes were calm and his voice sounded confident when he said that they could take as much treasure as they wanted, but it was forbidden to take magic stones. The members of the group respected this rule. They stood before him looking at Jinsu with respect and appreciation. They knew that he was not only an incredibly strong fighter, but also wise enough to take on tough decisions despite the risks. They were deeply moved by his actions and the way he cared for them. He said goodbye to all of them and asked them not to put their lives in danger and not to visit such places. Those agreed with him completely. He turned towards the exit and went about his business. They once again evaluated their trophies, realizing how important Jinsu's contribution was to their success. And even though Jinsu was about to leave them, they knew that always they would remember this man who had become not just an ally, but a true hero. Jinsu stepped out of the cave, his feet treading on the rocks, and the silence around him seemed almost insistent. He knew his time here had come to an end, and the path ahead led to new challenges. After walking a few steps to the exit, he stepped out and headed for the next location of his journey. As he climbed the hill, his eyes caught a strange glow. It was undoubtedly the very place where the artifact was stored, with the power to strip Leech of his magical abilities. He scrutinized the stone. Scrutinizing the stone, listening to the vibrations that emanated from it. He knew that by destroying it, he would strip Leech of his powers. So he destroyed the last vessel of life, and Leech's body lost its eternal life. As he stood in the silence of the cave, one thing remained the same. The Lich, as a being full of ancient magic, and evil still existed. He wondered if anyone could completely neutralize the Lich, if anyone had enough power to fight him and defeat him, especially now that the group that had come there that had been destroyed. And he didn't know if anyone would come to continue the battle and complete the mission, because the boss of the area was still alive even though he had lost his ability to live forever. The battle had already begun. In the distance could be heard the loud roar of battle, the fierce roar of monsters, but also the courageous cries of warriors ready to fight to the last. A squad of the strongest hunters gathered from all over the world, and the Heavenly Demon Group, one of the most elite and brutal groups ready to resist any of evil-faced hordes of monsters in the service of the Lich. The Lich, though stripped of his powers and somewhat vulnerable, remained in the shadows. Minions full of rage and evil were more than ready to continue the fight. Jinsu stood on the outer edge of this battle where clashes were unfolding with terrifying force. The Heavenly Demons' forces and the hunters fought the monsters, and at first they managed to cope. These warriors were experienced and ruthless. Jinsu watched all this while standing in the shadows and couldn't help but admire their resilience. However, despite their success, he knew that this was only the beginning. These monsters were all Lich's puppets, and perhaps their victory was only temporary. With each monster destroyed, the squad's spirits lifted, but Jinsu was more skeptical. The moment when he destroyed the artifact that took away some of the Lich's power, he realized that it wasn't enough. For ultimate victory, he needed to destroy him. And even though he was out of sight, Lich could still manipulate all this chaos. He had the impulse to return to the cave and retrieve some of the trophies. He had a feeling the battle was going well enough that he could afford to venture out. Despite the temptation to take the treasure in his soul, there remained an important feeling. There was no time for personal gain. It was more important to follow the battle, look for weaknesses in the Lich armies, to understand how to proceed further. Jinsu looked again at what was happening. He saw the monsters attacking and the warriors on both sides destroying each other without fatigue, destroying each other. He had to stay here to watch and make decisions that would affect the outcome of the battle. Was one who couldn't afford the luxury of distraction. Every second was crucial. The Lich was still there and his latent powers could break out at any. Jinsu's moment took a deep breath, bringing his thoughts back to the battle. Hunters and warriors fought, but his goal remained the same: to find a way to put an end to the evil that the Lich brought. An end to the evil that the Lich had brought to this world. Suddenly, the air around him was hot as hot iron. The ground beneath the warriors' feet trembled, and the sky above their heads was filled with an ominous red light. What had begun as an ordinary battle with hordes of monsters now became a living hell. Fire rose from the ground, its tongues reaching for the sky as if hell itself had opened its gates. It was the Lich. His shadow began to fill the space like a blanket, consuming everything. He stood where his servants had just been, the monsters he had created. His return was the turning point. At that moment, everyone realized they were in a battle with evil itself, the embodiment of ancient magic and horror. A vortex of energy erupted from his hands, of energy that grew brighter and stronger with each passing moment. The Lich was not just a mage, he was the darkness itself, and his power seemed to be immense. Every time a monster fell, he rebuilt it, literally resurrecting it from ash and fire. It wasn't easy. Immortality was a rebirth, an endless return to a new and more terrible form. The warriors, though they did not retreat, were shaken. Every blow they struck at the monsters had no end result. Instead of destroying the enemy, they only created a new wave of terror. The monsters fell as before, but the Lich rebuilt them again and again as if the battle had no end. They struck and struck, but every effort seemed in vain. The Sky Demon Commander realized that the situation was becoming critical. Without drastic changes, they would not. They would not be able to withstand this battle, and their strength was beginning to fade. The rebirth of the monsters created by the Lich continued in an endless cycle, and each moment of the battle, the army grew weaker and weaker. She knew she had to make drastic changes to have a chance of winning. She ordered the warriors to distract the monsters and lure them to her, so she could gain open access to the Lich and fight him. There was determination in her voice. And all the warriors felt that determination. They now knew that their job was not to fight the monsters, but to be a human shield and divert the monsters' attention away from the main target. It was a risky but necessary move. The army split into several groups, each of which headed for different parts of the battlefield. Their job was to distract the Lich army and hold them off as long as possible. The warriors went into battle with a desperate fury with no thought for their lives. They knew their lives were not as important as the goal of victory. The monsters began attacking with redoubled vigor, their fury unbounded. But every time a monster fell, a new, even more brutal one took its place. And so, over and over again, the warriors fought with incredible dedication, but they began to feel their strength waning. The monsters would not let them go. And the rebirth was happening so fast that sometimes it felt like they weren't fighting monsters but the abyss itself, something infinite. When the monsters and his magic seemed limitless, something even more terrible happened. The hunters and warriors who had fallen on the battlefield now began to rise up. They were no longer mere puppets, but were coming to life with new power and purpose. The Lich used his magic to change their essence into something far more terrifying than ordinary zombies. They weren't just resurrected soldiers now, part of the Lich's army. Their eyes were empty, full of cold, soulless, evil power. Their memories and human features had been erased. These warriors were now Lich's tools, fighting machines that were determined to destroy all who opposed him. The soldiers of the Sky Demon fought with desperation, but they couldn't hold back the torrent of terror that came at them from all sides. It was hopeless, and Jinsu realized that his intervention was inevitable, but he also knew that the cost of that intervention might be too high. Sky Demon Commander, despite her resilience, was already struggling to cope with the situation. He had seen her soldiers, despite their strength, begin to lose morale. Fighting against those they once respected and considered brothers in arms was wearing them down not only physically but mentally as well. Jinsu knew that if he didn't make a decision right now, the entire army would be swallowed by darkness. His hands clenched into fists at the thought that his interference could hurt him himself. After all, he had joined the mission without authorization and in secret. The thought tormented him, and he realized that if he took a step forward, the consequences could be unpredictable. He knew that if he didn't intervene, all could be lost. The battle continued, and the situation became more and more desperate. The heavenly demon warriors fought to the last, but casualties were inevitable. Each encounter with the rebel warriors who had been turned into Lich puppets was like a painful hammer on iron. However, the commander of the heavenly demon was not going to retreat. She was determined despite the huge losses. The heavenly demon commander, despite heavy casualties, she didn't let her doubts get the best of her. She knew that the price for achieving the goal would be high, but there was no doubt in her eyes. The army she came here with was being depleted. It had been a long time since the fighters had doubted seeing their comrades fall one by one, but she would not relent. Her eyes burned with fire and her heart was full of determination. This battle was her last chance. The Lich had to be destroyed. Several hours of relentless fighting passed, and the heavenly demon commander and the remnants of her squad finally broke through to the Lich. What was left of her army had been depleted, and the battlefield showed only dead and maimed warriors. The losses were catastrophic, but it didn't matter. She knew that if she did not win now, darkness would engulf the world and her people would be doomed. With every jerk of her horse, with every hoof hitting the ground, of the Sky Demon Commander's heart beat faster and faster. She was closing in on her target, the Lich, the great villain, the embodiment of the horror she and her people had been trying to stop for so many years. This moment was the culmination of their entire struggle. There was no fear in her chest, only anger and determination. And the Lich standing there noticed her approach. His dark eyes glittered like two coals, and a sinister grin appeared on his lips. He knew that with each step, her troops were coming to an end, and that victory was his. Yet her determination and willingness to sacrifice made him slightly change his expression. She felt her heart fill with power as the sword took on new life in her hands. She was ready to fight him, ready to destroy this monster who didn't even deserve to exist in this world. With each step, the Lich grew closer. He was ready to use his magic, but she, like all of her warriors, knew it was her only chance not to stop, not to doubt, not to fear. And now the Lich was finally in front of her. His face hidden beneath his hood remained almost obscured, but she could feel his presence, his power. His ominous aura enveloped her like a heavy fog. A heavy fog. The heavenly demon commander soared into the air, her body taking momentum, and like an arrow, she swiftly headed towards the Lich. The sword glinted in her hands, was ready to plunge into his darkness, but Lich only grinned. He was calmly confident, his gaze was cold and merciless. He was in no hurry to fight seriously, preferring to watch her movements as if playing with her. He considered her too weak, too insignificant to be a real threat to him. A real threat to him. Lich was restrained, his magic kept circulating around him, creating illusions and dodging her blows. He was a great master, an ancient being full of power, and she seemed to him only a plaything in his games with fate. But even so, the commander never gave up. Her tenacity and determination made it impossible for her to doubt her victory even for a moment. With each new attacking move, she could feel his strength, constricting the space around her. She dismissed thoughts of weakness, of her strength running out. All she cared about was winning. But with each passing moment, she felt that he might be playing her. And this sudden realization came. With each passing second, it became clear that the Lich wasn't trying to defeat her right away. He was distracting her by playing around until his aides arrived. The commander stood on the battlefield, realizing that her strength had run out. Everything she thought turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. She wasn't prepared for what happened. She was wrong. The Lich's powers were far more powerful than she realized. And when she confronted him, she realized she'd fallen victim to his manipulations. She had overestimated her own abilities, thinking she could handle him, that she could win. But Lich was skilled and cunning. He knew how to play on her weakness and throw her off balance. He let her think that she was in control until the moment came when she couldn't back down. He gave her false confidence, and that was his first step in the plan. She noticed that his attacks were becoming more and more intense. He knew she couldn't continue at the same pace, and he was beginning to take the top. As she fought him on the battlefield, she noticed the air around her begin to thicken. New figures appeared on the horizon, knights, bringing with them an even greater threat. 2 opponents was too much. She could barely handle the Lich's magic, and now she was about to face another force. The commander's aides were just as determined as she was. They watched her fight the Lich, feeling her strength draining away and her blows growing weaker and weaker. With each passing moment, it became clear that she had overestimated her abilities, that the Lich's powers were far greater than they had realized. But they could not stand by, even though their own strength was running out. They weren't going to leave her in the lurch. They rushed into battle to distract the knight, trying to loosen his grip, block his magical attacks, and give the commander a chance. But their efforts were in vain. The monster was too powerful, its strength left them no chance. They struck, but their weapons could not penetrate the defenses. Their every move seemed futile, as if they were fighting darkness itself, and they could not prevent the onset of the new threat. Now the commander stood in the middle of the battlefield between 2 powerful enemies who were getting closer with every step. She looked around. The battlefield, every one of her allies had been slain. She couldn't rely solely on her own strength for help. First, she had to repel the Lich's attack and then have time to neutralize the other enemy. But she didn't know how to do that if they were both too strong and too cunning. She began to realize that her only option was to find a weakness in their attack strategies. She might have to risk going into battle with redoubled determination, even if it had dire consequences. The thought flashed through her mind that maybe just when they thought that she couldn't take it, she could deliver the final decisive blow. Lich saw her confusion and grinned. He was confident of his victory, and his eyes shone with contempt. He could already feel this battle approaching its end. The heavenly demon commander, despite his determination, was trapped, and he knew that nothing would save her now. She just stood there, unable to figure out what to do next, when all seemed lost. And she stood face to face with the ruthless Lich, who was about to strike the final blow. Suddenly, like the appearance of sunlight in the midst of a dark cloud on this battlefield, arose the stranger Jinsu. His figure appeared amidst the chaos and destruction, and his presence caught her attention. Jinsu froze upon noticing the new fighter on the field. His appearance was unexpected, and he did not belong to their army. She immediately noticed that he wasn't wearing their standard team gear. Everything he wore was foreign and unfamiliar. She tried to figure out who he was, what he was doing here. At that moment, all of her thoughts were focused on the battle. Yet, even though he was a stranger, she sensed something important. This man was here for a reason. He fought the monster knight with such strength and determination that the commander couldn't help but notice his skill. His every move was precise and sure, and he distracted the knight from her, giving her a chance to continue the fight with the Lich. And in that moment, she realized, whoever he was, He was saving her life. He entered the fight with such determination and courage that she realized she owed him everything. He wasn't part of her, but he was on her side, and right now that was what mattered most, focusing all her energies on Lich. A battle with him was inevitable. Lich was dodgy and dangerous, but now she knew she had a chance. Jinsu was distracting the knight, and she had to fight the Lich to end this battle. She knew her strength was waning, that every moment could be her last, but with the help of this unknown ally she had yet to meet, she felt hope. She realized that now she had a chance to win. And though her body was weary of the long battle, her spirit remained defiant. She decided to summon all her strength in one blow and end this horror that she had been unable to finish for hours. Lich, seeing her determination, decided to attack as well. He raised his arms again, and at the same moment hellfire rained down on her. Tongues of fire, burning the air, consuming the space around her, and the heat was so intense that it felt like the earth itself was on fire. She felt her strength beginning to fade as the fire almost consumed her body. But she couldn't let herself give up. Her heart beat in time with every movement. Her mind focused on one single thought. She could feel the flames burning her, but she didn't back down. With each effort, she strengthened her defenses, concentrating her energy around herself, creating a barrier that kept the hellfire at bay, albeit barely. Her skin burned, and her body could barely stand the strain. But her will to survive and win was stronger than the pain. In the end, even her defenses failed and cracked. Lich looked at her, marveling at her resilience. He expected his attack to crush her, but she stood. Something sinister flashed in his eyes, and he even slowed his attack for a moment, watching her hold back his magic. The commander, feeling her strength running out, suddenly sensed that the moment had come. She summoned her last strength and channeled all her energy into an attack on the Lich. Streams of her magic literally ripped through the air, tearing the air towards her enemy. This attack was not only physical but spiritual. She put everything she had into it, and for a moment the world around them was consumed by light. The Lich, who had expected to see her defeat, suddenly felt his strength begin to fade, his defensive magic crumbling, and his body beginning to weaken under the blows of her final attack. He turned to ash. The commander stood on the battlefield, her breathing heavy, but in her eyes was the light of victory. The Lich had been defeated. It was not just her personal victory, but the victory of all those who fought with her. All the hard work of battle, all the agonizing moments of battle when it seemed that the enemy was invincible left her, and she realized that victory had indeed been achieved. The territory had been cleared of enemies. She stood amidst of destruction, but it didn't matter. She had made it. With each breath, she felt her strength draining away, but that inner fire, that indomitable spirit kept her going. Now that the Lich had been defeated and the monster army destroyed, she realized it wasn't over. It was a crucial mission left unfulfilled. The Guardians who had survived the battle were to go in search of the Fairy's Tears, the only artifact that could finally eradicate the threat this dark world had left behind. When the guards returned empty-handed, the Sky Demon commander couldn't believe it. She couldn't let such an important artifact so necessary go missing. The guards were confident that they had searched every cave and every corner, but Fairy Tears was nowhere to be found. At first, she couldn't understand how this was possible. All this way, all this struggle, and then they came across a void. No matter how carefully they searched, Fairy's Tears were not there. She felt an uneasiness that quickly became doubt. Then her thoughts turned almost instantly to Jeans. This man who had appeared at just the right moment to fight the knight and help her to defeat the Lich was now becoming more and more important in her mind. He appeared suddenly and disappeared as quickly as he had come. He was a complete stranger to her group, but still fighting on their side. And now that she looked back at what was happening, she couldn't help but speculate that maybe Jinsu wasn't just a random ally. She thought that despite his help, he had taken too great a toll on her. Jinsu had to be found and returned. Fairy's Tears. Jinsu stood in the shadows listening to the surrounding silence. The battle was over, and the Lich had been destroyed, but his thoughts were not without troubling questions. The cave, like many other places in this world, still held many unknowns. He couldn't believe that all the monsters had been really destroyed. Although the battle had been long and brutal, he felt that not all threats had been neutralized. There was something about this cave that still held his attention, and he realized that if the cave had not collapsed, perhaps there were forces stronger than the Lich. The silence was suddenly interrupted. Jinsu noticed two silhouettes appearing out of nowhere. He gave in to his instinct of caution and watched their actions closely. They stopped in the center of the cave and began to speak words that Jinsu couldn't make out. At first, nothing happened, but then a portal formed and began to slowly opened. Jinsu was amazed. He knew that opening a portal was something incredible and difficult, but what amazed him even more was the fact that these two could open a portal in this place. The cave was not yet destroyed, and it still held its secrets, and even after all the fighting, There was still power here. Suddenly, as Jinsu stood in the shadows trying to figure out what was going on, there was a deafening explosion that shook the entire cave. The ground shook, the air filled with the sounds of destruction, and the sky above him exploded. He didn't have time to realize what had happened when he felt his body. As his body began to lose strength, his last 12 turns of causality were each linked to his ability to avoid devastating consequences or influence events vanished in an instant. He felt his strength draining away and could no longer move or control what was happening. He was on the brink. At that moment, Jinsu realized that he had no other choice. The realization came lightning fast. If he didn't jump into the portal right now, he would die. His time was up and the only way to survive was to enter this mysterious portal. The exploding light and the sound of destruction left him with no time to think. He knew one thing: there would be no other chance. The cave he found himself in couldn't just be a place for random events. There was something more behind it. When he realized that his 12 chances had been wasted in an instant, and his actions now meaningless without immediate intervention, his instincts took over. He knew that jumping into the portal was a risk that could lead to anything. But he couldn't afford to hesitate. He knew that to survive, he had to jump into the unknown. With one single effort of will, he jumped. The energy flow grabbed him and everything around him became unimaginably bright and unpredictable. He felt it. The space around him warping as he entered another world surrounded by boundless matter, and his soul seemed to divide. So powerful that he couldn't resist it. And after a strange situation, he found himself in the same place. When everything quieted down, Jinsu found himself in a space where it was quiet and strange. He felt many new images and feelings arise in his mind. He became the owner of 100 souls. The souls of the people who had passed on to him in this world were now part of him, and their powers and knowledge were his. This gave him incredible abilities to survive in the most difficult situations. These souls gave him incredible powers, but he didn't understand what they meant. At one point, his almost lost clarity, but he held on. He couldn't hide his excitement and fear. Jinsu had summoned Apple, and now he needed her help. He needed her help more than ever. Sighing and gathering the last remnants of energy, he focused and channeled his desire to return to where he felt the safety was home. Jinsu stood in silence, feeling his heart slowly calm down. But despite his outward calmness inside, he was raging with a storm of thoughts and questions. The energy portal he had absorbed and the souls that had become part of him all demanded an explanation. But now was not the time for long thoughts. He took a deep breath, realizing that his journey ended here, and teleported home. Jinsu returned home, feeling his heart beating faster and faster, and rushed to the hospital. He couldn't shake his excitement because his sister Sue was still in a coma and every second was precious to her. Taking Fairy's tears, he walked faster with each step, feeling his anxiety. He hoped that the healer could help because Fairy's tears were his last chance for salvation. He entered the room and the healer was already by his sister's side. Sue was lying motionless, pale and unconscious. Jinsu's heart clenched, but he forced himself to remain calm. The healer, an elderly man with deep and wise eyes, took Fairy's tears in his hands and gently dripped them on Sue's forehead. Jinsu, standing in this corner of the room, watched as if in a fog, with every moment feeling the tension rising. The healer began to recite ancient words. His voice was quiet but powerful, as if the very air in the room was tensing from his words. The words were familiar to Jinsu, but their true meaning he could not fathom. He watched as Fairy's tears began to shine and a gentle light encompassed Sue's face. At this moment, he felt his body tense up in anticipation. Several long minutes passed before Sue suddenly sighed and slowly opened her eyes. She was as if in a fog, her gaze was confused, and she didn't seem to quite understand where she was and what had happened to her. Jinsu immediately jumped up to her bed, trying to hide his excitement. She turned her head in his direction, and her gaze was blank, as if she was trying to realize what was happening. Jinsu felt relieved, but he knew it still wasn't enough. Sue was safe, but it was obvious that the process of recovery was just beginning. All he could do was support her and trust that the healer knew what he was doing. And the healer stood back and watched. He knew that healing was not only a physical process, but also a soul restoration. And Sue needed time, and Jinsu had to be there to help her through this difficult journey. Soon the healer quietly walked over to them and looked at Jinsu with a slight nod and said that his work was done and he could leave. Jinsu looked at the healer with deep respect and gratitude. He felt the words of gratitude sticking in his throat, as if he couldn't express all the emotions he was feeling. Couldn't express all the emotions that overflowed his heart. His sister was safe, and it was thanks to the healer's efforts. But the healer couldn't forget that it was Fairy's tears that were the key that opened the door to her salvation, and he couldn't have done anything without them. and Jinsu felt his shoulders relax a little. The healer was right. He realized that all the efforts and sacrifices that he had made were part of the journey. But it was important not to forget that each of them had a part to play in this story. The healer left the room and returned to his sister. Sue had closed her eyes again, but she was safe now. Jinsu could feel things getting more tense. On the one hand, he had the most precious relic of the fairy's tears, but on the other hand, his life was now threatened by the heavenly demon group that was searching for whoever had taken the artifact. He knew that if anyone of their ranks found out about his involvement, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, Bailison found a buyer and insisted on a face-to-face meeting. Jinsu knew it was a risk to agree to it. The location for the meeting had to be chosen with great care because any careless movement could get him into trouble. But if he decided to refuse and look for another buyer, it would prolong the process, and that in turn would draw attention. The Fairy Tears artifact of incredible power was now in his hands, and if the group Celestial Demon was looking everywhere, and the consequences could be disastrous, Bailson quickly set about organizing the meeting. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he was an experienced mediator and knew how to be careful in such matters. The meeting with the buyer had to be in a place where there weren't too many people and where he could control the situation. It was his job to choose a location to minimize any potential threats. Jinsu, despite his caution, couldn't help but feel the tension building. He realized that now his life had become dangerous and any mistake could be fatal, but he didn't have time to think. He decided to concentrate on the meeting and try to finalize the deal as quickly as possible. He asked Bailson to provide as much security as possible, warning that even the slightest deviation from the plan could have serious consequences. After Jinsu released his sister from the hospital, he noticed how hungry she was. The days in the hospital had taken their toll. Sue clearly had no energy and her appetite was restrained, but this time she was eager to eat something tasty and nourishing. Jinsu was glad that her health was finally back to normal and he was willing to do anything to make her feel better. They went to a restaurant that Jinsu knew was the best in town. It was a place that always served the freshest and gourmet food, and he was sure Sue would appreciate taking care of her. On their way out, Jinsu tried to focus only on to let his sister relax and enjoy the moment. This whole journey had been a challenge for him. But now he realized that the most important thing in the world to him was her well-being. Sue watched intently as various exquisite dishes were placed in front of them. She was slightly shocked that Jinsu had never afforded such an expense before, and she had a feeling that something had changed. Her brother looked a little tense, as if he didn't know how she would react. Sue knew he had always been thoughtful, but this kind of spending was clearly out of their normal lifestyle. She looked at him cautiously, her gaze full of questions. Jinsu felt his heart begin to beat faster. He had been thinking about this moment for a long time, and now that it was time to reveal the truth, he realized that he couldn't. He could no longer hide everything that was going on in his life from her. Sue was his sister, and he couldn't lie to her anymore. Sue continued to enjoy her meal. Jinsu sat across from his sister in this cozy restaurant watching her, enjoying her meal, and couldn't help but feel the inner tension. He knew that all of this would change at some point, and eventually she would find out the truth. When she realized there were dishes on the table that she had only dreamed of before, her eyes filled with wonder. She clearly sensed that this was not just an ordinary dinner, but something more, something that clearly went beyond their normal lifestyle. But when he confessed to her that he had become a hunter, she was very upset. Everything around her suddenly felt a little shaky. The brother she'd always thought so careful and cautious had now revealed to her the truth about being a hunter. Her spoon froze in midair as she realized what he was saying. Sue's mind was reeling with thoughts, and they were all full of anxiety. She couldn't help but worry because hunters weren't just people doing dangerous tasks. They were who risked their lives at every turn to face monsters and threats. Sue always thought it was dangerous, almost insane. She set her spoon on the table and looked at Jinsu, trying to comprehend his words. In his eyes, she saw determination, but in her heart there was a growing uneasiness, and she scolded her brother for it. Jinsu was silent for a while. He couldn't help but feel the weight of her words. She was right. He knew that every mission was a step into the unknown, but he felt he couldn't stop. His life was tied to this world now, and maybe it was the only way he could find the money to help her. He explained this to her and said he'd try to be careful. But Sue lowered her gaze and sighed, still worried about him. She knew that Jinsu would never back down if he made up his mind. But it was hard for her to accept that his life would now be filled with constant threat. She hoped that at least he'd be careful not to get into missions that could cost him his life. The healer stood on the rooftop looking out into the night sky and felt a slight breeze. Next to him was the same guy who had been trying for some time now to urge the healer to get the healer to talk to him. The guy was clearly impatient and was showing more and more that time was running out. But the healer, even though he could feel the tension, was in no hurry to reveal the secret. But Jinsu had just gotten his sister back and he didn't want to spoil the moment. The boy frowned. His eyes were full of persistence and worry. The healer felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders, but his gut told him there was no need to hurry. He knew that Jinsu still had much to understand, but this moment was important. Brother and sister were together again, and now they needed at least a little time to reconnect and feel like family. The boy stood clenching his fists, and then after a pause he sighed, and he clearly disagreed with the old man. The healer realized that the guy was right. What they were hiding was truly dangerous. But there was a time in this world, a time to act and a time to let life take its course. For Jinsu, it was a time to regain his strength, a time to feel human again, and not someone who lived in a world of hunting and sacrifice. The boy looked at him doubtfully but nodded nonetheless. He understood that the healer was entitled to his own approach. He looked again at the skyline of the night city. He knew there would come a moment, and Jeans would have to know the truth. But it wasn't now. Now at least he could afford some time with his sister. Jinsu breathed a sigh of relief as he realized that the mine in Bale Village was doing quite well. His whole project, which had required a lot of investment, was now looking promising. He felt that now that work was finally underway, he could relax, but only for a moment, and one of the most important tasks was the extraction of mithril. He looked around the mine, watching the workers carefully. Soon he was approached by the former headman who was in charge of the mine. He reported that there might be a little trouble with monsters on the way to the mithril mines, but they were not too dangerous. Jinsu thought that he didn't have to waste his energy killing every monster if they weren't a real threat. The main thing was to get the mithril as soon as possible and start working at full capacity. Jinsu returned home still feeling the pressure of the tasks that rested on his shoulders. He had just received an award for developing the village. But that wasn't the only thing he had to do. He remembered the black shop he'd taken possession of in one of his previous quests. It wasn't just a shop, it was a place to trade points for unique items and abilities. He looked into the shop and found that he had an important choice to make. On the shelf was a papyrus that would allow him to retain the unique abilities gained from the exchange of points. It was worth 2,000 stones, and Jinsu wondered whether to spend all his savings. But he realized that this opportunity could be important in the future, because he had a lot of useful skills that could come in handy. He looked at his stones, 1,780 points, and thought that if he used those points to gain hidden abilities, 3 abilities would give him some pretty powerful bonuses. One of them was the binding skill that allowed him to restrain a level C monster, which opened up a lot of new possibilities. But the problem was that he needed more stones in order to get the enhancement stones. But with the enhancement stones still out of stock, he chose to go out hunting with monsters. It was the only way to get the booster stones. Jinsu felt a strange feeling of foreboding, glanced at the screen of his device, and a news item caught his attention. The headline said that there was an unusual gate in the subway station, and that the hunters couldn't get through. It wasn't just news, it was something that caught the attention of everyone in the hunter world. He sensed that this was no accident, but an event he needed to investigate. He wasted no time in calling Apple for advice. As soon as she arrived, Jinsu asked a question about the event. Apple replied that the only way to know the truth was to check it out for himself. Jinsu nodded. He knew that Apple was right and that he had to act on his own. He didn't go when it was crowded. He waited until nighttime and decided to go when it was empty. It was night when Jinsu decided to go to the place. He didn't know what awaited him, but the feeling that something important was lurking behind that gate kept him going. When he reached the subway station, there were no hunters around. The station was empty and silent, as if everyone had left, and the silence was frightening. The gate located in one corner of the platform looked strange. He walked over and realized he could enter it because it reacted to his presence. It wasn't just a light, it was a portal, but there was no obvious exit. Jinsu took a step forward, looking closely, and suddenly felt a chill go down his back, ran down his spine. The gate wasn't just glowing, it was emitting some kind of magical energy that seemed alive. He didn't know what was going to happen, but he'd already entered the portal, and there was no turning back, and now he could only guess what was waiting for him. Jinsu stood in confusion, feeling the tension that came from the place itself. He was in the hunter's graveyard, and it was a place so strange and frightening that his mind couldn't get it together. He looked around him and saw weapons and equipment and the footprints of people long gone. A flood of thoughts would not leave him alone. Why he was here? He looked around and noticed a strange red ball in front of him. That looked like Apple, but it wasn't. Apple was a different color. This orb was foreign to him. It felt like it was watching Jinsu, hiding a power he couldn't understand. Then Jinsu realized that this place wasn't the way it was supposed to be. There were no ordinary hunters or monsters. He suddenly realized that this place was connected to a portal. And not just a portal, but a division of the portal. From what Jinsu realized, the gate wasn't just a gate, but a gate within a gate, and it was becoming increasingly dangerous. The gate was previously known as a rank C gate, and now there was a new rank A gate. He sensed this mystery was not just difficult, it could be devastating to him. It seemed that now he needed to take part in the raid to neutralize the boss of this place, before all the hunters connected to this gate were killed. Or he'll be the next to die and leave his weapon in this hunter's graveyard. And though he was a professional martial artist, something about this place was foreign to him. It wasn't part of his original mission. This choice seemed random, as if someone else had pushed him into this situation. But now there was no choice. He had to continue on his way. Jinsu felt the tension building. He didn't want to be part of this struggle. He didn't want to be the part of this strange and dangerous world, but the forces that were driving this circumstance left him no choice. He was forced to go forward, despite his inner resistance. When the orb in front of him said the word irregular, Jinsu felt something inside him, a tingling sensation inside him. He didn't know what it meant, but he felt it. The word wasn't random. It was as if it was the key to understanding his role in what was happening. But the orb, instead of explaining, just said it wasn't his job to tell him what it meant. It literally pissed Jinsu off. He felt trapped, and that those behind the ordeal knew something important that he didn't understand. All the events he'd experienced seemed connected like a chain, but every link in that chain was shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. As the hunters stood before the red door, their hearts were beating fast, and their minds were filled with anxious thoughts. Each of them sensed some hidden threat, emanating from this mysterious entrance. They couldn't tell exactly what was on the other side of the door, but they were all certain of one thing. It was not ordinary. It was dangerous, perhaps even monsters. The hunters' gazes crossed. They all realized that if they didn't go through, they couldn't come back. Time was running out, and everyone knew they had to act. They decided to go in there and gather all their forces to unite and defeat the enemy. Because once they destroyed the boss of the place, the dungeon would close and it would all be over. And that's when one of them, the younger hunter, put his hand to the door, trying to feel what might be lurking inside. Someone shouted from behind them to stop, and it was Jinsu, of course.